tell a story, or provide you with the insights. And not only that, but the best part about Power BI is that with just this one skill, you can position yourself for multiple job roles across the domains like business analytics, data analytics, finance professionals, marketers, supply chain managers, etc. Because every industry today needs people who can take the raw data and turn it into the insights that can drive decisions action by bridging the gap between data and decisions. And the estimated salary of Power BI professionals ranges between 15.5 lakhs per annum. That itself explains why learning Power BI would be a power move in 2026. And that's why Intellipaat has designed this course for you. Here, we will start from the basics, understand what Power BI is, how it works, and how to connect data from different sources, clean and transform it using Power Query, and create strong data models. After that, we'll move forward with the DAX for mastering calculated columns, measures, and time intelligence functions. And finally, we will explore its visualization capabilities by building interactive dashboards and reports that impress the decision makers. By the end of this video, you will be confident enough to showcase your dashboard and present your insights in an impressive way. So without any further ado, let's get started.
One of the most common questions I keep hearing from aspiring data scientists is, should I learn Power BI or Tableau in 2026? This is something that keeps coming up again and again in the data world. See, both of these tools are amazing when it comes to visualizing and turning your numbers into powerful business insights. But if you are just starting your career or already working up with data, the real question is, which one should you invest your time in? In this video, we will break it down and compare Power BI versus Tableau based on 6 key parameters like ease of use and learning curve, pricing, performance, integration, and customization. We will also break down the job demand and salary trends for 2026. By the time you finish, you'll have a clear answer on which tool is the better choice for your career. Firstly, let's get a clear idea of what Power BI and Tableau really are. Power BI is a Microsoft business intelligence tool, and honestly one of the biggest reason people like this platform is how smoothly it blends with everything in the entire Microsoft ecosystem. If you're already using Excel, Azure, SQL Server like softwares, then you will feel like Power BI is just an extension of things you already know. On the top of that, it is designed to be beginners friendly, as you can create visuals with basic drag and drop actions and very few clicks are required. Plus, as it is cost effective compared to other BI tools, a lot of companies choose Power BI as their default option for reporting purposes. Now, on the next side, we have Tableau. And the thing is, people usually switch to Tableau when they want a little more control over how their visuals actually look. It handles your data pretty well even if files are huge. Many users genuinely enjoy is that you can experiment with your visuals the way you want because it gives you the freedom to adjust the things in different ways. So if you prefer exploring data in more detailed way, Tableau usually feels comfortable for that. There is no doubt that both the tools are powerful, but the question still remains, which one is actually appropriate for you based on your journey? So let's move forward point by point, starting with something everyone's worries about, that is how easy these tools are to use. Now, Power BI clearly takes the lead here. The interface is simple, the features are easy to explore, and if you have used Excel at any point, you're already halfway there. You just drag and drop your fields, choose your charts, build reports and dashboards, everything feels straightforward. And when it comes to calculation, yes, you do need DAX, which takes a little time to learn but becomes fine once you get your hands over it. Tableau, on the other hand, feels a bit more advanced. It's not like it's that much difficult, but needs a little more analytical thinking. The interface is clean, but it's packed with features, so you'll find yourself working with things like shelves, parameters, sets, and calculations that go a little beyond basics. Once you get comfortable with all of that, Tableau will let you build some really beautiful reports. But yes, the starting phase is where you need to put your attention properly. Now, point number 2 is pricing. This is a huge deciding factor that most of the learners and companies consider. So here's the thing, Power BI is clearly the more affordable option. In fact, Power BI Desktop, which is a component of Power BI, is completely free. You can build entire report and dashboards without paying a single rupee. Power BI Pro costs very little per user per month, and Power BI Premium is still comparatively cheaper for organizations. Tableau, on the other hand, is more expensive. It has a creator, explorer, viewer models, and overall, these plans are more expensive than Power BI. Tableau desktops offer a 14-day free trial, after which you must purchase a license to continue using it. Tableau Public is completely free. It's a cloud-based platform where you can create and publish dashboard online. However, all of your dashboards become publicly visible and cannot be kept private, which makes Tableau Public unsuitable for corporate for confidential use. So from cost angle, Power BI again takes the lead. If you're an individual learner or a student or a small business, Power BI will definitely give you more for what you're paying. Coming to point number 3. And here we are concerned with performance and data handling. So Tableau is known for handling large data sets very well. If you're working with millions of records, Tableau handles them perfectly. It loads faster, it responds quicker, and feels lighter even when the data set is heavy or complex. Power BI also performs well for most business level dataset and absolutely fine for medium to large size reports. But when the dataset starts growing like into massive fact tables, Tableau usually manages the load better. So it completely depends on your situation. If you're dealing with complex models, then Tableau is a safer pick. But if your datasets are moderate and your focus is entirely on reports or for day-to-day business uses, Power BI will take you there. Now, point number 4. This is integration, and this one is actually important because no BI tool works alone. Everything today connects with cloud services, apps, databases, API. Basically, the whole ecosystem is involved. Here, Power BI wins this round as well. Since it belongs to the Microsoft family, it naturally plugs into Azure, SQL Server, Excel, Power Automate, Power Apps, almost all the things in Microsoft stack. So if your organization already uses Microsoft tools, everything just syncs perfectly without any additional setup. Tableau also integrates well with a lot of databases and cloud platforms. It's flexible with third-party applications as well. But if you put them side by side, Power BI still has more control over integrations, especially for companies that relies on Azure or Office 365. So if you're working in a Microsoft first environment, Power BI will be a logical choice. Point number 5, customization. Tableau gives you a lot more freedom when it comes to customizing visuals. You can tweak almost everything on your dashboard. You can design charts with fine detailing in ways Power BI cannot. That's why people who like doing experiments with the visual usually prefer Tableau. Power BI is also strong in visuals and it has improved a lot. But if you really want that extra level of control or if you want stunning options for designing visuals, then Tableau gets the point here. Finally, coming to the last and one of the biggest point of the video, that is job opportunities and career growth. The good thing is both Power BI and Tableau have huge demand in the market. You can get roles like data analyst, BI developer, business analyst, all of that with either of the tools. But considering the trend for 2026, Power BI is still growing a little faster. More companies are picking it up because it's affordable, easy to learn, and fits very well in the Microsoft tools they already use. And to give you an idea of how strong the demand is, there are over 47,000 plus Power BI job openings on Naukri.com alone. Tableau, on the other hand, is still strongly used in areas like finance, consulting, research, and healthcare. Basically, the places where people work a lot with deep analysis and detailed dashboards. And even today, you can find more than 39,000 plus Tableau job openings on Naukri.com, which clearly shows the market need. If I talk about job opportunities, it is there for both. Power BI has more openings overall, while Tableau roles usually expect you to have slightly stronger expertise with analytical skills. So after comparing all parameters, here's the final breakdown. If you're a beginner coming from a business background, want more affordability and want quick results, definitely go with Power BI. It will be a good choice for you. If you want advanced analytics, deep visualization, control, and work with very large data set, Tableau will give you more power. And of course, we cannot ignore the salary part because that's something everyone wants clarity on. Now, the good news is both Power BI and Tableau professionals earn really solid packages. In companies, the salaries are almost on the same level. If you look at Glassdoor, Power BI roles usually fall in the range of 9 lakhs per year, while Tableau roles go slightly higher, that is up to 10 lakhs per year. This slight difference is mainly coming from the fact that Tableau projects often involve deeper analytical and technical detailed dashboards. Honestly, choosing between Tableau and Power BI is not about which tool is better. Both are industry leaders. It's really about which one aligns better with your goals. If your goal is to enter data analytics quickly and get job ready fast, Power BI is perfect. If your goal is to become a specialist in handling complex analytical problems, Tableau will give you an edge. Whichever tool you choose, you are stepping into one of the fastest growing career paths in the world. Power BI role also pay very well, especially since the demand is increasing everywhere. So even beginners or intermediate learners get great opportunities with competitive salaries. So overall, both are financially rewarding, and your pay mostly depends on your experience in the kind of projects you work on.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Power BI training, which will enable you to learn skills like data preparation, data modeling, visualization, working with DAX, Power BI service and desktop, and deploying self-service analytics solutions. Through this course, you will master connecting to various data sources, transforming raw data with Power Query, creating interactive dashboards and reports, applying advanced DAX calculations, configuring workspaces, sharing insights via Power BI service, managing row-level security, and much more from top 1% industry experts and Microsoft certified trainers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transitions in the field of business intelligence and data analytics. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. And without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of Power BI.
For Power BI. So when we say Power BI, right? So there's a Microsoft product, as you guys already know it. And so Power BI launch date was 24th July 2015. These are, the basic things we should, know about Power BI. Sometimes interviewers can also ask these kind of basic questions in interviews also. Okay. So Power BI is a end-to-end data analytics solution by Microsoft. Power BI has a multiple, and let me increase the font of it as it might be a little bit small for. Hope it's better now. So Power BI is a package of multiple tools. So in Power BI, we have many tools. The first is we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a software which needs to be installed in our laptops, right? In order to install Power BI Desktop, we need a Windows machine. Power BI Desktop, we cannot install in Mac machine. If you are using Apple's laptop desktop, then unfortunately you cannot install this Power BI Desktop in your Apple laptop. Okay, so you should have a Windows 10 or Windows 11 laptop, and I can write it here. So you need a Windows 10 or Windows 11 laptop. Plus, you should have at least 8 GB RAM in your laptop. If you have less than 8 GB RAM, Power BI Desktop you can install, but it will work a little slow, right? When you will load the data, it will take time, right? Data loading will take time if you have less than 8 GB RAM. So Microsoft recommends that you should have at least 8 GB RAM in your laptop. Okay. I think 8 GB is not a big deal, right? Everybody should have it, right? Even nowadays, mobiles are coming with 8 GB RAM, right? So that's the thing we need, right? So you need a Windows 10 11 laptop with 8 GB RAM. If you have it, then you can easily install the Power BI Desktop. And Power BI Desktop is the main tool where we develop our models and we develop our reports. So Power BI Desktop is the tool for developing the models and or if anybody using a Mac, then what you guys can do, if you have Apple laptop, then you can install a Windows virtual machine, right? On top of your Mac, inside your Mac, you can install Windows virtual machine, and in that Windows virtual machine, then you can install the Power BI desktop. So that is a workaround, correct? So try to do this. You can find out a lot of videos or content on Google also related to this. So try it by your own. In case if you stick somewhere, let me know. I'll try to help. Clear? Now the another tool in the list we have, that is called Power BI service. This Power BI service is a cloud-based application. We don't need to install this one. This is like a portal, like an online portal, and it is called as Power BI Online, Power BI Cloud. Okay. This Power BI service is a cloud portal, so you can open it in any laptop, in any browser, right? No condition for it. You can open this in your mobile phone, in your Apple's laptop, in your Windows laptop, in wherever you, right? And as I said, Power BI Desktop, you can install only and only, right? I repeat, only and only in the Windows laptop. No MacBook, no Ubuntu, no Linux, right? No Unix, only and only Windows operating system is needed for it. Power BI service is a cloud application. You can access this Power BI service from a browser. Like you log in any online portal from your browser, you can log in into the Power BI service. And I'll show you how Power BI Desktop and Power BI service looks like. So now, if I show you here, this is my browser. Okay. In my browser, I'm going to open the Power BI service. So to open Power BI service, what we do, and my Power BI service user ID password is already saved here. So I need to just open it using this URL app.powerbi.com. And it will ask for user ID password, but my user ID password is saved here, so it won't ask me again. So in order to, and now I logged in into the service. This is Power BI service portal. If I go here inside the Power BI service on my account, here you can see that this is my login email ID, and this is a license, pro license, Power BI Pro license we have on top of this, account. So in order to sign in into Power BI service, you can use your, organizational account, your official email ID. You cannot use your Gmail accounts, Yahoo email IDs, right? Personal email IDs won't work in Power BI. You must have a Windows account. Windows account, when I say it means a Microsoft account or your organization. But on your organizational account, you may not have Power BI license. Power BI service is a licensed tool. It's not free. Power BI service is not free. Correct. Power BI service is licensed tool. So I will give a license to you guys, and that will be a student license, so that you guys can use that license, learn Power BI, and explore all the things from. Clear? Okay, so if I go back now, so Power BI service you have seen. Now, the another tool is Power BI Desktop. As I told you, Power BI Desktop you can install in Windows 10 or Windows 11 laptop, or you can install it on 8 GB RAM. You should have in your laptop 8 GB RAM, correct? And those who missed, Power BI is an end-to-end cloud-based data analytics tool, and it's a Microsoft's product. Power BI was launched on 24th July 2015. There are multiple tools in Power BI package. One tool is Power BI Desktop. You can install it only on the Windows operating system, right? You cannot install it on the Mac, Apple's laptop. And you should have at least 8 GB RAM in your laptop if you want to install this tool, right? So this Power BI Desktop is totally free tool. You don't need any license to access to download the Power BI Desktop. How do we download it? I'll show you in 5 minutes. Power BI service is a cloud-based or online portal, which is totally free. So this Power BI service is the one what I was showing you here. Power BI service has a lot of tools, buttons, lot of things. We will discuss these in detail. Correct. Now, what is Power BI Desktop? How it looks like? So let me open the Power BI desktop on my machine. So Power BI desktop is installed in my machine already, and now I'm opening the Power BI. All right, so when I open the Power BI desktop, it looks like. Now I click on the blank report here to open the main interface. Now you can see this is your Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop is a free tool. You don't need any license, any subscription for this. It's totally. So in this Power BI desktop, we have many tabs, many buttons here and there. You will see too many things, right? It's a feature-loaded software, you can say. This Power BI desktop is mainly used for developing a data model and developing the reports here. So in this tool, we will be doing all our data visualization. So this is going to be a main tool for the report developers or for the dashboard developers. Okay. Now the question here is, how can we install this Power BI desktop, right? And I know some of you, may have installed this already, right? If you have already installed this Power BI desktop, then you need to make sure that which version you have, right? So those who have installed it already, please check which version you have. And how do you check that which version you have? You will have to go to the help tab. You have a help section here. Go to the help ribbon on top, and under help, there is a first option called about. Open that. And here you should see that which version you have right now. Those who need to install it, just wait. I will explain you how to install. Those who have it already installed, just check out. Though, okay, November, you have July 25. So if you have July version, July 2025, it means this is the latest version and you are good. So if you do not have a latest version, then you will have to uninstall, remove the existing one, uninstall the old version and do a fresh installation. Right? I see people are having Jan 25, November 24, so if you have July 25 is the latest version. If you have this one, perfect. If you have older versions, then please remove the existing Power BI desktop, right? Uninstall the existing Power BI desktop, and I will show you how we do the fresh installation, right? So October 24, you have delete, uninstall this version, please. So let's see, we want to do the fresh installation, right? So in order to do the fresh installation of the Power BI desktop, we should do it from the Microsoft Store. You have two options to install Power BI desktop. One option is you can go to the Power BI official website and download a setup, and that setup you can install. But the problem with this way of installation is you will not be getting the monthly updates. So if you installed Power BI desktop, then your Power BI desktop will not be updated automatically. So if you want the Power BI desktop automatic updates, you want that your Power BI desktop should get updated automatically whenever Microsoft push a new release. So in that case, you should install the Power BI desktop from Microsoft Store, and I'll show you how. So you need to go to the Microsoft Store here in your machine, right? Go to the search box, and here you need to search for Store. You will see Microsoft Store, right? So search for. And one more thing, if you are having the Power BI desktop already installed and that is old version, so please uninstall that old version first and then install this. Don't make that mistake like you have older version also and now you installing this one, right? It will create a problem. So if you have an old version of Power BI desktop, please uninstall that, remove that old version first, and then do the fresh installation. So you need to open the Microsoft Store. Then in this Microsoft Store, if you are opening it very first time, then it may ask you to, sign in or log in into it. And you see there is a search option on top. So you go to the search option, and in that you need to search for Power BI Desktop. Type this complete thing here, Power BI Desktop. Few people do not type desktop, just type Power BI. Type Power BI Desktop and then sub. Now you will see here the first option comes as Power. Click on this, and the moment you click on Power BI Desktop option here, you will see a install or get option, right? You will see a get or install option here. In my case, you don't see that because I have that one already. You have to click on the Power BI Desktop, right? See, you have a Power BI Desktop, not only Power BI. So make sure you click on the Power BI Desktop, right? So you will see get option here where you see open in my case because I have it installed already. So you will see get or install. Click on that button. Click on the get or the install button, and Power BI Desktop will start, installing. Those who have the Mac, Apple's laptop, you will have to, first set up the Windows virtual machine in your Mac, and then you will be able to install it. Or if you have another Windows laptop, then you can use that one. Or you can run a Windows virtual machine, okay, on your. And after having the Windows virtual machine, then you can install the Power BI. Right, it's in progress. Okay. Installation. So installation will take time. So yeah, it's now completed. Once the installation is completed, please open your Power BI Desktop. You can click on open button, or if you have already opened it, you will get a. Let me show you how we open it. So when I click here on. Okay, when I go to the start menu, or you can open it from the start when you search for Power BI Desktop, or just click here open. So when I open the Power BI Desktop, it will take few seconds to launch. And the moment you open it, it will appear here like this. You will have to click on the blank report. Click on the blank report button. And if you are opening it very first time, it may ask you to sign in, sign up, nothing to do on that window. If you are getting any sign in, sign up window, just close that window. There will be a pop-up, a cross button on top of that pop-up window. Close that. No sign in, no sign up needed at this point. Now let's do some of the configuration. So you need to go to the file menu. When you go to the file menu on top, then you will see options and settings. Options and settings. Click on option settings button, and then you will see next here options. Click on this options button, and then wait few seconds. One settings window. You see this option settings window now? In this window, we have a lot of settings related to the Power BI Desktop. All the settings of Power BI Desktop are here. Now, very first time when you are, using Power BI Desktop, very first time you will have to do some settings. You will have to enable some of the features. It's a one-time setting. Now, you need to go to the Preview Features tab. You have Preview Features. And please follow the instructions. Don't run ahead, right? Don't click here and there. Just follow the instructions. Go to the Preview Features window. Look at this. This is your Preview Features, right? Under the Preview Features, you have a couple of options available here. Some are selected, some are not selected in your case. You need to select all the features you have here. Select all the features. Just go here and tick, tick, tick everything except this one. Do not select this. Don't select this on object interaction, except this, enable everything. And why not this one? I'll explain. And do not click the OK button. Wait, don't click the OK. Scroll down this and select all the feature, all these preview selected. Scroll down, there are few options, right? If you scroll it down. So if you scroll down, you will see a couple of options below. So select everything except this one on object interaction. Don't select this. And why not select this? Because if you enable it, then some of the interface, of the visualization section will change. So I do not want you to, have little, difficulty to understand the basic view. This is a basic view, right? Right now you see here. But if you enable that feature, then what will happen? This visualization section will move here to top, right? And that is slightly, tricky to understand for the beginners. That's the only reason we are not enabling this feature for now. After having a month, then we can enable this feature. We need to go to you scroll down and select all the features here. Tick, 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 everything, whatever you see, right? If you see more, if you see less, comparing to my screen, just select everything except the on object interaction. Then the next thing is you need to go to the security tab. Go to the security option. When you go to the security option, you need to scroll it down. So go to the security tab, and then you will see here another option like map and field map visual. Right? I believe you all see this map and field map visual. So enable this also. Click on tick for this. If you will not enable these features, then these won't be activated in your Power BI desktop, and later you will be running here and they're like, oh, this feature not appearing in my screen. This button is not there in my Power BI desktop. So as a beginner, we need to set up our Power BI desktop. It's a one-time activity, right? Very first time when you are, installing Power BI, you have to just do these kind of little bit configurations. Okay. Nobody will, explain you these things. People just start, even if you go to YouTube and all, people just start creating the chart. But these are, if you want to learn Power BI, in a way that you become expert, you become architect, so that you can educate other people also in your company, right? Then learning all the things from the scratch, right, in the right sequence is important. Not like just we created a pie chart and wow, right? That's not the right way, right? We need to understand that how the tool is set up, what settings are needed, from where we can change the settings if needed. For now, I'm just telling you the basic settings. In future, I'll explain you some advanced settings also. Correct? Things till now. Now, let's click on OK. Let's click on the OK button. And the moment you click on OK, it will give you a message like this that feature requires a restart. It means you need to restart your Power BI desktop. You need to restart Power BI desktop. Correct? So click on the OK button. And now close the Power BI desktop from the top. While closing the Power BI desktop, it may say that save, don't save, right? So just click on don't save because we didn't create any report there. We don't have any data. So click on the don't save and close the Power BI desktop. Once you have closed the Power BI desktop, now let's open that Power BI desktop again. So you can go here to Microsoft Store and open it, or now you can go to the start menu of your laptop and just here search for Power BI desktop. Correct? So open the Power BI desktop again. And now our Power BI desktop is ready to use. We have enabled all the preview features, some of the maps, and some additional functionalities we have enabled. So our Power BI desktop is now ready. In this list, we have a couple of more tools which we will be learning, exploring. So for example, in this list, we have the tool Power BI mobile. For now, I'm just listing down all the tools. These tools we will discuss, somewhere after 2 weeks, okay, after 1.5 weeks. So at that time, I will explain more details. For now, Power BI Desktop and Power BI Service we will use, but I'm just showing you all the tools we have. And another one we have is Power BI Data Gateway. We have Power BI Report Builder. We have Power BI Report Server. Power BI Embedded, right? So these are, the few features, or I would say, the few tools we have for Power BI package. Or I would say, yeah, that's right. You can say components, right? When people say is like, we want to learn Power BI, fine, but in Power BI, which tool you want to learn? Most of the time, most of the people just talk about Power BI desktop. But there are so many other tools, right, within Power BI package like this. So we will be learning, exploring all these. Each tool has a different purpose. Power BI desktop is used for reports and models, data model development. Power BI service is used for sharing the reports, collaboration for viewing the reports. Power BI mobile app is also used for viewing the reports through the mobile device. Power BI Data Gateway is used for enabling the scheduled data refresh. If you want to automate the data refresh, then you use this. Power BI Report Builder is used to develop paginated reports, or if you want to develop the operational reports where you want to do heavy data dump to Excel, or you want to export the data to Excel, then you use this tool. Power BI Report Server is a substitute of Power BI service. Power BI Report Server is on-prem version of Power BI service. This tool is mainly used by, banks, by government companies, or any other company where they are not allowed to use the cloud applications, right? So they can use the on-premises version of the Power BI, which is Power BI Report Server. It is very similar like SSRS report server in case if anybody worked on SSRS. So SSRS report server is, this Power BI report server now. Power BI mobile app is like if you want to view a report through a mobile phone, right? Then you will have to design that layout in a mobile for a mobile screen, correct? So we have a way to create some reports for our directors, managers, senior managers, VP, CTO, CFO, CEOs, because these kind of audience will not have the laptop all the time. So they are sometimes they are interested in viewing the reports through the mobile phone. So we will have to design the layout accordingly. Got it? And the Power BI embedded is like mainly used for the integration part. If you want to, integrate a Power BI report in SharePoint page, or if you want to integrate a Power BI report in a website, or if you want to integrate a Power BI report in any other third-party portal or any other third-party tool, then we use this component Power BI embedded. Correct? And yes, we will be installing the Power BI mobile app in our mobile phones. This is a list of all the tools which we will learn, we'll explore. Most of the focus, most of the time we will spend on these two tools, Power BI Desktop and Power BI Service. These are the detailed one, and heavily used in our data. I hope you all have them. Now, the next thing is we want some of the sample data sets, right? For some of the sample data sets now, I'm going to share a link with you all. And from that link, you guys will be able to download your, sample data sets, which we will be using in our, practice. When you open this link, you will see it something like this, right? So when you open, enter into the chat, you will see a screen like this. So you need to download the data set. These data sets we will be using for the practicing purpose, correct? So just click here. You see before this, there is a checkbox. Select this and you will see the download option on top, right? Or you can go to the three dots of this data set and download option. So download from here or download from here, whatever works. So download the data sets. When you hit the download, it will take just few seconds. And dataset folder has been downloaded. It's a zip folder. If I go here, it's a zip folder. It looks. Now you need to unzip this. You need to, it's a compressed folder. You need to extract this, and I believe you all knows that. You have to right click on this dataset folder, and there you see extract. So just click on the extract all. Click on the extract all, and then if you see there is a checkbox, so deselect that and click on the extract button. So basically we are, unzipping, we are extracting a zip or a compressed folder. Why are we doing it? Because Power BI cannot pull the data from a zip or from a compressed folder. We need to unzip and right. So click on the extract button. And now you will see you got another datasets folder here in, and then you have all these files here. You have all these files.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Power BI training, which will enable you to learn skills like data preparation, data modeling, visualization, working with DAX, Power BI service and desktop, and deploying self-service analytics solutions. Through this course, you will master connecting to various data sources, transforming raw data with Power Query, creating interactive dashboards and reports, applying advanced DAX calculations, configuring workspaces, sharing insights via Power BI service, managing row-level security, and much more from top 1% industry experts and Microsoft certified trainers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transitions in the field of business intelligence and data analytics. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. And without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of Power BI.
Here in Power BI Desktop, let me just give you a quick overview of this interface. So we have a couple of tabs here, right? On the top of your screen, you see home, insert, modeling, right? All these different ribbons. Under each ribbon, we have multiple options, right? Another thing is in these ribbons, under the home ribbon, we have an option called transforms. So if you go to the home ribbon, there you see transform data. And if I click on this transform data button, another window will pop up, right? I got another window now. So we have now this Power Query Editor window open. So Power BI Desktop is there and Power Query Editor is there. This Power Query Editor window will come when you click on the transform data button. Where was this transform data? Under home ribbon, transform data. The moment you click on it, you get this window. This Power Query Editor again has a couple of ribbons. Under each ribbon, you have multiple options. This Power Query Editor is used for the data transformation purpose. If you want to transform the data, when I say transform the data, means like you want to clean the data, you want to massage your data. Some columns are not correct in a correct format. Some blank data is coming, right? You want to do some join, some lookup. For all these kind of things, you use this Power Query Editor. All right, so for a moment, I just close this Power Query Editor window. And after that, then you see here, these are, the different panes, right? This is called panes, filter pane, visualization pane, and data pane. You can expand and collapse, show and hide these, open and close these panes here, depending on the usage. Filters pane is used to apply some of the filters on your report. This white area you see, this is called canvas. What do we call? Canvas, report canvas. This area we use for the visualization purpose. For adding the charts, we use this area. This area we use filters pane to apply the filters on our charts. This visualization pane is used for adding or selecting the charts. You have a predefined list of the visuals here. These all are the visuals or visualizations added by Microsoft. If you want, you can add more visuals here by going to the three dots. You can add some new visuals, some custom third-party visuals. Below the charts, you see this area. This is called data field area. Here we add some of the calculations or some of the columns from our tables. This data pane will contain all of the tables. So currently we have not loaded any data. That's why you see this area blank. But if we load the data, then you will see multiple tables here. Correct? And this is currently a report view. If you look at the left side of your Power BI desktop now, this is a report view. We have multiple views, like you can go to the table view. In table view, you will see all your tables backend data. And another one we have here is a model view. Here we will see the relations or the joins between the tables. There are two more other views which we will be using or talking about these later. Right? Filter pane is used for applying the filters on your charts. Clear? Please? Okay. So this is a high-level overview about this Power BI desktop screen. Power BI desktop has a lot of buttons, a lot of features. So let's start exploring these one by one. Okay. So we want to load some of the data in the Power BI desktop, right? And what are the filters? You will get the answer, in some time frame. Let's wait. So now if you see this Power BI desktop and Power BI desktop, I want to load some data, right? To load some data, you can, depending on your project requirements, you can, identify that what are the data source. Data source is what? Data source is nothing but a Excel file or a system or database wherever your company's data is stored. So let's say your finance data, your sales data is stored in Excel. So you want to load that Excel data in Power BI desktop. How? You have the shortcuts given, like you can click here to import the data from Excel. You can import it by clicking here also. Or I will recommend using this option, Get Data. If you want the data in Power BI, you just go here. Correct? So if you want to do anything in Power BI desktop, what is the very first thing? What is the very first thing we need? Data, right? Think about it that you have a vehicle, you have a car, right? And you want to start driving. You want to go to somewhere for vacation for your day-to-day use. What do you need very first thing in your car to start? Fuel, right? Of course, key, but you need the fuel. You need petrol, you need fuel in that, right? So data is the fuel for Power BI desktop. If you do not load the data in Power BI desktop, then think about it that it's just a blank Power BI desktop without the data. So if you want to do anything, you must have the data first, correct? So we want data in the Power BI desktop. Okay. But from where we should get the data? Depends. Maybe in your case, data is in Excel. In my case, my company or my project's data is in CSV file. Somebody's data is in PDF. Somebody's data is in database, right? It depends. So let's see, how do we load the data from an Excel file? So before we load the data, before we use the data, we need to understand what data it is, how this data looks like. This data belongs to which domain, right? So you must have the understanding of the data and understanding of the business, right? When I say understanding of business means, like, let's say you joined in a sales team. So you should know what is the sales business process, right? You should know their terms. You should know their data, correct? Or for example, if you joined a company and you got a project to work on insurance data. So you should understand that what this insurance domain means. What is the business process of insurance domain? What kind of the data they have? They have some of the premiums, products, policies data, right? So you need to understand that what policy means for that particular project or for that process, what premium means, how products and premiums, right? This data is connected. So you need to understand data. If I give you a finance example, if you, let's say, working on a finance project and you need to create a dashboard for your finance team, then you need to understand their language. You need to understand when they says like, okay, create a dashboard which should show us that how much dues we have on our customer. So you need to understand like what due amount is, what customer data is. How will you identify this customer's due amount is this? In which table this due amount data is residing, right? So you need to understand data. You need to understand business process. And these are the things which nobody will teach you, to be honest. This is something which comes by the exploration, means you need to explore it by your own, and it comes by the experience. So whenever you work in your project, in your team, you should be, asking the questions like, okay, where is the data? What is the data? Why are we doing this? Right? So you should be, trying to gather the information when you're working in your projects, right? So for now, we have a sales data. And if you go to your datasets folder, the one yesterday, this is our datasets folder. If you go inside this folder, here you have a file called Global Superstore 2016, right? You have a file, Excel file, Global Superstore 2016. This is an Excel workbook which we will be using. So I want you guys to just open this Excel workbook and spend 1 minute on it. Try to understand the column names, try to understand you. What do you think? Is it a cricket data? It is a sales data? It is a movies data? It is what kind of? When I say open, just double click on this, and this Excel workbook will open in your machine. And now just try to understand this data, right? Like summarize, like, okay, orders sheet contains what, returns contains what, people contains what, right? What your understanding says. Okay. Fine. So let's say we got this understanding. This is online sales or e-commerce data of a sales superstore, and it contains, data of customers and product. These customers have ordered different type of products, and we have products information like how many quantities were ordered, what was the unit price, one quantity or one particular unit price, and how much discount was given, how much profit they made on this, how it was the shipping cost, right? And this data contains some of the extra columns also, like some dummy data, right? Useless columns. In returns, the sheet contains all the orders which are returned from different regions, right? And people sheet contains like kind of a master data. Okay, for these regions, these are the regional heads. So for Caribbean region, this is regional head. For Central US, this lawn border is a regional head. So we are just maintaining this kind of a master data, and we have some of the transactional data also like orders, correct? So the better understanding you have on your data, all these things will become very easy. If somebody doesn't understand data, somebody doesn't know this data, I don't know what data it is. I don't know what these column means, right? Then it's going to be tough. It's going to be hit and try thing then, right? So the step number one is we need to first understand what data it is and what you want to do with it, correct? So we have now we want to load this data in Power BI desktop. Let's close this Excel because best practice says the data you want to load in Power BI desktop, you should close that Excel. If that Excel will remain open and you are trying to load it in Power BI, then it may throw an error, correct? So close it. And Souvik, this data set, what we are using, this was given, in a OneDrive. I sent the link of this OneDrive once again. You guys can download the dataset folder from there. In that dataset folder, you have a global superstore Excel file. Okay. Okay. So let's load this. Make sure that you have unzipped the dataset folder. Now we are going to the Power BI desktop, and here, as I told you, just go to the Get Data and choose Excel workbook. Go to Get Data and choose Excel workbook. And now you have to find your file. Where is my file? My file is in my downloads and datasets. And here I see Global Superstore 2016. This is the Excel workbook, Excel file, which I want to load in Power BI. I select this Excel. What? Power BI will try to make a connection with that source Excel file. And once the connection is successful, you will see this navigator window. In this navigator window, you will see you have all those 3 sheets. In Excel, you had these sheets, orders, click on the name of orders, and you will see a preview of this data. This is data preview, means just few rows of that table, not the entire data. Purpose of this window is just to have a look like what kind of data you are trying to load, what kind of data this table contains. This is just a preview of the data. If you want to load all the tables, then click on the boxes, select all the tables, all the checkbox. If you say, no, I want only orders, I do not want the people and returns, fine, then you can deselect these, you can select orders. So here it will depend on your requirement, what tables you want. Currently, I loaded an Excel which had only 3 sheets, but you may have an Excel which has, let's say, 20 sheets. So you will see 20 tables list here, and you will have to select like which sheets data you want, whether you want 2 sheets or you want 20 sheets, right? So whatever the Excel file is having this number of sheets, all those sheets will appear here, and you will select depending on your usage, which data you want, correct? For now, I want all the data, so I'm selecting all these 3 tables. So click on the checkbox for all these 3. And then you see here, load and transform data. So ideally, when we are loading this data, we feel that this data is not, fully transformed. It's not fully cleaned. Even if you look at this data here, you will realize that column headers are not coming properly for the returns table, right? I have the column names, but these are not promoted. These are not coming as a header, right? So what I want to transform this data first, right? I I cannot load this because if I load it, then this, uh, you know, uh, I would say the raw data or this, untransformed data will get loaded. I want to transform it first. I want to bring it into a good shape, and then I will load it. If sometimes your data is perfectly clean, right, and there's no transformation needed, then you can load the data directly to Power BI Desktop. But in this case, our data is not 100% clean. I want to clean up this data a little bit. So in that case, I will click on transform data. And generally, we make a habit. We always click on the transform data because we will never be 100% sure that our data is clean, right? So what do? We click on the transform data. And the moment we click on transform data, this data will get loaded in the Power Query Editor window. Remember, a few minutes back, I was telling you Power Query Editor is used for the data cleaning, data transformation purpose. So click on the transform data here, and you will see you got this Power Query Editor window. In the Power Query Editor, your data has been loaded here, right? So you see, you have now 2 windows open, Power BI Desktop and Power Query Editor. In Power BI Desktop, no data loaded yet, right? You see a message here, a warning message that hey, you are working on some data on some queries, but that is not yet applied, right? So that data is currently in my staging area, or I would say in the cleaning area. And I'll give you a basic example here. Why is this cleaning needed and what it means? So think about it like, and you can, consider other examples also, but I have, a habit of giving some layman examples and basic examples that everybody can understand. So think about it that you bought some of the vegetables from the market. What did you do? Do you directly consume them or do you first clean them? Of course. Of course, first, whatever the fruits or the vegetables you are bringing, right, outside from the market, first you take that to your cleaning area, right? Whatever your cleaning area is in your house, you take that stuff, vegetables, fruits, to the cleaning area. you will clean it there, you will massage it there. Somewhere you will notice, oh, one particular, let's say, tomato is totally, damaged, right? Totally useless. So what will you do? You will realize that it's not, it's there's no benefit of cleaning it. It's totally, damaged. So you will throw that. So it means you are removing that, particular bad quality product or bad quality tomato from your good quality vegetables, right? So what are you doing this at this time? In your cleaning area, you are just checking what is clean, what's not clean, what's totally useless. You are, preparing your fruits and vegetables for the further consumption. Correct? So that area where you are cleaning it, that area in Power BI language is Power Query. So Power Query is your cleaning area. In Power Query, you are cleaning, you are removing. If something is totally useless, something we don't need, we will remove it. We will clean it, we'll wash it, right? We will give it a good shape. Once everything is good in good shape, then what do we do then? Then we keep those fruits and vegetables in our refrigerators, right? Or we consume them. So then after cleaning the data here in this window, then we will load it in our refrigerator to consume, and that is Power BI Desktop. So Power Query Editor is a cleaning area, and Power BI Desktop is the area where we store this cleaned data. Make sense? So in Power Query Editor, we have this data now, and I noticed some of the issues in the data. Some of the quality is not good. So look at the column names, right? These are coming like column 1, column 2, column 3. This is not the right column headers, right? Ideally, the column names came, but due to some Excel formatting, my column header could not promote it as a first row. So what I want now, I want this row to move here. If I move this row, first row as a header, then I'll have, return order ID and, region promoted as the header. So for this purpose, what we do, for this purpose, we have an option here called use first row as headers, right? So if sometimes Power BI it doesn't detect the column headers, then you will have to use this option. You have to give the instructions to Power BI. So click on this button once, use first row as headers, and you will notice that your headers have been now promoted. You got a proper done. One thing, if you noticed, I don't know if you noticed or not, but let me show you. Here you have these steps, right? This is called applied steps, right? In this applied steps, Power BI will keep adding, all the steps, or it will keep tracking everything, whatever you do on your data. I promoted the first row as header, so they added the, a step here. First, 2-3 steps comes here automatically when you load the data. But now going forward, if I do anything in this data, like if I'm adding a new column, if I'm renaming a column, so for everything, a step will be recorded, a step will be added here. Correct? If in case you want to undo something, you can delete that step, right? In case if somebody is not getting this query settings, right, this applied section, so might be you have closed this button, right? Sometimes it happens like we feel that it's for no use, why we say let's close it. If you have closed this button, right, so now you will be wondering, hey, how to bring with that button back. So for that, you will go to the view. So you will go to the view ribbon, right? Under the view ribbon, you have first option called query settings. Click on it and you will get that query settings window back, right? So in case if you closed it, you can bring it back by going to view query settings, right? Okay, so we have a returned column here, and this column contains what kind of values I want to see. So I click on this arrow and it has only yes, but it shows a message here that list may be incomplete. Let's try to load the everything of this column. When I loaded, I found there is only one value yes in this. I feel that this column is not needed. Okay, let's remove it. How to remove? Click on the header, on the column header, right click here on the column header and remove. Right click on the column header, remove. Choose the remove option And when I selected remove, you will notice that a step has been added here. Correct? So remove the column, first column. I repeat it again. So I removed, let's say I want that column back. So I will undo the last step. And I got that column back. So I wanted to remove the returned column. Right click on this column header and remove. And that got removed. And a step has been recorded. If you, let's say you realize, oh, I want that column back. So you can undo this step, just delete this step and you will get your column back. So if you want that column back, you can undo the last step from here. There you go. You got your column back, right? So this is a great thing. Whatever you want, you can perform here, or if you want that column back or any of the transformation, if you want to undo, you can do anytime from here. So Power Query Editor gives you the full flexibility, right? It gives you full flexibility. Now you notice, again, I didn't get the, the first row as a header here, right? I'm not getting the first row as header. So what I want, again, I need to promote this header, the first row, I want to move to header. So what I'll do here in this case, I will be, promoting using this option again, use first row as header. So go here and use this first row as header. I want to promote the first row as header here. So for this, we will be using this option, use first row as header. So just click on this once, click once, and you see column header happened. Now, if we go to the orders table, you can undo this, right? Undo is possible, but for redo, you will have to apply that operation again. Okay. And this will not be saved automatically, we'll save it. So we go to the orders table. Right? We are going to the orders table now. In orders table, look at the data. Right? I want to scroll it. I'm just scrolling it all the way right at the end. You notice that you have some of the columns like testing, testing 2, testing 3. I intentionally added these kind of useless columns here. So I do not want these. So it may happen when you work in your real-time projects that you will have, let's say, 60 columns in your data or 70 columns in your data. But all columns are not needed for your reporting, for the analysis purpose. So you will have to identify that what columns you want. And this is a best practice. Rather than working on the everything or the entire data, you need to identify what data you need, what columns you need. Just keep only those columns and put your efforts only the columns which you want. Why are you putting the efforts on those columns which you don't want anywhere? So I don't want these columns. And how will you decide how it will come to your mind that, okay, this data will not be used, right? That is something which comes by the experience, which comes by the study of your requirement. If you understood the requirement, you understood the data, then you will map that for this data, this is, for this requirement, this is the data, and this is what I need, this is what I don't need, right? So that's how you make these decisions. Right? This is something which automatically comes by the experience gradually when you will start creating 2-3 dashboards. So for now, I do not want these columns, useless data. So why should I keep the useless data? Let's remove it. How? You can right click and remove. There is one more option. Be careful. Remove other columns. So there is a difference between these two. Remove, and everybody please focus here. The remove option will remove the selected column. Remove other columns will remove the all other column except this. Just an example I'm showing you. Don't do this. Just an example. So if I click on remove other column, what happened? Everything deleted except this testing. So a step is added. I will undo this. I'll bring back my data. Right? So if you want to remove only this column, then right click on this header and remove. If you choose remove other columns, then what will happen? Other columns which are not selected, those will get removed. Okay, so sometimes people make, and interviewers ask this kind of a basic questions also in interviews, like difference between remove and remove other columns in Power Query, right? So just remove this. Instead of removing one by one, you can select multiple columns, press Control from your keyboard, select these 3 columns, and then right click on the header and remove columns. That's it. So those 3 columns we have removed. So you should choose remove columns, not the remove other. Remove other will remove other columns. So for example, if I undo this, like I want to remove other columns. So what will happen? Only this one will remain here, other will remove. See, other columns have been removed. But no, this is not what I want. I wanted to remove this one. You removed the one which were correct. I wanted to remove incorrect. You remove the correct ones, right? So there is a difference between these two. So be careful while you are removing the columns. Although you can bring back, but just to remove columns here. That was a. All right. So now I realized that whatever again, we are going to the same example. I feel that whatever the vegetables, fruits I brought from the market, I think I have cleaned that here, right? If there were some, damaged or bad quality products, I have cleaned, I have removed them. Somewhere some cleaning was needed, I have promoted the headers. So this data looks good now. At least I have cleaned it here in the cleaning area. I want to now store it. I want to save it somewhere. So for that purpose, you need to load it. And in order to load it, you will have to click on the close and apply. So the data which you see here in the Power Query Editor window, this is just your staging area, or you can say area. Your data will not save here automatically, right? So you will have to save it. How? Click on this close and apply button. Agreeing that your data is clean, and maybe you will realize later tomorrow that hey, data was not fully clean. I found one more mistake in it. So you can bring back this data in Power Query and do the cleaning, right? So you can do this kind of stuff back and forth. So let's click on this close and apply for now. Everybody in Power Query Editor under the home ribbon, you have close and apply means you want to close this window and apply your changes, apply your data in the BI desktop. So when you click on this close and apply, your data will start loading to Power Desktop. So till now, you were keeping this data in the cleaning area, and now you are loading this data in the Power BI Desktop. This will take a few seconds, a minute, depending on the size of data. Perfect. So the data loaded, and I need to open the Power BI Desktop here. So data has been loaded in the Power BI Desktop, and you will see you got all these 3 tables loaded here. When this data was in Power Query, these tables were appearing on the left side of the window. After loading the data, these tables appear to the right side of the window. So don't get the confusion. So you have loaded this data now in your Power BI Desktop. But whatever the data you loaded here in the Power BI Desktop, you want this data, you want to see this data in a tabular format, right? So for that, right now you are in report view. Right now you are in the report view. So if you want to see if you want to see the tabular view of this data, then you will have to go to the table view, correct? When you go to table view, then you will see the data and the tabular. So go to this table view, and here you will see your data in this tabular format. So this is the cleaned data. You will see that we don't have those testing columns. You see the column headers are coming, correct? So you need to go to this table view, and then you will see your data in a tab, correct? Now, if in case you made some mistakes, you didn't format this data or clean the data properly, then you will have to take this data back to the cleaning area. Means you need to take this data back to Power Query, and you can do further data cleaning. How? We'll see that in video. I loaded this data right now, right? But I haven't saved it, right? We just loaded the data in this Power BI desktop, but we need to save. How? Go to File menu and save, or you have a shortcut Control, right? Control S. Or go to File menu and save it. Go to File and Save As. And here you can save it in your OneDrive in your SharePoint if you use, or you can save it in your laptop. Click on Browse this device. How do you save it? Go to the File menu, Save As, and browse this device. Now you can choose your folder where you want to save it. I will suggest create a folder, right? So I'm creating a new folder here. You can create any folder, right? So that all your files remains in one folder. Okay. You just create a one folder in your desktop, downloads, wherever. So I created a folder with this name so that I remember it. Okay. Now inside that folder, I want to save this file. This file will be saved as .pbix, right? .pbix. What is this PBIX? And this is another interview question. PBIX is a Power BI desktop file extension. What is file extension? When you save an Excel file, those Excel files are saved as what? .xlsx or .xls format. But when you save a text file or notepad file, those are saved as .txt. .txt, right? Same way, if you save a Power BI desktop file, this will be saved at .pbix. So pbix is a Power BI desktop file extension. Power BI desktop files which you are saving here, you can only and only open these in the Power BI desktop. It's not like a PBIX file you can open in Excel. No. To open a PBIX file, you need a Power BI desktop software. Correct? So let's save this file, give some name to this file. Give anything, demo data transformation, right? This is the name of the file. You can define any name, right? And I save it. So I have saved this data in the form of .pbix file. And where it goes? In my folder. So if I go to my newly created folder, you can see here is my pbix file. This pbix file has saved all the data in it, right? And the data will be saved in a compressed mode in this file. Correct. This is PBIX file. You can open it only and only in the Power BI desktop. So let's say I have done this work for now. If I want, I can close this after saving it. And let's say tomorrow or after some time, I want to continue on this file. I want to continue on this project. So I will come to this PBIX file. I'll double click it. And when I double click, it will open in Power BI desktop. Correct. Arjun, after creating the folder, we saved this PBIX file, this file in that folder. Right. Just add the name of the file and save. Saving a file is similar like how do you save your other files in your day-to-day work. Okay, so this is what we did so far. We loaded the data from Excel. We took it to the Power Query for the cleaning purpose. We cleaned, we applied some data transformations, and then we loaded this data in the Power BI desktop, and we saved this data as a PBIX file. That's all what we did. So we have loaded this data in the Power BI. Okay. When you load the data in Power BI desktop, ideally Power BI will, detect some of the relationships or joins between these tables. So if you want to see that join or the relation between the tables, we can go to the model view. Under the model view, you will see these tables have, linked or joined, some of the tables. Some tables are not joined, right? But in the backend, Power BI will try to create some relationship based on a common matching column in these tables, or based on the primary key concept that I will explain later. In model view, we will have these tables or relations connected. So sometimes Power BI detect relationship sometimes doesn't detect relationships. We'll work on this later, but this is just FYI for now. Okay, so we have loaded this data. In the table view, you can see all your loaded data. In report view, you can create some of the charts, some of the visualization. So for example, I want to see, right? For example, I want to see what is the total, profit we have. So you have a search column, you can search your profit, right? Here is the profit column coming. Or you can expand your product orders table here. And here you can see your profit columns here. You will see the summation icon, right? The summation icon before the numeric column. So whatever the number type of columns you have, you will see this summation icon. Somewhere the summation icon doesn't make sense, like postal code. You cannot sum the postal code data, but still it is bringing the summation icon, right? Power BI shows some intelligence and detect these things. So for now, I want to show what is the total profit. To show the total profit, you have some sort of, charts here. You can pull any of the visual, any of the chart from the list, whatever you want. But for now, I want to pull this one, this card visual. You see, there is a card visual. I'm going to pull this where you see this 1, 2, 3 is written, right? I pull this card, click on it. Don't drag drop it. It won't come by the drag drop. You need to click on it and it will be added. Just click, right? And now just drag and drop your column, profit column into this card. How you do that? Just drag and drop your profit, pull the profit from here and drag and drop it here. Correct? So drag drop profit on this box. And boom, there you see. Your profit is 1.53 million. Your total profit value is 1.53 million. Power BI detects this formatting automatically, like it should show in millions, billions, trillions, and or in thousands. Power BI has this, the global standard. In case if you want to show, the Indian format, Indian standards like lakh, crores, and all, for that you don't have any inbuilt feature. You will have to customize. You have to write some of the logic for it. Okay. So your total profit is 1.53 million. Card. This is called card. But when you show this 1.53 million, this is what? Is it a dollar value? Is it a euro? Is it Indian rupees? Which currency it is, right? And which currency this value is. So we want to add the currency symbol before this value. So let's say generally, right, most of the reportings are done in the dollar. I mean, depends although in your, company to company. So we want to add a dollar sign before this. So for that, you need to select your profit column. So what we do, we select this profit column. When I say select means click on the name of the column. I click on the profit. The moment I click on the profit, I will see column tools ribbon. Right? I see this column tools ribbon on top. If you don't select a column, you will not see the column tools. So click on the name of the column, right? Just where you see this text is written top. Just click here and you will see the column tools. Under this column tools, you have a formatting section. You have a formatting section. You can just go to this format and here you see drop down arrow, click on it. You have all the currency symbols here. Whatever you want, any country symbol you want, you can pick it from here. But what I wanted the dollar, so that is appearing on the top, right? Just pick this dollar US. And when you select this on your profit column, automatically the dollar sign, that currency symbol will come here. We are just adding the currency symbol. We are not doing any currency conversion. Okay. So add this currency symbol on your profit. select the profit, then column tools, and here you have a dollar sign, pick it. You have more formatting options, like if you want a thousand separator, you want up to 2 decimal places, you want to show the numbers, or up to 1 decimal place, you want to show the numbers. You can control all this. But now, this is showing me total profit. But I want to identify that this total profit is coming from which category, right? I want to show this profit by the category. So for that, I will take another chart. So I will click somewhere outside in the white space, white canvas somewhere, so that I deselect this. I click somewhere. Now that is deselected. I will take a new visual. So I'm going to add now this pie chart. Pie chart is very popular, right? Everybody knows, everybody use this. Let's pick the pie chart. It's there in your visualizations list, pie chart. And next to the pie chart, we have a donut, which is also a very popular one. So first, let's add this pie chart. Click on it, and it will get added. You can increase its size, or you can move it up, down, left, right, wherever you want to place it. So we added a pie chart, a blank pie chart. Now in this, I want to show profit by category. So again, I will do the same thing. I will drag and drop profit and the category here. So first you need to identify like what you want to show here. So like I want to show profit by category. So if you know that what you are showing, then it's just a matter of pulling that information. So I will pull the profit column, drag and drop the profit. This is the overall profit, but I want to split this profit by category. Here we have a category column, drag and drop this category on this chart, and there you go. It shows you that your profit is coming, most of the profit is coming from the technology category. From technology are 43%, which is 663,000, right? From the technology category, most of the profit is coming from here. Clear? So if you click on technology, then you will see the data will get filtered for the selected value. This is inbuilt feature, interaction feature. All your charts will have the interaction. If you click somewhere, then the other charts or the other data available on your report will get filtered. Right? If you want to, again, if you click on the selected item, then that will get, deselected. It will start. Similar to this, we can add many more visuals here, depending on our requirements, whatever you want. Right? Good. So we added this, right? We added this pie chart. And if you click on any particular section, if I click on the technology, then the data will get filtered. If you again click on that, then this will, remove the filter. Exactly. It's a little bit same like pivot table and all, right? It's easy, right? So for now, whatever we did here, let's save this file once again. Click on the save icon on top, or you can press Control S, a shortcut. Just click save, and your report and your data has been saved in this file. Right. Make a habit of, saving this file on a regular interval while you are working. Just press Control S. Now I want to do further data cleanup, for example, right? I want more data cleanup. I want to add or remove, for something in the data. So I will click on this transform data button. When I click on this transform data, this data will get loaded into the Power Query Editor again. And in this Power Query Editor, we can do more data transformations, more column, more transformation operations we want, we can perform here. Correct? So this is how we work in Power BI desktop. Power Query Editor used for the data transformation. Let's say previously I removed those 3 columns, testing columns. Now I realized that I want those columns back. So I can undo the step. Here is a step available. I can undo this and those column steps, right? So if we want to perform any other transformations or we want to undo any transformation, then we'll go back to Power Query and we'll undo that operation from here. And after that, we will load it back by clicking on close and apply. Got it? All right. So to undo the header, that's what I said. Like here you will have an option, right? Like what mistake you made, let me also do that just to show you. So like what you did it like this, right? You added a step here. So you need to undo this. Just click on this cross button, cross this promoted headers. That's it. You will get your original data back. Okay, good. You want to remove the visualization. You want to remove the chart. So select chart and click on the delete key from your keyboard, or select the chart, go to the three dots and remove. Right? Select the chart and delete. It's gone. Correct? Or undo it. Or you can do like click on the three dots and remove. That's it. So there are many ways. How to add the dollar symbol? For that, you need to add it on the profit column. Select the profit column here, click on the name of it. And the moment you click on the profit, you will see column tools ribbon and you will be able to add this dollar sign. All right. So we have made so many things in it. So close this file and save. Right. Close this file and save. Everyone. Close it, save. Now what we want. If you go to the datasets folder, go to your datasets folder. We are back to the datasets folder, right? If you go to your datasets folder again, in this datasets folder, we have some, additional files here. Thank you. So now there is a regional. All of you open this Excel workbook and again try to understand that what kind of data it is. Is it, sales data? Is it invoice data? Is it what type of data it is? And what do you notice in this data, right? There are multiple sheets. What do you notice in this data? So just try to understand Excel, but the data is split in different sheets, like North region manager is maintaining this sheet, South region maintaining this sheet, right? So each regional manager is preparing the data like this. While they were preparing this data, they kept three columns like ID, customer ID, and order date. But when we go to the South orders, here we noticed that instead of ID, the column name is order ID. And I believe order ID is much better name, clear name for this column, where it is just ID, but ID is not pretty clear like which ID it is. Is it a product ID, region ID, customer ID, which ID it is, right? So one thing. Second thing is when I go to the East orders table, I notice that there is an extra column added in this sheet. This testing column was not present in the other sheet. And when I go to West orders here, I found that there are two additional columns which are, again not present in the other sheet. Correct? And we have some of the duplicate redundant data also. What I want, using this data, these four sheets data, for these three columns only, order ID, customer ID, and order date. For these three columns, I want to, consolidate this data. I want to bring it in one single table. What we do generally, right? What I can do is I can copy this data manually and I'll go to a new sheet. I'll take a new table. Or there are, some other ways also we can, do it. But what exactly we want to achieve? I took this data, right? And then I go to the other sheets also. I'll just need only these three columns data. And I want to append this data. When we say append means under the same, columns, I want to add this data from the other sheets. So what I'm doing here right now, I'm just trying to consolidate this data from multiple sheets because the structure of this data is same. We have the same columns, but the data is in different sheets. So I wanted to pull it all in one single table. So this is called now all orders, right? I will call it all orders. This contains everything, right? And if I have some of the duplicate order IDs, for these customer ID, I can remove the duplicates also, right? But that is separate thing. So this is pretty easy. We did it in Excel quickly, just copy pasted manually. But think about it. If we add a new record here, let's say in North orders, a new record added, order ID is this, and customer ID is, for example, Ravina. This is the name appearing in the chat. So I took this one and a date, right? So now the thing is, I want this particular record to be added in all orders here, right? It should automatically come, but that's not automatically coming. Should I manually paste it? Fine, but how long you will keep posting or editing this manually? I want some automated solution. Like if my regional manager's adding some new record in these 4 sheets, then it should automatically come to the right. And Sujit is also bringing a good point. Like you consolidated it, but how will you identify these order belongs to which region? That's another question, right? Another very so let's see how do we handle this kind of issues or this kind of challenges in Power BI, right? So you understand the data, you understand what we want. So I want to create a new table like all orders, correct? So how we do this in Power BI? Let's see. And this kind of scenarios are pretty common, right? I know most of you are working in Excel in your day-to-day work in this kind of data, right? So how do we handle it in Power BI? Let's see. So let's say I close this Excel without saving it. So don't save and close it. Okay, open a new Power BI desktop file. Opening a new Power BI desktop, fresh. Click on blank report. And now we are a little bit expert. When we want to load the data from Excel, what we do? We go to get data, choose Excel workbook. Right, same thing what we did previously. Get data, Excel workbook. And go to the folder where your data set is residing, data set folder. Select this regional orders data. Select this regional order and then click OK, open. And once the connection is established with your Excel, then you will see these 4 Excel sheets. So let's select all of these because we want all. So click on checkbox for all. And then, as usual, transform data because we want to clean it first. So click on the transform data. When we click on transform data, this data will get loaded to the Power Query editor. Now I want to do a little bit cleanup. So first of all, from the West orders, I remove these dummy columns. Right click, remove. Right click, remove. Right. So I have West orders now having order ID, customer ID, and order date. I go to South orders. Okay, columns are already same here. And I will make sure that columns are same now, right? Means the name of the columns should be same. When I go to North orders, I found ID, customer ID, and order date. Ideally, it should be order ID because my other tables having order ID without space. So I will rename this, right? I will rename this column in the North, say order ID. Double click on the header and rename order ID without a space, right? So my North orders should have now the column name as order ID, correct? Order without a space ID. It is a case sensitive. So make sure it's exactly same as you have it in other tables, right? Not like uppercase, lowercase, no space, right? Should be exact same. When I go to East order, Order ID, customer ID already is same, but testing column is extra. Remove it. So now cross-check that your all the four tables having these column like order ID, customer ID, and order date. These three columns, column names should be same in all these tables. We should not have any extra column and column names should be same, right? So yes, as I said, we will keep only three columns, other columns we will remove. So yes, Preet, we remove the testing column. So now all my tables having only these three columns with the exact same column name, exact same. And now I want to consolidate these. I want to consolidate these tables means these four tables data, these four tables data I need in a new table. So this called as append option in Power Query. It means we want to append this data. How do we append the data? To append data, we want to append it in a new table, right? We want to append this in a new table, not in the existing one. So for this, we go to the append queries, and next to append queries here, we see there is a drop down arrow button. And make sure your Power Query is maximized window. Up next to the append queries, you see drop down. Click on that drop down and choose append query as new. Why new? Because we want a new table. If you want to append in existing, you can choose. But for now, choose the append query as new. Everybody, choose append queries as new. And now it is asking that how many tables data you want to consolidate. You want the data consolidation of two tables or three or more tables. I have more than three, so I'll choose this tab. Now, West orders table coming here automatically. Which tables you want to append, those you need to add. West coming here automatically because this was the selected at the time when I clicked on append as new. I need to add other tables here which I want to append. So I will add North, South, and East. Do not add a table twice, otherwise data will get consolidated twice. In case if by mistake you added, let's say, East orders twice here by mistake, then you have to remove one. Select and remove. Correct? So make sure you have these four tables added here in appends section. So these tables data will get consolidated. And then when I click OK, I got a new table added, and this table name is append one, but I can rename this. How? Double click and call it all orders. All orders. And the sequencing of the columns, Meenakshi, right? So sequence or the order of columns doesn't matter. What matters? Your column names and the data type of the column. So column names is very important. Column names must be same. Otherwise, Power BI will treat those ID and order ID as two separate columns. That's the reason first we made the columns in a similar structure and then we appended this data. We construct it. So order or the sequence doesn't matter. We got appended this data in one for table now, which is all order. Done. Now let's load this data to the Power BI desktop, right? Removing duplicates for now, leave it, right? My focus is to tell you how do we do the consolidation, right? Later I will explain how do we add a column, how do we remove duplicates, how do we identify duplicate. At a time, only one target. If I'll target many things, then we all get confusions. Okay, one target at a time. Okay, so we saw consolidation is done. Now let's load this to the Power BI desktop. Load this data. How? Click on close and apply. You know this very well, right? So click on the close and apply. And when you click on close and apply, your data will start loading to the Power BI desktop. It will take time. I'll repeat that. Okay. So we loaded this data. Now we have many more things to do in it, but we don't have more time. So let's save this file. How? How do we save the file? You go to the file and save as, browse this device. You have done it previously. Save it in your folder. So I'll call it here demo append query. Right, demo append query, and save this PBIX file. Whatever the name of the file you want, you can give and save it. Right. All right, so here is the dataset link. You can download the datasets from here. And as a continuation of that, let's try to explore a few more things in Power BI, okay, and especially in Power Query Editor. So yesterday we started learning about that, what kind of the data cleaning or the data transformations we do. We'll continue today. So let's open a new Power BI desktop file. Reference. Open a new Power BI desktop. Take a blank report. Power BI desktop. So yesterday we loaded data from a Excel Superstore file, and another Excel we tried where we were having 4 different sheets, like we were having different regional orders, right? East orders and north orders, south orders, west orders, and then we consolidated that data in one single table, right? That's what we did yesterday. Today we are going to do some different things. So I want to show you, like, in case if you have some of the data in a PDF file, right? Although chances would be rare, right? Chances are less that you will have a data in PDF and you want to pull the data from the PDF, but let's learn in case if there is any scenario. So if you want to load the data from a PDF file, then how we do that? To see this case, we go to our dataset folder. So you guys are having your dataset folder, just go inside the dataset folder. And there I have given a PDF sample file. There is a PDF sample. Let's open this PDF first and let's have a look of this data. This is just a sample PDF downloaded from internet. Sometimes you may have, let's say, a copy of invoice, or you may have a list of, inventory, list of orders, list of customers, right? Or some kind of a data which is there in the PDF. And this PDF should be a original PDF, not a scanned image file, right? So if you have original PDF, then in this original PDF, you may have some of the sentences, right? Some paragraphs like this, and you may have some of the tables like this. So if you want to load this tabular data, right? This is the data. If you want to load this tabular data in Power BI, then how we do that? Power BI can load only this tabular data. Although Power BI will give you the options to get these paragraphs also, but these lines you see here, this is not a data, this is information. And there is a difference between the data and the information. Information is extracted from the data, correct? So I want to load these kind of tabular data in Power BI. And if I scroll it down, I see there is another PDF, another table in this PDF, which contains speed, driver, car, engine, date, right? So this PDF contains this another table, and there's one more. So basically, for me, I'm assuming that for me, this table is needed, right? I want this table's data, right? Driver details data. So the question is, how do we tabular data from this PDF file to Power BI? Two conditions: your PDF should be original PDF, shouldn't be a scanned image file. Power BI cannot process the scanned. So second thing is your PDF file should be closed. And now we can load this to Power BI desktop. Now in Power BI Desktop, we go to get data. Now, if you look at this get data here, you do not have a PDF option as a quick source here, but we can go to more option. If you go to the more option, then you will see a list of all the supported data sources. And here I see PDF option there, right? I select the PDF option. And then click on connect. And when I click on connect, it will be asking for the PDF. Where is that PDF file? So let's provide the PDF file path. So I go to the datasets folder, provide the PDF file, find the PDF file, select that and click open. When I click on open, Power BI will try to create a connection with that PDF. And once the connection is successful, then we'll see the navigator window. Like in this navigator window, you have a list of all the data, all the tables Power BI extracted from that PDF file. Now we will try to review this list because we want only that tabular data, that driver details data. So for that, I click on the first table name and I see like, no, this is not the one what I need. Then I go to second one, then third one, and I found, yes, this third table contains that driver details tabular data. So Power BI processed that PDF and tried to extract all the tabular data in these different tables. So you will have to check out like, okay, which table here contains the data you want. And once you find that table, then select this. So I want the data of this table 003 only, because this table contains the information which I was looking for, that driver details. So select this table. And then click on the transform data as usual. Krishna, if you want to show data between multiple tables, I mean, then you will have two tables, let's suppose, right? So you will select, for example, you want this table also and this table also. If you want this, then you will select both the tables, correct? But generally, the situation would be you have given a dedicated, table in a PDF, and that PDF's data you want in. If you want more than one table, then you can select them. Now, so we click on the transform data. It will not automatically join the tables. If you're selecting more than one, you will have to do that join, right? And how, we will see gradually coming on that page. So we got this data loaded in the Power Query Editor. The very first thing is table name. Power BI detected the table name as, it was there in the PDF, but we want to change the name of this table. Double click here on the table name and let's call it driver details. So best practice says that you should follow the naming conventions. Your column names, table names should be, meaningful. And okay, now sometimes, so here the key takeaway is how do we extract a tabular data from a PDF file? I hope this particular thing is clear to everybody. How do we extract the data from a PDF file? Correct. This is the key takeaway for you. Now, the next thing here, how we can split a column based on a delimiter. For example, you have a driver column. This driver column contains driver name. I want to split this column in two parts, driver's first name and driver's, and based on which delimiter I will split this based on the space. So when the left side first space comes, I will split this column, right? And these kind of transformations, are very, common. So what I want to split first name and last name in two separate columns. So when from the left side, when the first space comes, the column should be splitted, you know. So space is the delimiter here. And we have this pattern, like after the first name, we have a space everywhere. So from the left side, when the space comes, I will split this column value. And I want to keep this original column as it is, right? This driver column, I want to keep as it is. And I want two new columns to be added at the end. I want these two new columns added, first name, last name, correct? So let's see how we do this. As I said, I want the original column, driver column as it is. So what I'll do, I'll create a duplicate column. Right click on the driver column and duplicate. Right click on the driver header and choose duplicate column. So you got a copy of this driver column added at the end of your table. Why are we duplicating? Because we want the driver column or the original column as it is. Well, it will depend on your requirements, whether you want the original column or no. I'm just showing you all different possibilities. At the end of the day, while working in your project, it would be your call that should you keep original column or should you, replace the original one, right? That you will be deciding based on your project requirements while working in your, models or in your data. So I made a duplicate column for the driver. For this duplicated column now, I can split. How? Right click on this column and here I see an option called split column. In split, you have multiple ways to split the column. You can split it by the delimiter, by number of characters, by positions, by multiple. Most commonly used is by. So I choose a split column by, and I get a window here that your delimiter is space. Power BI has automatically detected that in this driver column, you have a pattern, you have a space coming after. And I want to split this column. I want to, break this column after the leftmost delimiter. Means from the left side, when first space comes, the column should be split. Column should be. So select here leftmost delimiter and a space detected automatically. If you want, you can change it, but Power BI is smart enough, right? Automatically detects the pattern available in your data. So choose the leftmost delimiter and then click on. So what happens when you click on OK? Your column will be split into two parts. There you go. Column has been split into two parts, driver copy 1 and 2. So the first one is your driver first name. So let's give a meaningful name to the columns. Double click, call it first name. And next one, call it last name, right? So if you want to split the columns or you want to, break the columns based on some pattern, based on a keyword, based on a space, comma, colon, then you will be using a split operation on. But here we are splitting the column, right? Breaking this column. But in case if you want to do vice versa, means we columns, first name and last name in separate columns, we have these values. But if I want to concatenate these, if you want to, merge the column values, then how we do that, right? How we do that then? So if we have the columns, right, like first name, last name, or you may have, another columns also, like you have a city, you have a country column, and you want to concatenate them. You have first name, last name, and you want to concatenate them, right? So how do we do that concatenation? How do we do that merge? Let's see that. So till now here, the key takeaway was for you split. How do we split the column values? Now let's see it's opposite. If you have columns and you want to merge them, you want to concatenate them, then how we do that? Let's see. So I'll reuse these columns we have. So how we do this, merge here? First of all, it depends like which value you want to see first. Do you want first this first name and then last name, or do you want first last name and then first name? So depends in which sequence you want to concatenate them. If you say I want the first name and then last name, right? Or you say no, I need first last name and then first name. So in that sequence, you will select the columns here. So column selection sequence matters for concatenating the data here. So let's say I want last name and first name, right? In some of the companies, I have seen that their last name comes first and then, comma and then first name. So we want first last name, comma, first name. Okay. So let's see. First, I'm selecting the last name because I want this value as, first, and then press Control, I select the first name. So the sequence of selecting these columns are selecting the last name, then select first name, right? That's the sequence. So select last name, then first name. And if you go to the transform ribbon, under the transform ribbon, you have an option here called, right? You have here an option called merge. Into the transform ribbon, go to selecting the columns, then go to transform ribbon and merge. And now you need to provide a separator. Whether the separator is, a comma. So I select here a separator, like I want a comma. And then what should be the new column? To go to that, column name, I'll provide column name here. For example, like full driver name, right? Or whatever the name you want for this. Now click OK. And there you see your data has been merged in one single column. And now you are getting, last name, comma. Got it? So if you looked at initially your column was in your value, your driver name was in this format, first name space last name, but we transformed it like this, last name, comma, first. So these are, very common data transformations, split, merge, right? Duplicating and whatever we did for everything, we have captured a step here. If you look at this, right? For everything we captured. All right. So now let's load this data to the Power BI desktop. Till now, whatever we were doing, it was all in the Power Query in the staging training area. Let's load this cleaned data to the Power BI desktop. So for that, what we do, we go to the home ribbon. And from the home ribbon, we have an option called. So click on this, close and apply. And your data, whatever you transform, will start loading to the Power BI desktop. All right. So you have loaded the table. Now to check out this data, you need to go to the table view here and you will see your data. I think you are asking that if you need the splitted columns also and merge. Yeah. So yes. So in that case, like before merging, you should duplicate the column, right? Before merging, you should duplicate the columns. Or from where I choose, I selected the option merge, I selected it from the transform ribbon. If you select the option, let me show you here. I selected that merge option from the transform ribbon, right? I selected this from here. If you wanted a separate column, then you could choose this from the add column ribbon, merge. So from the add column ribbon, if you choose merge, then means you will get a new column added. Your original columns will remain there and you will get a new column added, right? But I wanted to replace those columns and add, convert that, or, those columns I wanted to merge. So I choose that option from transform. So if you want any operation on the existing column, you choose the transform. If you need a new column, then you go. Okay, we loaded it. But in case if you say I want to load the data from one more PDF, from one more Excel, fine, just go to get data and load your data again from there. That's right, data is not yet saved. So let's save it. Let's save this PBX file like we did yesterday. So go to the file, save as, browse this device and save it in your folder. So this is the folder I created yesterday. I'll call it, let's say, demo PDF, right? Select this demo PDF source. Now this PBX file has been saved. Clear? Okay. Merge column is there in the add column also, right? Like in the screen, go to add column and there is merge columns, right? So while you will select the columns which you want to merge, then this column. Good. So for now, let's close this PBX file. All right. So we understood how do we load data from a PDF? How do we duplicate the columns? How do we split the columns? How do we merge the columns? All these things are clear now. Okay. Any question here? If anybody has, just you can unmute or ask.
Mayank, this is Jaswant. I have one quick question, not on this one, but the file append that we did yesterday. There were 4 files, 4 basically tabs in Excel with 4 different regions. We merged into one table, and then you were mentioning that after the merge, we don't know which row belongs to which region. So how do we get the tab names as a column?
Yeah, that's the next thing. I'm going to open that file and cover that.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see that how do we identify those things, right? And how do we handle those cases? Any other question, guys, from anyone else? Okay, you all. Yes.
So when I right click on the full driver name, I see transform as a property, and under that there is a feature called trim and clean. What are the differences between those two? I know what is trim, but what does the clean mean?
Will gradually come to these things. I do not want to jump from one button to other, otherwise there are hundreds of buttons.
Okay.
So let's open the yesterday's PBX file in which we were working to append the data. So we have this PBX file saved here. Let's open. Okay, so this is our yesterday's class PBX file where we loaded this data. If I go to the table view here, we consolidated all those 4 sheets data in this one single table. All order. You said, how do we now recognize that these order belongs to? How do we recognize that these order belongs to a student? So what do you think? If you want to think about, like, because whatever the transformations you do, we approach that. What should be your approach? Forget about the Power BI screen, forget about this screen. In general, if you wanted to achieve this, then let's say this data is in Excel, right? In general, if you want it, then how would you do it, right? What That's right. So if we add that, in these base tables, I would say these are the base tables, right? Source tables. If we add a column here in these tables, like, okay, this is east orders, this is north. If we add a new column, a new placeholder column in these source tables, then that will flow automatically to all. Getting the point? If we add a column in these base tables, that will flow automatically to my all orders, but the column name should be same, which I'm thinking to add in these base tables. So let's add a column name called region, and values will be different. Column name will be same. So let's take this data to Power Query Editor. Click on the Transform Data button, and this data goes to Power Query. And now in these base tables, I'll be adding a new column. Somewhere I'll go to the Add Column section. Then under the Add Column, we have Custom Column. Add Column and Custom. So go to Add Column and then choose this Custom Column option. Here the column name should be, and here this is case sensitive. So if you are writing region with R capital, then write it in the same way in the other tables. Or if you want to write it region with small case, then follow the same naming convention, right? Naming conventions, or the column names are, should be in the similar, I would say, format. These column names are case sensitive. So I will say R capital region. Then what value you want to flow here? This is equal to comes here by default. Then I want to flow east, value. So east is a text here, and text always we provide inside the double quotes. So I just write east inside the double quotes, and inverted commas, I write east. So what will happen? A column will be created with the name of region, and the value will be as east in that column. And then we click on it. And there you go. You got a region column added, and values are populating as column data type. Before the column name, you see there is a data type that comes here as alphanumeric. You can change it, you can make it to text or leave it as text, right? Not any impact. Now I do the same thing for the north orders. So going to north orders, and again add column, custom column, and column name is what? Region, and region R should be capital, right? Don't make the mistake that you define somewhere region in a small case, somewhere uppercase, right? And later you are saying like, I'm not getting it correctly. So please, right? Please pay attention, right? It should be in the same case. Then the column value, what value I wanted it, and then inverted commas. So one time I will have to just create this custom column in all my base tables quickly. Column name region, and value I want to flow in it is south, because I'm creating this column in the south orders. This one is west, and like, okay. Once you created this custom column in all these tables, in all these base tables, if I go to all orders, it will flow automatically to my appended table, to the consolidated table. And now I can easily identify that these order belongs to which table. It's like this. But if in case you are pulling the data from 20 Excels, then are we going to do it manually? In that case, there is a different approach, right? In that case, we use a different source as folder. That is a separate scenario. We'll explain. We'll learn that. Done it. Good. Now let's load this data to the Power BI desktop. And how do we load it? You know it very well. Go to the home ribbon, click on the close and apply. So load this data to Power BI desktop. So our data got loaded here in the Power BI desktop, and we have this all orders table, which has, bifurcation that these order belongs. Do you notice any other thing here in this data, the thing what we did so far? Do you feel that Still there is some scope for improvement while preparing this modeling here, or is it good? Split data, can we remove duplicate data? Where? Okay, duplicate data, fine, ordered. So I hope you have heard the concept of data redundancy. Right? So data redundancy means you have unnecessary duplication of the data. I'm not talking about like in one column you have two, three duplicates. I'm not talking about that duplicate data. That is duplicate data. I'm talking about data redundancy. Means similar table or entire data you have at multiple places. If, for example, you have table A, you have table B, and you are consolidating these tables data in a table called table C, right? So this and this table's data is in table C. So don't you think that this is a redundant data now in your model? Whatever data you have here, that data is already residing in your, whatever the data you had in B table, that data already consolidated in your C table. So it means this is a data redundancy problem. And if you are doing these kind of things in your data model, it means then you will face lots of inefficiencies, inconsistencies in your data model going forward. And it will impact the performance of your data model. You know, when your data will grow, at that time, then your users will start complaining that a model is becoming slow, it's taking time to load the data. So it's a bad practice keeping the redundant data. So we should get rid of the redundant tables. Redundant tables here means if you have everything on in the all orders, then why are you keeping these tables here? Because these tables data you have already up, right? Duplicate row is different. Here you have duplicate entire table, right? For example, your each table size is 2 MB. I'm just taking an example. I don't know how much is the size of each table here, but I'm just assuming, just to do a little math. Each table size is 2 MB, right? What you did, you consolidated all these tables in all orders. So now all order size is what? Simple maths. Now, what is the overall model size? How 88? It's 8 MB is this and 8 is this. So 8 plus 8, 16 MB. Now total model size is 16 MB. But don't you think that you are unnecessarily keeping these tables now here, right? So what we do in this case, we do not want these redundant tables. Otherwise, my data model size is getting double. And it's just about 8 MB. Think about 800 MB, 80 MB, 200 MB. Then it means 200 MB model will become 400 MB, right? So it's a bad practice. So what do we do? Can we delete these? No, deletion is not allowed because these tables are feeding the data to all orders. So you can't delete, but you can disable these tables. You can tell to these tables that do not come to the Power BI desktop, just stay in the backend for the processing purpose. So these tables can reside on the Power Query level. You know, these tables can stay in the Power Query level. These tables will not be loaded to the Power BI desktop. So how we do that? Let's go to the Power Query editor, click on the transform. And now I will right click on this table, on these base tables one by one. And here you have an option, enable load. I will remove this check mark from here. It means you will keep this table, but for the backend data processing. You can't delete it. Even if I show you, if I try to delete it, it says you can't delete because this table is being referenced in your all orders. So you cannot delete it. Deletion not allowed. So what we can do then? We can disable the table. Means we can tell this table that do not load the data to Power BI desktop, right? So we just right click and disable the load. It gives a message that in case if you use this table in any chart, then that will be broken, but we are not using this table in any chart. So ignore this message and click on continue. And once the table load is disabled, you will see the format or the font or the name of this is converted to the italic font. This is just to quickly identify that this table will not be loaded to the Power BI desktop. So right click, uncheck the load. Right click, uncheck the load. And right click, uncheck the load. So I, disabled the load for these four. We disabled the load for these four tables. We are disabling the load. We are not disabling the data refresh. New data will keep coming. So for these four base tables, we just right clicked and uncheck the option from enable load. It was enabled previously. I just clicked on it to disable. Got it? So we did the same thing for these four tables and then load this, click close. And now we click close and apply. See the magic? You have only one table here, not the. You have now only one table. So you have removed the data redundancy problem from, correct? And new data will keep coming. New data will be refreshing in these tables. I want to remove the duplicate order IDs in all orders. If we have any duplicate order ID, then those should be removed, correct? Or if you say that before removing, I want to see that do we have duplicates? So in that case, what you can do is, and you don't need to do this step, right? Just focus on my screen and understand, don't do this step. If you want to see that do we have duplicates, so you will go to keep rows and keep the duplicates. So it will be just keeping duplicates and it will show you that this is all the duplicate data. See the customer ID 7777 here coming twice. Customer ID 456, order ID 456 coming here twice with the same customer ID Deepak. Correct? So what I want to remove the duplicates. Right? This is just to see the duplicates. So I kept only duplicates. I undo this step. Right now I want to remove this here. I want to remove duplicate based ID, or maybe based on the matching of order ID and customer ID. Means wherever order ID and customer ID is same, select these two columns. Wherever order ID and customer ID is same, then remove those duplicates. So we go to remove rows and remove duplicate. Right? Sometimes you want to remove duplicate based on one column. Sometimes you want to remove two duplicates based on matching of two column, three. So selecting order ID, customer ID, then go to remove rows and remove duplicates. There you go. Now we have only one order ID for 456. And then you can go here and search for 456. And now you should see only one Deepak. Last time it was appearing here two. Undo the last step. I added here a filter just to test this data. I want to show you 7777. See, this one is also only one row now. Previously it was two. Got it? So this is how we remove the duplicates from the columns. And whatever the transformations we are doing here, these transformations will get applied on your new data automatically. So when the new data comes, automatically these transformations will get applied, on your newly loaded data. So it means these transformations, what you are doing, these are now automated for your. So to remove duplicates, if you want, then select the order ID and select customer ID. So I'm selecting these two columns. Okay. And then go to remove rows. And there you have remove duplicate. All right. And duplicates will be removed. And now let's click on close and apply. Load this data into the Power BI desktop. Done. Okay, so I see the question here in my data, there is still showing duplicacy of 10261 order ID, 10261. 10261. Yeah, that's because in this case, order ID is same, but customer ID is different, right? And we removed based on the matching of two. That's the reason. Now, let's see the next. Okay, so let's see another type of data source. And this data source which we'll be using now, this is called OData. So OData can be used sometimes when you want to pull data from a third-party applications, from any custom portal, from any custom applications, or you want to pull data through API, through web services. We have a data source. If you go to the dataset folder, go to dataset folder. There you will see a Northwind sample database OData link. If you open this notepad file, you will see a link here. This link is, a sample database. That's something similar you may have from your company also, which can give you the data of other applications, other portals. Okay. Just for the practicing and for the learning purpose, we will be using this link to get some more meaningful data. So there is a company called Northwind, and we have the data of that company, and that data is exposed through this URL. This is called a API or a OData URL. So we copy this, select this URL, and copy it. Okay. Now open the Power BI desktop. Open a new Power BI desktop file. So I have this new Power BI desktop file. Now in this, I want to load the data from a OData feed. So we go to the get data, and now in get data, we have multiple sources, and we have a data source called OData feed. OData feed is used when you want to pull data from any application, from any database, from any third-party tool. Okay. Above this, there is a web option also. This web is used when you want to pull a data from a website or from any web page, right? So below one, we'll be using this OData feed. Choose this OData feed, and then it will be asking for a URL. That URL we already copied, just paste that URL here. And now click OK. Once you click on OK, you will get a window for the credentials here. You will have to choose being anonymous. You can connect to this because this is a publicly open URL. But in practical cases, in your company's projects, you will be selecting your organizational account. There are different ways to authenticate to this URL, but for now, being anonymous, we can connect to this because it's open, no user ID password needed to connect this, just for the learning purpose. So click on the connect button using anonymous option. Click. When I click on connect, then Power BI will try to, connect with that URL. And once the connection is successful, you will see a list of tables here. Till now, we used to see 2, 3 tables only, but now we have a list of multiple tables. Well, first of all, it will depend on your requirements at what tables you want. And here in this case, we are going to select 5 tables, and we'll build our understanding on these 5 tables because we'll be using these 5 tables in rest of the other sessions also. So this is a company's database where this company is dealing with multiple categories. So select the categories table. This company dealing in multiple products, and the products belongs to these categories. They are selling beverages, dairy products, meat products, produce, seafood products, right? All different products this company is selling. These are the product categories. But for each category, we have the products also, and that data you have in the products table. Select the products table. So you can see for each category ID, we have the multiple. For one category, multiple products we have. Like for seafood, there are multiple types of seafoods. For dairy products, we have multiple dairy products. And then this company database has a customers table. So these are the customers of this company. So select the customers. Customers table contains all the customers information. And we have here orders. These customers have placed all these orders. And for each order, we have multiple order lines, multiple order details that goes to your order details. So selected the order details also. So we selecting these 5 tables. For now, all of you please select these 5 tables. And now let's click on the transform data. When you click on the transform data, these tables will get loaded to the Power Query Editor. 2 minutes just to go through to the all these tables and try to understand what kind of data these table contains, right? So I give you one for spending few minutes on the data. This is always rule number 1 to understand the data. If you are working ever on a new data, then spend some time, see if you understand that. If not, then in your company, you may need to reach out to some of your seniors, to your colleagues, to your business users, to your client to understand data. If you will have the better understanding of the data, then it will be easy for you to create models, visualizations, or bring some of the insights from this. Okay. So keeping this in mind, we will be doing the similar practice going forward, understanding data and creating a summary. Good. Now, if you look at this data here, in this data we have, in different tables. In different tables, we have a lot of different columns. Okay. What we want for now, this data, we want to, load it into the Power BI desktop. Right? When I say I want to load this in the Power BI desktop, of course, we'll click on the close and apply button. But before I load it, I want to show you one thing. Like when I'm in orders table, I scroll this and I found that in orders table, order date column has date and time, but time doesn't make any sense here. Everywhere you see 0000. In such cases, right, where you don't need the time, you need only the date, then you should change the data type of these type of columns. How do you change the data type? If I select the name of the column here, click on the column header, then you will see the data type of this column is right now date and time. So I want to make it only date, so I can change the data type from here and I can choose only the date. Or I can click on the icon. Before the column name, I see there is icon. I'll click on it and here I will make it date instead of the date and time. And the icons here are pretty, obvious. Like, okay, looking at this 1, 2, 3 means it's a whole number, right? Looking at this calendar with clock means it's a date and time, right? So all these icon tells you like ABC means it's a text type of a column. So we want to change the data type for these 3 columns: order date, required date, and ship date. I can change it one by one, or I will select all the 3 columns, date type of 3 columns I select here, and I'll right click. Sorry, not right click. I'll go to the data type option here on top, and then I'll make them date. So if you want to change the data type for multiple columns, then select all of them, go here and choose the date. If you want one by one, then you can right click or you can click on the icon and you can change the data type. So I make them as a date, and data type for these columns have been changed to date from date and time. Okay. And you will see here, of course, a step has been added, changed type. Now, if I scroll it, below the column names, you see there is a green line coming. below the column names, you see this green line coming, right? This green line called that column profiling. We call it column profiling. So this column profiling tells you the quality of the data in this column, health of the column. Just hover, bring your cursor on this line, and you will see that this column has all valid data, 0% error, 0%. This column has 0 error, 0 empty, 0 null, correct? All valid data. If you see this line, entire line color is green, it means all valid. But if you see somewhere like ship region, you see here the line color is black. So if I hover on it, then it will tell me the stats. Like we have around 61%, which is 507 rows. 61% blank, right? 61% is the blank data. So this way you can quickly identify that which column contains blank, which column contains errors, right? You don't need to go to every column, drop down and check it like, hey, do we have a blank here? You don't need to do it this way. You just look at the green line color and it quickly tells you like what is the health, what is the status of the column. Correct? Or currently you are, you need to hover here. If you do not want to hover it, what you can do, you can go to the view ribbon. Here you can enable column profile. Under the view ribbon, you can enable the column profile, column quality. When you enable the column quality under the view ribbon, you have column quality. When you enable column quality, you don't need to even hover. Without hovering, you will see the stats here directly. Like this column contains 61% blank data. So it becomes very easy, quick for you to know whether the data is correct in this column or it has some, right? Now you got to know, okay, ship region has a lot of blank null data here. Now, sometimes your requirement is like, I do not want to see the null data. I want to replace the nulls by, let's say, any text missing data or NA not available, not applicable, something like that. So the question here is, how can we replace the null value with some other meaningful value? So let's do that. And I'm not saying that always you should replace the nulls. That would be your call depending on working on your projects. I'm just telling you if you have this kind of a requirement, then how will you replace the nulls if needed? So we right click on the column header and choose here replace values. Right click on the column header and choose replace value. When we choose the replace values, here it will be asking that which value you want to find to replace. I want to replace null. And then this is case sensitive again. I see the null here is in a small case, NULL. So we just put null. And then I want to replace this null with, let's say, missing. So wherever I see null, it will get replaced by the missing. And now when I click OK, there you go. All the nulls have been replaced by missing data. And now you can see the line color is full green, 0 empty in this. Done. Now, similar way, you can, check out if there is any other null or if you want to replace. But generally, we do not replace the nulls for the date type of columns. Okay. All right. So now let's the option. Maybe you can just disable this column quality, disable the column quality, and then it should be fast, right? So if you have less RAM, if your laptop is slow, then do not enable this column quality. It will otherwise slow, right? Yeah, because if you have a less RAM, I have 16 GB RAM in my machine. Not 16, I guess I have 32 GB. Let me check. I forget. I think I have 32 GB RAM in my laptop. That's the reason you will see things are a little faster, right? If in your case, your laptop having 8 GB, 6 GB RAMs, then it will be slow slightly, right? So that's why it is not recommended if you have, a less RAM. Clear? All right. Done? Okay. So what we did, we just replaced the blanks, right? We just replaced the blank in our ship region column. This ship region column was having some of the blanks, so we replaced. How? Right click, replace values, and then we replaced null with the missing data. That's what we did, right? Now let's load this data, click close and apply. So going to the home ribbon and click close and apply. And this data will start loading to your Power BI desktop. After loading this data, if you go to the model view now, go to the model view and you can zoom out this little bit from the option here given. You have zoom in, zoom out option here. So zoom out it so that all the tables can fit in your screen. Go to the model view and you will see all of your tables loaded here, and these tables have detected the relationships. Now, when you look in this model view, you will notice all tables have got connected to each other, right? So these are, the in between the tables, and you can move these tables, like this. So in between these tables, you see these lines. These lines are called relationships or joins between the tables. So Power BI will automatically detect the relationships between the tables when you load the data, right? How it detects based on the similar column names and the similar data in your tables, Power BI detects these relationships. In most of the cases, these relationships will be correct, but if these relationships are not correct, then we will have to review these and correct as per the data understanding. Well, for now, we are just understanding this model view has these tables and these tables having the relationships connected to each other. All right, so save this PBI we'll be using tomorrow. So go to File, Save As, and browse this device. Let's call it O Data Feed, Demo O Data Feed, or whatever the name of the file.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Power BI training, which will enable you to learn skills like data preparation, data modeling, visualization, working with DAX, Power BI service and desktop, and deploying self-service analytics solutions. Through this course, you will master connecting to various data sources, transforming raw data with Power Query, creating interactive dashboards and reports, applying advanced DAX calculations, configuring workspaces, sharing insights via Power BI service, managing row-level security, and much more from top 1% industry experts and Microsoft certified trainers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transitions in the field of business intelligence and data analytics. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. And without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of Power BI.
You can download this document from here. It's a text file, and you can open it in your machine like this, and then start working on it. Most of the things you know already. Start first with pretty much all the steps I'm going to just show you, right, in this PBIX file. So the step one was to load the data from the given source, and the source which was given to you, this one, right? So of course you will have to copy this link inside the bracket. Sometimes people make a mistake, they copy the bracket also. No, inside the bracket you have a link, right? So you need to identify the right format of the link, and then you go to get data, choose O data feed, and paste this URL, connect, right? Once you connect, you will get a list of, a tables, and there in list of tables, you will be selecting the tables as per the instructions given. So the instructions given here to select orders, order details, customers, product category tables, and load them into the Power Query editor. So we're going to select these tables here. So these 5 tables we selected, and then click on transform data. And this data will be loaded to the Power Query editor. And now in Power Query editor, we will be performing some data cleaning. some data transformation. Right. So I know the other steps you guys have already done. So I'm just going to emphasize more on the fourth step, which was to add a product name column in the order details table. So I go to order details, and in order details, if you scroll it, you already have a product table merged here. So this table coming here as a merged query, right, as a merged table automatically because we are using a sample database. But in case if we do not get this product table here added by default, then we will use the merge queries option here we have. So I assume that I don't use the inbuilt merge tables, right? If I want, I can use them also, but I removed to see how do we merge manually if needed. So I will be adding merge queries. Click on the merge queries button. When I click on the merge queries, I got my order details table. And in this table, I want to merge which products table. Now, when I want to merge the products table, I need to select a common column in between these two tables. It's like a VLOOKUP thing. When you create a VLOOKUP, you need to select a common column in those, two sheets. So the common column here is product ID. I will have to select the common column in both the tables. This common column will behave like a join column or like a lookup column. After selecting this, then Power BI will automatically detect the join type. And this is what one of the participants was asking in the beginning of the class. So by default, it will be the left join where it will be checking all of your first table records in the second table, wherever it finds a match. If you want, you can change the join type, but generally we keep the first one. Left outer join means all the first table records will be checked in the second one. If a record found, then it will return the value. If record not found, then it will. So in short, here you have to just select the common column and then just when you click on OK, you got a merged table here now as a products, right? So products table has been merged into the order details. But we want product column from this table. We do not want everything. So what we'll do, we have a double-sided arrow button here on this merged table. We'll click on it. And here we get a list of all the products table column. Right? All the columns you see here, these all are from the products table. So we can extract, we can choose which column we want from the products table. So we wanted the product name. If you want other column, you can choose them. So for now, I select only. And here we have option enabled, like by default, the table name will come as a prefix. If you do not want the prefix, you can uncheck it. When you click OK, you have extracted the product name into product details. So now you have product IDs in order details, but against these product IDs, these are the product names. And these product names you pulled from the products table. It is like a SQL join, it is like a Excel VLOOKUP, correct? So merge query we use to pull a column from the another. Okay, another thing, if you want to extract, let's say if I go to the orders, in orders table, I have a column order date. And order date is the key column which is used to track all the orders when these orders were placed, when these orders were ordered or created. So using order date, I want to extract quarter, month, and yesterday that this column contains time, but time doesn't make any sense. So what I will do, I will prefer to change the data type to date instead of date time. Once this column became a date column, now I'll go to the add column, and under the add column ribbon, I have selecting this order date, I go to add column. And now here I have which I can choose and I'll get a new column. So if I want the year, I want to fetch the year from this order date, I'll go to year and will fetch year. You have other options also, like a start of year, end of year. Means if you want a first date of that year or the last date of the year, then you can choose the other two. But at this point of time, I want only. So I choose year, and a year column has been quickly extracted. Got it? So from that order date, we pulled year as a system. No need to write any code, no need to write any formula. Just you need to be aware all the buttons or the possibilities here. Let's do that for the quarter now. So I'm going to select my order date again. I'm selecting the order date again. Then again, I go to the same place, add column, date, and I choose quarter of year. When I choose quarter of year, it gives me the quarter numbers. So these are the quarter numbers, like 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the quarter numbers weeks. And you may have some different ways to do it. Maybe you first splitted the column in year, in quarter, and then you manually, doing the same thing in multiple steps, right? So you may have more than one way to do the same thing, right? That depends to your approach you are taking. But the one which I'm showing you right now, this is the best and the shortest path to extract date related components from a date column. Other options are also correct, but this is the quickest path. So to repeat on the quarter, what I did, you want to extract the quarter from where? From the order date. Everything we will extract from the order date, right? From this main date column. So order date, then add column and date. And you choose here whatever you want. So for example, you want quarter, just go quarter, pick the quarter of year, and that's it. It gave you the quarter number, right? So that date falls in which quarter you have extracted that year. Now, one thing, like you have this date here, quarters are coming as 1, 2, 3, 4, but generally we want to report or we want to show the quarters as like Q1 or like QTR1, QTR2, like that. So I want to add some prefix, right? So maybe you can replace the values one by one here, but again, that will, take a lot of time. So the shortest way is select the column. And this time I don't want a new column. I want to do this transformation in the existing column. So when you want to do something in the existing column, you go to the transform ribbon. So go to the transform ribbon. And in transform ribbon, you have an option under the format. Selecting the quarter column, go to transform ribbon and then format. Under format, you have options like add prefix. I took this prefix and what really you want to add, what text you want to add. Let's say I want to add Q or Q hyphen, whatever you want. You can just put that here and click OK. And that will get added as a prefix here quickly. See, you got your quarters added like Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, like this. No need to write any code, any formula and all. All right. So please try to. So to add a prefix, like I'm highlighting on the screen, you need to go to the transform ribbon and then format. Under the format, you have prefix option. Okay. And Mridul, I saw that while you were loading this data, you got an error. Let me just load this data in the Power BI desktop. So we know that we click on the close and apply for that. All right, and let me just save this file. Press Ctrl S. And you can save it with the name of demo of merge query or add year quarter like that. Okay. So I saved this PBX file. Okay, so I hope you got the clarity on these things. Now we want to talk about the relationships part, right? I closed this PBX file. Yesterday we created a file, okay, and in that file we were, we loaded the data. Okay, so I'm talking about this demo OData feed. So I believe you all created this file yesterday. In this, we loaded the data from the same OData feed and for the same 5 tables, correct? So I'm going to load this file. Let me just double click on this and I'll open it and I'll explain you the relationships concept in this and why we need the relation. All right, so after opening this file, I go to the model view. And now in model view, you have, some of the options below to adjust the screen. If you want to zoom in, zoom out, you have option to reset the layout or to fit all the tables in one page. Plus, you can close the data pane and properties pane so that you can have more space to see your all the tables here. Okay, so these tables have got these lines, and these lines are called relationships. So Power BI will detect these relationships automatically depending on data to data, depending on the tables you have. In most of the cases, Power BI will detect the correct relationships if your tables are having the correct naming conventions. Means if you have if your tables are having correct column names and the data is also same in those tables, then Power BI will do a good job creating the relationships. Relationship is nothing but just a join or a link between two tables based on a common matching. Like you do a VLOOKUP, right, based on a common column. Same way you just set up the relationships based on a common column. For now, I just want to focus only on these two tables, like customers and orders. If you want to see that this relationship is created, but based on which column, then you can bring your cursor on this relationship line and it will highlight that relationship exists based on these customer ID column. And customer ID column is, following the same naming convention in both the tables, and that is a best practice. It shouldn't be like here you have customer ID and in this you have, CID. Although you can create a relationship, but Power BI will not automatically detect in that case. Power BI will detect in case when the column names are same in the other tables. If data is same, then column name also should be same. Should not be like in this table, your customer ID column name is customer ID, but here it is CID. If column names are not, perfect, then auto detection of relationship will not work. In that case, you have to create these relationships. So let's see how do we create manually. If automatic relationships not created, then how do we create manually? So I'm just deleting this relationship and you will see how do we delete. Right click on the relationship line and delete. So let's suppose this relationship Power BI could not detect the relationship between these two tables. And it's not a mandate that every table will have the relationship. It depends, right? So do you think logically these two tables are related to each other, customer and orders? Do you think these tables are related? Of course, yes, as per my data, correct? So customers containing all the customers master data, or you can say customer is a dimension table. Orders table containing all the orders of whom? All the orders of customers. So it means, yes, logically, there is a connection in these two tables, right? We see a logical join, a logical connection between these two tables. So these two tables should have a relationship based on which column? A common column. So in this table, which column we have common? Now you can say that we have a city common column because we have a city here and we have a city here also. But is this the right or is this the most eligible column for creating the? Because you may have more than one column same, right? But No, city doesn't make the sense. It's not a best way, or it's not a most eligible column for linking the tables. Generally, you will be linking the tables based on the primary key table. So this is a master table. In master table, you have a primary key column, which will be always unique. It will never repeat. There will be always one row, one record for one customer ID. Customer names can be multiple, right? Let's say we have many customers with the name of, let's say one, with the name of Mayank, with the name of Mridul. We have many customers with the name of Ravina, right? But every customer's customer ID will be unique, right? So that's the way we identify the unique columns. This is going to be always unique, right? And now, is this unique column exist in anywhere in this table? Yes, it exists here. So it means the relationship will go between these two. Correct? Now, let's create that relationship. So you have two ways to create a relationship. One is drag and drop, or you can go to manage relationship, and from here, by going to manage relationship, you can create it. So you can simply drag and drop it from customer ID to customer ID, and be careful while dropping it. Do not drop it by mistake on employee ID, otherwise a wrong relationship will be created. So drop it exactly on customer ID. When you drop it, you get a window to review your relationships. So it's saying that you are creating a relationship between customer and orders table based on customer ID. Are you good? Yes, this is good. So click on the save. Although Power BI is saying that this relationship will be active, yes, we want active relationship. Cardinality is detected automatically, means in this table we will have only one row one for one customer ID, but in this table we may have many rows for one customer ID. So in this table we will have always one row for one customer ID, but here we may have many rows, and many is represented by asterisk, right? So here we may have, let's say, for example, we have a customer ID called ALFKI, right? This is one row only for one customer ID, but this customer has placed 10 orders, 20 orders, 100 orders. So means we may have many orders for one customer ID here. That's how Power BI identify the cardinality or the relation between the tables. It's one to many. Power BI will detect automatically. You don't need to do anything. This is just a FYI. And the cross filter direction is like customer table will be filtering the data in your orders table. If you say, I want to filter the data back to the customer table also, from orders to customer also, in that case, then you can make this from single to both. But single is generally best considering the part. So let's click on OK. And the moment we click on save here, a relationship will be created. And after creating the relationship, always you need to hover on this to make sure you created it on the right column, right? On the cross filter will come again. For now, keep in mind, we always prefer the single side relationship, right? Single side relationship is always best. It's kind of like one-way traffic or two-way traffic, right? So one-way traffic is always the safe side, you know, and how it makes sense, how it impacts if you keep the both side. We will learn those things gradually. But as a beginner, keep in mind always keep the single side. Right? If you keep it both sides, then data will start filtering in the all directions, and your model will start performing slow. Right. All right. So we created a relationship, verified the relationship, done. Okay, same way, same method you will have to apply to identify or create the relationship in the other tables also, right? Once you have created the relationship now, the question here is why it matters. Why are we creating the relationship? If we don't create the relationship, then what's wrong? Let's see. I'm going to the report view, and in the report view, I want to show all the, freight. I want to show the freight is a column given here, and I hope you understand this freight column means. Freight is like the shipping charges, delivery charges, right? When you place the orders. So consider is like a charge which is applicable when you ship a order, when you deliver an order. So you have a freight amount, like how much freight paid by your customers. I want to show how much freight paid by the customer. So I have a customer ID and contact name is the customer name. Contact name is customer. I want to I want to create a table or a bar chart or a line chart, and there I want to show freight by the contact names. If I want to show freight by contact name, then it means one column I will pull from this table, one column I'll pull from this table to show freight by contact names. So let's create this. We are going to the report view. On this report view, I'm going to take the first chart we have in the list. That is called stack bar. So let's add this visual. When you add, it will get added on your report like this. Increase the size of this little bit. You need to click on this and it will be added. Now in this chart, I want to add from the orders table. I drag and drop the freight column. You have a freight column here in orders table. Drag and drop this on your chart. When you drag and drop it, it will give you a bar like this is your overall freight value. But I want to split or show this overall freight by the contact name. So to show it by the contact name, I'm going to the customers and we'll pull this contact name column here, right? So drag and drop this contact name from the customers on this chart. And now you see it has detected the freight paid by the different customers. So this customer has paid the maximum freight, $6,683, right? And accordingly, you see the freight paid by the different customers, right? So in this case, you are pulling the data from these two tables where you see this green tick mark. Means for selected chart, these two tables are, showing or used to display the data. And these two tables are talking to each other because of the relationship. These two tables talking or communicating to each other because these are having the relationships. If I delete the relationship between these tables, then what will happen? Let's see. I go back to the model view, and for a moment, if I delete this relationship, right click and delete the relationship between orders and customers. If I delete the relationship from here, and if I go back to the report view, you will see this. So now, do you think this visual, this information makes any sense? No. Why? Because you have you have deleted the communication between these two tables. So if these two tables are not talking to each other, you can't use the columns of these tables for the visualization purpose. Now each bar is showing the same freight value, right? If each bar, for each customer, you see the same freight value, that's totally illogical. That doesn't make sense. So if you do not have the right relationships between the tables, you won't be able to use the data of these tables to create the visualizations. So relationships are the backbone of the data communication between your tables, right? And think about it in a real life scenario, right? If let's say you and your friend, you and your spouse, you and your cousins, you and your, any family member, if you don't have a relationship, then you can't exchange the thoughts, you can't exchange the things, you can't use, many things. So relationships are important in our life as a support system, right? We need relationships in our life as a support system. We want to use the things. If we will have a relationship, only then you can use. If let's say you and I don't have a relationship, then I won't allow you to use my laptop. I won't allow you to use my phone, right? But if we have a good relationship, then okay, you can take my laptop. You can exchange. We can exchange the information. We can exchange the data. Same thing is happening here, right? If the tables having the relationships, only then tables will exchange the data or the proper data will be displayed into the charts. That's the importance of creating the relationships or having the relationships in your tables, right? Otherwise, each and every table will become an individual entity. An individual entity will not be, helpful for visualizing, creating the charts by pulling information from this table, from that table, from that table. Correct? If I go back to the model view and I create this relationship back, customer ID to customer ID, and review it, and if I go back to the mod report view now, this visual makes sense. That's the importance of having relationships, having the communication between the tables. And this is just one thing I explained, right? There will be many things which won't work if you don't have the relationships. Like visualization will not work. Same way, calculations will not work if you don't create the relationships. Correct? And keep in mind, I'm not saying that you forcefully create the relationship between the tables. If somewhere it makes sense, if somewhere there is a need or there are some logical relation between the tables, you should create a relationship. If let's say you have a table which is not needed for the relationship, then that's fine. You can leave a table without the relationship, right? So relationship is like when you feel there is a need, you go back to the model view and create the relationship. So you will be working, parallelly in model view and the got it. So this is all about the relationship concept. Let me just open this PIX file. You can also open this one. Starting right now. So we are today about DAX. What is now we are going to talk about what is DAX, right? So let's try to understand what is DAX and how do we write these DAX formulas or DAX queries. First of all, let's talk about so DAX stands for data analysis expressions. It's very similar like Excel. I'm saying it's similar like Excel, right? It's not 100% same as Excel. So 60-70% formulas, functions are same. Excel works on cell reference, but DAX works on column or row reference. DAX has more than 200 functions, constants, operators, and even now the list has grown more than 300. DAX is mainly used to create some mathematical calculations, to add new columns, new tables, to perform different type of operations on the related data. In order to work with DAX, you must have the proper formatting or a proper data cleanup done and should have the right relationships in your tables. With the help of DAX, you can create formulas. All these formulas will return different values. Some DAX functions will return a single value. Some DAX functions will return multiple values, right? With the help of DAX, you can calculate some of the common calculations like year-on-year sales, running total sales, right? Profit calculations, or different calculations you can perform based on your data. So these calculations helps, to bring more insights out. Okay, so how do we write the DAX syntax? To write a DAX syntax, we start the formula like this: total sales is equal to sum of the line total. So line total is a column right? Just an example. And internet sales is a table name here. So table name will come with the reference of, the column always. This function is basically used to calculate the sum of this line total column. And whatever the value we get that will be, saved in this total sales, variable, or in this total sales DAX formula. We can use this one to create different charts. We can use this one, to visualize different things. In DAX, we have a list of functions, a lot of functions which belongs to date time category, time intelligence category, filter functions, and so on. So related to different categories, there are different functions. With the help of DAX, we can create calculated columns. Calculated columns are like, for example, you have some of the existing columns, but you need to calculate some new values, or you want to make some derived information. So for that, you will have to create a calculated column. Calculated column will not be the part of your model by default. Based on the needs, based on your project requirements, you have to calculate few values and bring that results into a new column. Creating calculated column, is recommended when you want to calculate some dimension values, or you want to calculate some aggregations. In order to create a calculated column, you have various ways. Like one option is you can go to the Power BI desktop. There you have a new column option. Okay. And from there, then you can pick modeling tab. Then again, you can go to the field section. From there, you can pick a new column, or you can right click on your data. And from there also you can create a new column. So basically there are many ways to create a new column. All right. So let's see in Power BI, how do we create these calculated columns? So I'm going to the Power BI desktop, and in Power BI desktop, we'll start creating the calculated columns. I'll show you some examples of calculated columns. So I'm going to the table view. Going to the table view, and here in the table view, I'll start creating the new column. So when I'm in the new table view, here I go to the customers table, and in the customers table, I want to add a location column. Let's say I have a city column, I have a country column. Okay, so, we have a column city and country. So let's suppose I want to concatenate these two columns. So we will have to write DAX formula. So to create a new column, you can right click here on this customers table. Right click on the customers table, and there is a second option for, I pick this option, new, and I'll just change the new column name here. Column name is, give some meaningful name, location. This formula bar is very similar like Excel's. Location is equal to, I write city. When I write C, I get a list of all the functions, tables, columns which begins from C. I'll narrow down the search by typing CITY. Here I see city is a column, which you see in the square brackets, that's a column. And before the column, always table reference or a table name will come. Press tab or pick that. So I got added the city column, then space. Spaces are optional, not mandate. Add ampersand operator, this is a concatenation operator. If you want to concatenate the values, then you should use this. And I want to add city with a separator, comma, and then country. So if I want to add a comma will be treated as a text value. So in double quotes, we always use a text value in double quotes. And then again, I add an ampersand operator, and now I want to pick country. So I'll search, narrow down this COUNTRY, and there I see my country column now. Search your columns here always by just typing them, right? So when I search country, here you go, country, and now press the enter. Once I press enter, I'll get a new column added, and this new column will have the concatenated value of city and the country, and we have a separator added as a comma, correct? So this is our very first DAX formula, right? Clear? We'll add some new calculated columns. We'll practice more with different pinning. And we are using the same PBX file. Now, I want to show you another example of calculated column. So this one, what you did here, a calculated column you added, fine. But if you go to the order details. In order details, you have columns like order ID, product ID, unit price. Unit price is what? Unit price is, the price of a single quantity of a quantity column you have and discount. Let's suppose I want to calculate the sales value or the revenue, how much revenue generated from this order, how much sales generated from. I want to calculate. We don't have a sales column available here, right? We don't have a sales amount, but is there a way that we can use and create the sales value or bring the sales? Right click here on the order details. I want to create a new column here. Right click and choose new column. Right click and choose new column. And in this new, my column name is sales is equal to unit price multiply quantity. Unit price multiply quantity, right? We can consider the discount also. We can remove the discount, right? Generally, discount we remove. We do not add the discount, we remove the discount. Okay? But I'm not considering the discount. Let's skip the discount thing for now. Okay, we'll talk about the discount later. For now, I just want to calculate the gross sales, right? The gross sales is like a unit price multiply the quantity. So just write this, press enter. This will give you a new column. In this new column, you will see the sales value for each line. You will see sales value for each line. If I want you to calculate, the discount amount. So today you have a discount column, but this discount column is not a number value. If you click on this drop down and you see the values are coming like this. What do you think? Is it a discount amount? Do you think logically, do you think we have given, discounts of 25 cents or 25 paisa, 15 cents, 15 paisa, right? 10.10, 0.05. Do you think the discounts are given like in these small amounts? So this is not an amount. This is a percentage value, right? So many times you need to build your understanding first, looking at the data. You need to use your business understanding, business acumens, right? Like what it is. And if you don't get the clarity, then you should, go to the business users. You should go to your subject matter expert, to the, functional leads, and try to understand, try to get the clarity, like what kind of data it is, right? The better clarity you have on your data, better dashboards you'll be able to create. So I realized that this is not a discount amount. This is a discount percentage. So, but percentage also not coming in the proper format. So first of all, this column is confusing me. It's not a discount, it's a discount percentage. So the best practice says column names should be correct, should relate to the data. So I'll double click on the column and I'll modify it at the end of discount. I'll add discount percentage. Does it make sense now? Yes, it clearly shows that this is a discount percentage column, but the values are like not in the percentage format. So I will have to format this column. I'll pick this column. Under the column tools, I'll add the percentage formatting. Correct? I'll add the percentage formatting. So the moment I click on percentage, all the values residing in this column will get converted to percentage. Now this makes sense. Like we given 25% discount, 10%, 6%, 20% discount, right? So data formatting is important. Otherwise, you will be doing a lot of things based on the guess. And we should not do guesswork. We should do the exact work what is needed, right? So build understanding, talk to the business leaders, the better understanding of your data you have, that will be good for you to build your complex models in Power BI, right? So you have got the discount percentage. Then could you please try to create another column here for the discount? I calculated the sales amount, right? Now I want you to calculate discount amount. So following the similar way, you need to create a new column for discount amount. Do a little brainstorming, like what calculation or what should be the way to calculate the discount. And this is, a very general data, right? You go for shopping on your day-to-day usage, right? So the similar way you calculate the discount, right? You will have to use that same logic here. So this is the sales value, and this much is the discount given, right? This percentage discount is given. So what exactly the discount amount, you got on that product or on that order. So just calculate a discount amount column. Try to do it. And to learn DAX, the best way is to do practice, right? So I'll start giving you these small exercises so that you do brainstorming, try to do the things by your own. So try to add a new calculated column which should show discount. To do it now. If I want to calculate discount amount, I will simply multiply discount value with sales. Right? Here you see that we haven't given any discount, it's 0% discount given. But if I scroll down this data, I saw that 20% discount is given. 20% discount given of what on what? On this sales. Right? So let's say this was the sales price. On the sales price, on the sales value, we are given 20% discount. So what exactly the discount amount was? For that, let's create a new calculated column in order details, new column, and we'll call it discount amount is equal to sales column multiply the discount percentage and press enter. And you got this column added and it has zero value because 0% discount was given on this first row, right? We didn't give any discount here, but if I scroll it down, you will notice here, right? Like wherever you see, like there was 100 was the sales value and 5% discount be given. So what exactly the discount amount is? That is around like 5. And this column is showing multiple decimal places. So we need to do the formatting. Selecting the column from column tools, we can change the formatting. Right now it is showing us the decimal places in auto format. We can click in auto and just say up to 2 decimal places, it should show the numbers. And now it will show me all the discount amounts up to 2 decimal places only. Right? Got it? So try to add this and format your discount amount to show 2 decimal places only. All right, so once you have calculated the discount amount, now you need to calculate net sales. Net sales is what? Net sales is simply subtracting this discount amount from the sales. Okay, subtracting this discount amount from the sales. So let's create another column here in order details, right click and new column. And this column name is net sales is equal to sales minus discount amount. And this way we have calculating our sales value excluding discount. So these type of scenarios, these type of requirements you may have while working with the data. Calculating these new calculations or performing these kind of things easy with the help of DAX. Okay. So these are the few examples we created of the calculated columns here. Of course, you will create the calculated columns depending on your project requirements. So try to add. Okay, I'm going to save as this file with the name of. So you guys can open this demo DAX file from here. Creating right now. Okay. All right. So we got all these calculated columns, done here. Now you may have different scenarios, different ways to add the calculated columns. Okay. For example, thanks everybody. So now we want to see some other examples here. So for that, I'm going to the orders table. I'm going now when you and the file name is demo.dax. Read the screen. On the screen, it's showing you, right, which file I'm using, demo.dax. Now I'm going to the orders table. In orders table, you have a column called order date and ship date. Let's say we are having dates on which these orders were placed, and we have the dates when these orders were shipped. Okay, so we have an order date, we have a ship date. Now we want to calculate how many days it took to ship the order, right? Let's say you guys also place the order on Amazon, on Flipkart, or on different e-commerce portals, right? And you also want to track, like, your order is shipped in 3 days, your orders took 5 days to ship, your orders shipped in one day. So same way here on this data also, we want to calculate how many days it took to ship these orders. For example, the first one, this order was placed on 5th of July, and this order shipped on 10th of July, right? So order was placed on 5th July and it shipped on 10th July. So it took 5 days to ship the order. And one thing I noticed, the date format should be consistent. Here I see the date format is like this, but here it's different. So we can change it. Selecting the order date, we can go here in the date format and keep this one. DDMMYY. I guess this one, this format we can keep. Right? Just to make sure that we are having the similar format for all the dates. So we want to calculate the difference between these two dates so that we can get the shipment in the dates. So if you want to find the difference between two dates, you use a DAX function called dateDiff. Let's see. So I'm creating a new column in orders table, new column in orders. Column name is shipment days is equal to, function name is dateDiff. Whenever we want to calculate the difference between the dates, we use this function. It is asking that what is your date one? My date one is this function. All the functions will have a list of arguments you need to pass and a description. So this function will return the number of units you provide, which will return the difference between two dates. So first date is order date without a space. And whenever you use a date column, you get a suggestions here like dot date, dot month, dot. We don't do anything here, just add comma. The moment I add comma, now it is asking or it is highlighting the second argument which I need to provide. So to provide the second argument here, now I'm going to use shipped date, right? And you can use the required date if you want, right? Or if you don't have this one. Then again, don't pick anything from this dot suggestion, just comma. And you want to add the interval now, means you want the difference in hours, in minute, in quarter, in week, in year, or in day. I want the difference in days. So I pick the day option here and close the bracket, press enter. Now, you see, you got a new column added, which tells you like these are the shipment days, means first order took 5 days to ship, second order took 10 days to ship. Likewise, data appearing for all the orders here. Now, I want to, create a few more calculations, few more things here. So far, we created a calculated columns, but we may have few requirements where we can create the calculated tables. So think about it that you have a categories table, you have customer table, order details, orders, products. If in case you want to create a separate table, and there you want just the aggregated data or a summarized data. And I can say like you want to create a small or a pivot table. In that pivot table, you should have the selected columns data. And for those selected columns data, you want to, roll up or you want to summarize some of the information. So I'll give you an example on the orders table. In orders table, you have your columns, and in this table, we have few columns like ship city, ship country, and freight. Okay. Let's suppose I want to create another table, and in that table, I want city-wise sum of the freight, right? For each city, I want freight sum. If I apply a filter just to show you this, if I put a filter here on ship city and I just choose here Berlin, for Berlin, we have 6 lines coming here, right? So for Berlin, we have 6 lines coming. So how much freight paid by the Berlin customers is this? So in this case, then I will have to, sum this total freight value, and then I'll get to know, okay, for Berlin, this is the, let's say X amount of the freight Berlin customers or people from Berlin have paid on the orders. If I want a separate table where I need just the aggregated or a pivot table, so I want to summarize this table or pivot this table based on ship city. Or if I want, I can include the other columns also like ship country and all, but let's say just do it on the ship city and freight. So I will be doing the grouping based on ship city, or I will include ship country also. And I want to do the sum of the freight column, right? So at the end of the day, I want to create some sort of, kind of summarize or a group table or a summarized table, right? And for that, I need a separate table, correct? So let me clear the filter. So let's see how do we create some of the derived tables or some of the calculated tables if needed sometimes. So we go to the table tools ribbon. Under table tools ribbon, we have, under the table tools ribbon, we have an option here called new table, right? You see new table. If I pick this new table option, it will add a blank table and gives you a formula bar. In this formula bar, you can start writing your table name. So my table name is, let's say, rate roll up, right? Or whatever the name of the table you want, right? It's just a table name, so give some meaningful name. So I would say rate roll up is equal to use summarize function. Summarize function, will be used to pivot or group your data. I want to summarize this, and inside the summarize function, you can see you can pass a table. So which table data you want to summarize? Orders table data. So I will just type here orders, pick this orders, comma. Now you want to do the grouping based on which column. You want the grouping on city, on country, or on which column. So you have to provide that column. I want to group this data based on the ship city. So I will type ship city. Right, this is the first level of grouping, comma. If in case you want, you can add the second, group by column. So I want to add the second column for ship country. Depending on your needs, you can add a number of columns here. For now, I'm just going with these two. Then I want to add sum of the freight, and the output of sum of freight will come in a column. What should be the name of that column? I will define here. In double quotes, I will write column name. Let's say this is total freight. Okay. Then after the double quotes, I'll add a comma. And now I will define the expression, like what should be the calculation to calculate freight. So I will use sum of the freight. Right. Close the sum bracket, close the summarize bracket, and now press enter. It will create a new table with the name of freight rollup. And here you see data, combined, or data is just pivoted for these 3 columns: ship city, ship country, and the freight. If I show you the same thing, I put a filter here on Berlin. Last time we saw there were 6 lines coming for Berlin, but now only 1 line came for Berlin because we have summarized, we have summed up all those Berlin's lines in one single line, right? And there we are just doing the sum of the freight. And the sum of freight is coming as a column, as output in total freight. Correct. So that's the benefit of the summarize function. It rolls up your data, it pivots your data, right? It's very similar like group by. Okay. Try to write this and create a new calculated table. So whatever the columns we need purely depends on requirements. Everything, whatever you do in Power BI depends on your requirement, right? If somebody asks you to create a chart and there to create the chart, you think that creating a separate table will be a best option, then go and create a separate table like this. Okay. So things, what you need depends on your needs, on your project requirement. Doable. Now, the next thing is I'm going to the order details table, right? I'm going to the order details table back. In this table, I want to bring product name. You have a product IDs here, right, in this table. For each product ID, I have a product name, but that data I'm maintaining in a separate table. That data is being maintained in my products table. Like here I have product ID 1 means chai, product ID 2 means chang, product ID 3 means any seed syrup, right? For each product IDs, we have the product names in this dedicated products table. If I go to the order details, here the need is for each product ID, I want to see what is the product name. For this product ID, what is the product name? For this product ID, what is the product name? I want to bring a product name column here. How we do this in Excel? We just do a VLOOKUP and we can bring that column, right? So how can we bring that column? We can do the same thing through Power Query Editor using the merge option, merge query. But how to achieve this thing through DAX? Do we have a way to do the same thing through DAX? Yes. And it is even more simpler than the merge query, more simpler than the VLOOKUP. See how easy DAX is. Create a new column, right? Create a new column in order details. Here the column name is product name, or whatever the name of the column you want is equal to. Use the function called related. This related function is used to bring a value from the another column. If you want to bring a value from another column, you use this related function, right? If you want to bring maybe from the another table. So you want the data here from the products table. Search for products. From the products table, I need this product name. And in case if you want another column, you can pick that from this list. I want the product name. I pick this product name, close the related bracket, and that's all. Simple, easy, and done. For each product ID, you have pulled in the product names. And I'm sure you will be wondering that how is this magic happening? Like where we defined that this should be the mapping, this should be the the join. How Power BI knows that for product ID 65, this is the product name? How system knows that? Because of the relationships. Remember when I was explaining the relationship concept, I told you relationship controls the data flow between the tables. Relationships are important for your DAX calculations, for bringing the data, for flowing the data. So in between, if I go to the model view now, in between my order details and products, I am having a valid relationship here, right? And with the help of this relationship, system knows, Power BI knows that for this ID, this is the product name. So we have linked these two tables on product ID. And once the connection is already there, I can pull whatever I want. I don't need to define that connection every time like we do in the VLOOKUP. In VLOOKUP, every time we add that, that matching column, correct? But here we are controlling it through the relationships. If we will not have the relationship, then related will not work. Do you want to see? Okay, so just to show you, I'm deleting this relationship. Let's assume that we don't have relationship in products and order details, means these two tables don't talk to each other. these two tables don't know each other, then your related function won't work. It will throw error. It says that either the relationship doesn't exist or the table doesn't exist. I mean, there is no context to filter or to, establish the communication between products and order details table. So these two tables, this order details and this product, are not talking to each other anymore because no relationship. If no relationship, then your some of the functions like related, and there are a few more, will not work. These functions will behave correctly if you have the valid relationship between the tables. That's the reason I told you relationships are the backbone of your. So I go back to the model view and I bring this relationship back between order details and products by product ID to product ID. And that's what we learned in the last class we learned about, right? We understood about the relationship concept. So I created this relationship back. And once we have the valid relationship, it means these tables have, started talking each other. These tables will control the data flow. So all sorted, related started working. So things are connected with the relationships, right? So it's not just using the related, it's all about to know how related works, what things are dependent to work this related function, right? Hope you got the clear, better understanding. Try to add this product. All right, so done. Now the next thing, if you look in this, table, right, we have a column called net sales. I want to calculate a column here based on the sales value. If the net sales value is above $500, right, or above 500, then that should show me as a large order. If the sales value is less than, if the net sales value is less than 500, then it's a small order. If net sales is above 500, then it's a large order. So I want to create kind of a bucket or a category of the orders type based on the net sales value. In this case, we'll be using if function, right? Common one, if function, exactly like if. So let's add a new column, order details, new column. Column name is order size, or whatever the name of the column you want, is equal to if. And when I use if, it gives me the description of the function and it gives me, the arguments I need to pass here. So if function will be returning you the value if the condition is true. If condition is false, then it will be returning another value. So here you will have to provide what condition you want to test, your logical test. That is sales. I will reuse the net sales less than 500. If less than, or maybe less than equal to whatever you need, right? If sales is less than 500, comma, if this condition is true, if this condition satisfied the criteria, then what should happen? Then right here, what should happen for the true, for this case, if this is true, if this condition met, then I want to display, let's say, small order. If it's less than 500, then I will say it's a small order, right? Comma. If this condition is not true, then it will execute the false part. If this condition is not true, means if sales is 600, 700, or something else above 500, then it should go to the else section. It means then it's a large order. Close the if function. And this if is exact same like if, like Excel formulas. Like we use if else in Excel, same way we use in DAX, no difference. So now wherever you see your sales is less than 500, it's a small order. And if you somewhere sales is above 500, that's a large order. Correct? So try to write it, create a new column and use the if function. We can, add another conditions in it. For example, if it's less than 100, then do this. If less than 500, then do this. If less than 1,000, then do this. If less than 1,500, then do this. we can, add more and more conditions in it. Okay. But those things, I do not want to make it, more complicated right now. Today we are going to create the measures. So yesterday we created calculated columns and today we will be creating measures. Okay. What are the measures? Your aggregated actions, which you can use for the visualizers. Measures will not consume any space in your data. Like when you created a calculated column, you see it is consuming some space. A calculated table is also consuming some space. But measures will not consume any space in your model. Measures are always the lightweight calculation. Measures you can, use whenever you want to perform your uh, metric calculations, or let's say you have identified the KPIs which you want to identify or you want to analyze in your data. For all those things, for all the KPIs, you will be creating the measures. So, for example, you want to, if I give you, let's say, COVID data set, right? I give you COVID data set. So, what kind of KPIs, you will be creating? So, let's say this is COVID data set we have, right? And we all understand this data. So what kind of things you are going to analyze from this data? So using the COVID data set, I think the number one KPI is total cases, right? And recovered cases, right? Total hospitals, total beds, correct? And you can calculate like total, vaccinated patients or vaccination cases, right? So these are some of the KPIs which you want to, analyze using this COVID data. If I give you HR data set, if I give you HR data set, then what kind of KPIs you will be analyzing using that? Number one is total employees. Then maybe we want a bifurcation of male count, male employees, female employees, right? We want total departments, right? Average salary of, right? So you can say average tenure, right? Average tenure of employee in the company means since how long employees are, staying in the company, right? General average tenure of the companies. Designation, again, what you want to analyze using the designation, right? Or maybe instead of designation, we can say salary growth rate. Yeah, that makes sense. Correct. Salary growth rate. That's good point. Attrition rate, right? The employees leaving the companies, right? So how many employees have left the company? How many, left by their own choice, and what was, laid off by the company, and new joiners, right? So these are, the KPIs or the pointers which we want to identify or we want to analyze using the HR data. Now think about it. You have sales data set. Using the sales data set, what KPIs you will be, analyzing? So of course, first of all, total sales value, then total profit value, right? And then you want to identify your margin, right? And you may want to analyze what do you think using the sales data? Loss, correct? Plan, budget, whatever your company calls it, right? Growth, right? Growth rate, it can be year over year, quarter over quarter, right? And many more, right? Correct. So this way, you need to identify in the beginning of the project, like what KPIs you want to visualize, right? Let's say if your manager or if your, company asks you create a sales dashboard, then your first question should be, okay, who are the audience? Who are the audience of the sales dashboard? What KPIs or what data we want to analyze? You have to list down all the things, and then you should start identifying this in the data. Correct. So whatever the KPIs you identify, for all these, you need to create the measures. Correct. So whatever the KPIs you identify or whatever the data you want to analyze, for everything, you need to create measures. All right, so let's start creating one by one. Now, if I go to the report view, and under the report view, I have a couple of pages like page 1, page 2. I can go to the plus tab, create a new page. On this new page, this white page you see, this is called canvas. This white area, white space you see, this is called canvas. On this canvas now, I want to show my total sales. Okay. So one option is I pick this card visual. I take this card visual and then go to order details. You go to the card visual, take order details. And here we have this sales column already, or we will be using this net sales. I have this calculated column. I can use this net sales column on this card. I drag and drop, and I got this, data displayed here. So it shows that my total sales is 1.27 million. So what I did, I used this column, I used my column directly on the card for data visualization. You can do it, no problem, but it's not a best practice. It won't give you the flexibility to calculate more information or to calculate more things around the net sales. So this is one of the way, but not the best way. What is the best way? Let's see that. So I will avoid pulling the columns directly, these numeric or these, numbers columns on the card. I will avoid doing it. Instead of this, I deleted that. Instead of this, I will create a measure first. And in the measure, I will do the sum of this net sales. And that measure I will visualize. Okay. So let me create a measure, right? So you can create the measures in any of the table, right? Although best practice says that measures should reside in a separate dedicated table, but as a beginner, let's start with it. We right click on the order details and choose new measure. Order details, new measure. And here I got a formula bar. I'll be writing the measure name. I call it, let's say, total net sales. Total net sales is sales X. Now, here we are going to use the sum. Your measures will always start. Okay. So sum, and which column I want to sum here? I want to sum the values of net sales. So I will use net sales here then and close this bracket. And this way I have aggregated all the data of this net sales column in this measure. And once the measure is created, you will see measure is appearing here, and it has a icon like calculator, right? So it's a calculation. Measures will always have the calculations, aggregations like sum, count, min, max, average, right? These kind of. This measure I will be using for the card visual. I took a card visual here, and this time I will add this, measure into this card. I will get the same result, but this is the best practice to visualize the data, to visualize your KPIs. So long story short is whatever the KPIs you want as per your project requirement, you need to create the measures for those KPIs, and then those measures should be used for the data visualization. So try to create a measure, visualize it in the card, and see if you get the same number. Yeah, so now I'm going to create another value here. So we are showing this is my total net sales. Okay. But I want to, format this 1.27 million, right? Is it in dollar? It's in euro, it's in Indian rupees. What, currency it is. So I want to add the currency symbol. To add a currency symbol, I told you previously also, just select your column or the measure name, click on the name here, and you will see measure tools on top. If you click on the column, you will see column tools. If you click on the name of table, you will see table tools. Simple. Click on name of column, column tools. If you click on measure name, you see measure tools. Now, here you see this currency symbol, right? Dollar. You can click on the drop down arrow and you can pick whatever the currency symbol you want for your company, for your project. I'm going to use dollar here. And here you see a dollar sign has been added with your value. So this makes more sense. Now I add another card here, and in that card, I want to show how many total orders. I want to show total orders. When I say total orders, right? Should I do the sum or should I do count in this? When I say how many orders we have, how many orders we have. So should we call it sum? We should do sum or we should do correct. We can't do the sum for orders, right? We want to count these orders. So that's how we need to first think, like what KPI we want, and to create that KPI, what would be the logic, correct? So if I want to show total orders, then it means I should be doing the count of order. But to do the count of order, I need to pick a column which I want to count. So in my orders table, I have an order ID. This order ID will be always unique, right? So I can simply count the order IDs. Order IDs count means total. Okay? So let's go to and as I said, measures don't have any physical existence. You can create the measures in any of the table, right? So I'm creating this measure in orders table. The previous one I created in order details. This one I'm creating in orders. Right click on the orders, take new measure. And the measure name is orders count is equal to, I will use a function called distinct count. Distinct count will count the unique values. It will ignore, it will, skip the duplicates. It will, avoid the duplicate. So distinct count function will count the unique values only. If two lines are coming for same order ID, then those two lines will be counted as one, right? If order ID is same. So I want to count order ID from the orders table, right? And now close the bracket. Press enter. I got this measure added, orders count. I will take another card. I will have to click first somewhere outside to deselect the existing one. Click somewhere outside, deselect the existing one. Now take a new card, click on it, and now drag and drop this measure here in this orders count. That's it. So your total orders are 8. Distinct count we are using to get the unique orders, right? Today we have unique orders, but in future we may have a duplicate line coming in this. So then one order will be counted 2 times. So we took a proactive approach. If in future any duplicate comes, that will be handled automatically. If you say, no, that's not the case in my data, we will always have the unique in this column by default, then it's okay. You can use the normal count function. Instead of distinct count, you can use count. Distinct count is a safer approach, a proactive approach if in future duplicate comes. Okay, so your total customers count should be 91, right? For total customers, we will have to simply count the customers, okay? And for freight, we will be doing the sum of the freight column, as we have a freight column in our orders column. So we'll have to just do the sum of the freight, and we should add the dollar sign with the freight, because freight is a value and total customers is a count. Correct? So your freight should be 64.9. Not able to do it. Let me show. So I created a measure in the orders table, right click and new measure. And now the measure name is going to be total freight. Give some meaningful names to your measures, columns, right? Follow the naming conventions. And now I want to use the sum of the freight column. It's there in your orders table. We have the freight column. All right. Press enter. And now we will be, taking a card. In this card now, we will add this freight, total freight. Okay. And then select the freight measure, click on the name of the measure, and then we'll click on the dollar icon. We should follow the consistency in formatting. Okay. Now you see freight value is less, so it's by default coming in the thousands with K, and your sales value is a big value, so that is coming into the millions. So Power BI visualizations having this kind of a for auto formatting, right? These visuals values will get adjusted automatically depending on the value size, right? If it's becoming more higher side, then it will automatically show it in the billions or trillions. Okay. Power BI follow the US standards, right? Global standards, thousands, million, billion, trillions. It doesn't have the options for lakh, crores like that. But yeah, there are some custom ways, custom techniques we can achieve that also. But by default, it shows you the thousands, millions, billion, trillions, right? So this is called a display unit. So the numbers display unit here is million. Here the display unit is thousand. Now, if I want to create another measure for the customers count, right click here and new measure. And measure name is total customers is equal to, as I said, this thing count is always a safe side count. And I want to count the customer ID. Customer ID is the unique column. You can pick it from the customers table, right? So I add another card. In this, I'm adding this total customers. So this is how we create the measures. Okay, and these measures are used for the data visualization. Now, next thing is I want to calculate. You have calculated the total net sales. Okay, but can you tell me what is, and this sales value, what we are seeing here, this is the overall sales. We want to calculate what is the sales for a specific year, or what is the sales for 1996, what is the sales for 1998. The data what I'm using right now, this is just all the dummy data, and I have data of 96 to 98, right? 1996, 1997, 1998, 3 years of dummy data I'm using. Okay, all these things you will have to use on your actual project data. So now I want to see here these numbers for a specific year. So for that, you have two options. One option is you can create a measure for 1996 or 1997 or 1998. Means you can create a measure for a specific year based on your specific calculation, or you can add a filter on this report. You don't need to create a measure for everything. Many things you will control with the help of slicer. Slicer is the filter, right? So we are going to use this slicer, click on it, and make sure that you click first outside somewhere, right? Otherwise, what will happen? You are selecting this card and you clicked on the slicer. So what will happen? Your existing visual, sometimes will get changed. So the best practice is click outside and then nothing is selected. Now take the slicer. Okay. I move the slicer here. Increase the height of the slicer. In this slicer now, I will add year. In order to add the year, I will be going to my orders table. In order in orders table, I have order date. If I expand the order date, we have a date hierarchy. In date hierarchy, we have year. In this date hierarchy, we have the year. So what I'll do, I'll be adding this year. I do not want the whole date hierarchy. I want the year component only. So I will just drag and drop this year in this slicer. I drag and drop the year in the slice. And this is coming as like a start year, end year, and a slider. I want a drop down, right? I want a list of the years. For that, we have to change the property of the slicer. All the visuals having some. Now I'll be going to selecting this chart. I'll go to this tab, middle tab, that is called Format Your Visual. This tab contains all the properties, you can adjust for the visualization. So for the selected chart is slicer. I'll go to the format. And now here you see slicer settings. Under the slicer settings, you have a style option. If you go there, you have an option here called vertical list. You have many options. You can pick vertical list. Pick this vertical, and here you go. You got this populated. This is your 1996, 1997, 1998, right? These three values are now coming here. So you can select, let's say, this year, and the data will get filtered. You select 1997, data will filter. So whatever the year data you want to see, you can just click here and data will change. Data will get filtered. You can select more than 1 year, press Control key and select. Got it? So 1997 and 1998 sales is 1.06 million. So this is how we add the filters using slicers. We can change the slicer style, whether we want a list or a drop down or a tile, whatever. If you want a tile, then these slicers value will come as like tile as a buttons. Now I can select 96, 97, 98, or again the same thing. Pressing Control, you can select. Basically, it's the different style of adding the slicer. This is a tile slicer. This is a list slicer, right? And this is a drop-down slicer. So multiple flavors you have of the slicers, basically different styles of, providing the slicer, providing a filter. And the goal of the slicer is to filter to see. Like you apply the filters, guys, in your, when you do some shopping in Flipkart and Amazon, you apply some filters, right? Like you are filtering a mobile phone, right? So what do? You go to the RAM, apply 6 GB, 8 GB, then you go to the storage, 256 GB, right? Then you go to the price range, you apply a filter. So that same thing you are doing here. It's just a filters for you, right? So whatever you want, you can click here. If you want more than one value, press the control and then click. If you want to select more than one item in the slicer, okay? So we got added this year slicer. Now I want to add another slicer here for category. Right? So I will click outside first. I'll take another slicer. Take a new slicer. I'll place it just below the year. In this, I'll add category name. From the categories table, we have category name. In categories table, we have category name. Just drag and drop the category name in this slicer. You got a list of all the categories. And now you can select whatever you want to see. Let's say you want to see the data for seafood category. Select seafood. Look at this, right? Select beverages. Look at this, right? Or you can add this, you can filter this, add this filter, change this filter as a tile, as a drop down. Currently it's a list slicer. So different types of the done. Now, if in case this total sales you added in a card visual, what was the total net sales? Total net sales was a measure. You took a measure, you added it into a card visual. What if I want to show this total net sales measure value in a bar chart? So for this, simply I'll click first outside somewhere and I'll take the first visual in the list, which is called stack bar chart. I took this chart, placing it somewhere here. And now I'll add this total net sales. So you need to search net sales. So you can go to the search area here and search for net sales. So you have a column net sales and a measure for net sales. So we use measures always for the visualization purpose. So I pull this total net sales on the bar chart. It shows that this is my overall net sales. Okay, this is overall net sales. But I want to split this net sales by country. So I have a country column also. If you go to the customers table, your customers table contains country. Just add this country column, drag and drop to your bar chart. So what will happen? That overall sales now has been, splitted by different countries. So you can see that USA sales is this, Germany sales is this, and if you sum up, if you combine all the country sales, then it will make up this. And now if you do the filtration, slicing, dicing, so you will see, wow, it's showing you all the values, all the filters are working with your values, data is changing. So you are giving a flexibility to your users to change or to slice and dice the data, whatever they want. Got it? So try to add this chart. And when you add, drag drop, when you do of country and the measure, this visual will automatically adjust your country to the y-axis and the net sales to the x-axis. Instead of dragging and dropping it on the visual, you can adjust to them. You can drag drop here also, right? But if you drag drop it on the visual, visuals will automatically adjust. Okay, so try to add this bar chart and then interact with this. All right, now we'll start adding some of some of the other visuals. Till now, I was just adding the things in bits and pieces, but now we will add everything with all the best practices. We'll try to create a proper design of the report with proper header, footer, and other visual items. Best practice says you should keep your measures in a dedicated table. Currently, what I did, I created few measures in this table, few measures I created in the order details, and going forward, we can create these measures in different tables. So the best practice is to have all these measures created in only one table. So we are thinking to create a dedicated separate table, right? And in that we'll keep all our measures. Going forward, if new measure is needed, we will create in this new table. But what about those measures which we have already created? We can move those measures in this new table. Okay, let's create a new table. To create a new table, you need to go to the insert. You need to go to the home ribbon. Under the home ribbon, you have an option here called enter data. This enter data option can be used to create a static table. It's not a DAX table. This table you are not creating through DAX. This is going to be a static table. Through DAX, what we saw yesterday, that was a dynamic table. This is a static table. This can be used sometimes if you want to, create some sort of, some dummy data you want to keep, or some small tables you want to keep, or some, dedicated tables if in case you want to create like for a measure table. So for that purpose, you can use this one. This is going to be like you want to maintain some data in Excel. Instead of maintaining that data in Excel, better you just copy paste that data here. But the data which you are pasting here, that won't be dynamically changing. You will, in case if you want to edit a row, then you have to go here and modify that value. Correct? That's how it is used. So under the home ribbon, we have enter data. Click on it. And now you can add columns. You can add more columns, more rows. You can paste your data here also. But I don't need anything in this. I want a blank table, right? But I will change the name of the table below. You see table name. Just call it a key measures. or whatever the name of the table you want, right? Key measures. And then load. When you click on this load, this table will be loaded in your model here. And it's a blank table, we don't have any data in it. So now this table has been loaded. You can see key measures, but this key measures table contains, just one blank column. If I go to the table view, from the table view, I show you key measures. This is my key measures table. We don't have anything in it, just have a one column. That one column will come with measure, right? So now we want to move our measures, the existing measures, we want to move in this table. How? See, one option is you move one by one, or the another option is you go to the model view, right? In model view, you will be, going to your orders table in your model view, right click on the orders table and choose select measures. When you select the measures, all the measures which you have, these will get selected automatically. Instead of selecting them one by one, these measures will be selected in one shot. Now, for these selected measures, right, these selected measures are residing right now in orders table. I want to move them to the key measures table. So I will expand this properties pane. For the selected measures right now, home table is orders. And where do we want to move these? In key measures. Okay. So we'll click on this home table and pick here key, right? So click on key measures. And what will happen? These selected measures now moved to my key measures table. See, in key measures table, I have moved these measures here. It is not a mandate, but a good practice to organize your measures in one single table rather than having your measures here and there in different table. But going forward, if you want to create new measures, you will have to right click on the key measures and then edit. I created a measure table first, key measures, and then I moved the measures from other table, from the orders table to this table. That's what I did. Correct? These measures were residing in the orders, and now I moved them to this table. Look at the measure icon. Measure icon looks like a calculator, but the table icon is different. And it would be great if I change this table icon also like a calculator. Then we can officially declare that this is purely and purely a measure table, right? So I want to change the icon of this table, right? So what we do for that? Simple trick. This column one you have here, it's a blank column, no data. Just hide this. Don't delete, just hide this. Right click on this column one and hide in report view. And the moment you hide this column, automatically your table icon will change. There you go. Right? So look at the other table icons and this table icon. So this clearly represents that this is a pure measure table containing all the measures at one, right? And when you will be using this, from your report view, here you will see your measure table coming on top, which has a measure icon and all the measures residing here. Here you won't see that column because that is hidden for the report view. So what we did, we just hide this one column. Column one was there in your key measures. We are hiding this. Right click and hide it. Got it? Okay, now the next thing is we want to, start building some more visualization things here. So to create the effective visualization, we some of the headers, some footer, and some other things to add on this report view. So now on the report view, these kind of some pages we added just to understand few things just to understand the measures behavior, to understand, you know, uh, these charts and slices. So I want to create a new report now or a new page with a proper best practice of the visualization. So for that, I need to delete all the pages which I have here, and I'll create a new page. So take a new page first. This new page name, I change, double click on the new page here, and let's call it summary or whatever the name of the page you want. Let's call it summary. Okay, and the other pages which I had here, I'm going to delete them. Right click on the page and delete. Except summary, I'm deleting all the other pages, cleaning it up, and now I have only one summary page, which is blank. On summary page, we want to add a report header, right? First of all, you should design, you should have, you should think like what kind of a design or what kind of a layout you want to keep for your report. So for example, I want a report header and I want a report footer, right? You should think about the design, like what kind of the look and feel, what kind of the, a mock-up, should be finalized. And then this is space I want to use for the company logo. And here I want to add some of the filters on top. And then this is space what I have, I want to add some of the card visuals. And then in the rest of the space, I want to add some of the pie charts. I want to add some of the line charts, right? So you should do some kind of a design or some kind of a mock-up you should prepare with the help of your business users, with the help of your report users, what exactly they want or how exactly they want to see all this data. And once all this thing is ready, then you can, or you can check out some of the sample designs by going to the, a website. If you go to, browser, and there if you search for Power BI data story gallery, you will see thousands of sample designs are available here. You have thousands of sample designs are available here. So you will get a lot of idea, like what kind of color combinations, charts, what kind of the style, look and feel people are keeping. Correct. So this will give you a lot of idea, a lot of food for thought, like what or how you can visualize your data. Clear? All right. So what we want here, we want to add some visual elements. For that, we go to the insert ribbon. Under the insert ribbon, we have these visual. From these visual elements, we can pick a couple. Like you see now, under the visual elements, you have image, you have buttons, you have, text box, you have the shapes, right? I'm talking about all these sections here. So I'm going to take a, a line. I want to add a header line. And report design, so the look and feel has no limit, right? So I'm going to the shape and picking this line from here. Now you will have to, okay, it will keep popping up you now, this sign in message. Okay, so you see this line you have added. Okay, we'll fix this, sign in thing. You added this line. You need to reduce its height. Look at the height of this line. Correct. Do you really want that much of the height for this line? What you need is you need to reduce its height, right? If you keep that much of a height, then it means you are wasting the space on the canvas. So reduce the height of the line and increase the width. Pick it from the corners you see here, and you can increase its height, its width. When you're increasing the width, do not increase height like this. If you are increasing unnecessarily, it means you are wasting the space, and then visuals will, have some overlap on each other, and that will create a lot of problems. So keep it less height and full width, and then you can move it to top. Pick it from the three dots and move it to top, giving some space on top so that I can add slicer, I can add a company logo. All right, so try to do this. And if this sign in message is coming is again and again, it means we need to sign into the Power BI desktop so that this message disappear from here. So just try to add this line like when you click on continue, then it will be asking, to sign in or to, give you a password. So you will have to, choose Again, see, it is asking for the email again. Provide the email, and then it will be and view the email again. Provide the email, and then it will be click on sign in. When you sign in, click on this button no. Do not just click on yes without reading the message. Click on the no button, no this app only. Click on this no this app only. Click here. By doing this, you will be logged into the Power BI desktop using this trial account. This is a trial account which we'll be using to sign into the Power BI. Right, so click on this, know this app only, and you should be logged into the Power BI desktop. You will see this demo user is coming now as your Power BI trial. Well, for now you added it so that sign in message will not pop up again and again. So we added this line, making sure I'm repeating, do not open up the line that much of the width, that much of a width, otherwise we will have a lot of problems going forward. Reduce the width. How much width of the line is, how much height of this line is needed? Very less. Now I will copy paste this line. And how do we copy paste the line? Simply, we can just Control C and Control V. Select the line and click on Control C and Control V. So by doing this, you will paste this. You got a duplicate line, pick it from the 3 dots and move it all the way down, giving some space for the footer. So this is a report header and now we want to add a company logo here on top. So copy pasting is select the line and copy Control C and Control C, Control V. Select line, then Control C and Control V. Now I want to add a company logo here. To add a company logo, you can pick any of the image or any logo you can download from internet, right? Or you can use your company's logo also. For that, you need to use the image. Click on the image button. And now you need to import some of the image, right? So you can go to your, you can go to your folder or wherever you have image saved. Or if you do not have an image, then what you can do is you can just go to browser and here you can just download Microsoft logo. Go to Google, type Microsoft logo, and you can just pick any of the logo, right? You think, okay, let's suppose I want to pick this Microsoft logo, right? Right click on this and save image. So what I did, I have saved this Microsoft logo now, in my folder, or what I'll do is I'll just upload this in my folder. So the folder which you guys are using right now, in that I have uploaded this. So if you just refresh that OneDrive folder, you will be able to find this logo from there. So I'm going to the image and let's pick it from your batch folder. And here we see there is a logo. I picked this logo and it came here. Now I will reduce its height and width, reducing its size and placing it here on the top right corner, top left corner to adjust, You can just pick any of the company logo or your company logo. At the end of the day, we just want a small company logo or a, image here using this image of this. Now for this logo, you can adjust its fitment. You can go to the style, selecting this image. You can go to style property. And here you will see scaling. You can set it to fit or fill, whichever looks better. So I will suggest choose fill option. So fill option will, fit this image properly in the given box. You can move these images or the visuals little up, right, up, down, left, right with the help of the arrow keys of your. So scaling property is select your visual, go to the style tab, and third option is scaling. We want to add some of the slicers on this. In order to add the slicers, we want to add the slicers here in the top space. We have some space on the top right side. So let's add a slicer. We got this slicer added, and you know which slicer I'm talking here, the one we added previously also. This is a slicer. So your homework is going to be go on each and every visual and read the name of these visuals and try to understand the icons relating with these visuals. Okay, so check this. Today I'm highlighting the visuals like this in the circle, but going forward will not highlight like or giving the steps, right? Otherwise it would be too much spoon feeding. Okay, so I want you to try or explain questions. So we added the slicer. Now what I want in this slicer, I want to add category. From the categories table, I add category name. Drag and drop in it, and you got a list of slicers. But I want to change the slicer settings like I did previously. I'll go to the slicers, format your visual properties tab, and there I see slicer settings. It's a list. List type of slicer consume a lot of space. So generally we recommend using the drop down. Drop down will not consume too much space. You can open and close this drop down for applying the filters. Okay, now reduce its size and move it to top here. Do not give too much space to these items, right? As we need the canvas area for adding some charts. So use the space. Done. Okay, same way, I want to add one more slicer. So I will copy paste this one, Control C, Control V to save the time. We copy pasted the slicer. And now you see these red dotted lines. These red dotted lines helps you to align your visuals properly. Now here I uncheck the category name and I will check country from the customers. So this way I have added the country in this slicer quickly. So I don't need to, make a new slicer from scratch. You just copy paste it and then change the value. To make it fit, you need to just look at these red dotted line. When I move it, like you see these red dotted lines helps you for the alignment. And that's how you need to, adjust the placement of the slicers or of all the views. So yesterday we created the summary page. On the summary page, we added, this line, header and footer, added a company logo, added some slicers, right? Now I want to add some of the card visuals. We already have some of the measures created, and those measures I want to show here. So generally, the key KPIs or the key metric which we, have for based on the requirement, those we should show in, cards on top of your report. So for this, you have various options. Like you can take individual cards one by one. You can add multiple cards here. But instead of adding one by one card, I will recommend using this card new. This new card visual will, help you to build multiple cards in one shot. And with the help of new card visual, the maintenance of your report would be very easy, right? And it will consume less time in formatting, and beautifying these cards. So let's explore this new card visual. The old card visual we tried yesterday, right, and day before yesterday. So let's use this new card visual. Okay, and you can hover on the visual and it will tell you like the name of that. So you see this new card visual. I took this new card. Now in this new card visual, I'm going to add few measures. Like I want to show in this new card my total sales. I'm going to the key measures. I add total net sales. I add total freight, and I add orders count also. So I added these three cards, right? One visual having these three cards added. You can add them here also where my cursor is, or you can remove them, from here. Or you can drag drop that. All right. Here you see these cards got added, these measures got added in one single card. But we want to format this little bit, to beautify it. Currently you see the numbers, right? These are not in a proper formatting because you see total net sales that is appearing in your, up to 2 decimal places, but your measure is showing the values up to 4 decimal places. So we should maintain the consistency. Okay. And for this, we want to show this total freight up to 2 decimal places. So I click on the name of this freight measure, and under the measure tools, I will format this up to 2 decimal places instead of auto. I will set it to show up to 2 decimal places numbers, and it will get adjusted. Now, next thing is, if you read these numbers, right, these are too big in size, consuming a lot of space on the report. So I want to reduce the, text or the font size of these numbers. For that, we need to go to the property. So we go to the Format Your Visual tab, and there we have an option called Call Out Values. Call Out Values is this, what you see, 1.27, 64.94K. This is a call out value. Go to the call out value. Now here you have an option whether you want to apply the settings for a specific measure or you want to apply these settings for all the measures, right? So it's giving you the flexibility. Let's say one you want to show in red, another one you want to show in blue, then you can choose that individual measure and you can set the colors or the font for that. But I'm keeping this formatting now for all, the similar formatting for all. So selecting all, I just go here to the values and it's 45 points. Let me reduce it to 25. Okay. And its color is right now black, or if I want, I can change it to, let's say, orange or something else. And when you click on this color palette, you get these colors here. These colors comes here based on the selected theme in the Power BI desktop. You guys can have your organization theme also, because every company having a different set of color combinations or some corporate colors. So you can get a new theme designed for your company usage, and then that you can also import in Power BI to change the themes, to change these colors combinations. You can go to view ribbon, and from there view ribbon you have a theme option. You can change that theme. This is a default theme of Power BI desktop. If any specific color you want, then you can go to the more colors and you can pick anything from here, or you have a color codes also. You can put the color code if you have any. Now, you can change the font if you need any other font, right? So generally companies follow Arial font, right? Although it all depends company to company. Some companies following Arial font, some companies says, no, we do not want that. We want to use this UI font, right? So it's all up to your requirements, right? How you want to visualize it, how you want to keep the formatting. I'm showing you all properties, what are the possibilities we have. Now, after changing, the call out values, size, font, and color, I can reduce this card size. And I don't think so we should give the full width to this card. We can save some of the space here by reducing the, size. So now this is the card, we added, and we are showing these three things. Above the cards, you see there is a title, right? Total sale, net sales, total freight, orders count, right? If in case you want to change the title font also, then instead of value, you will go to the label. Go to label, and here you can change the label colors or a label font, whatever you want here. Correct? So try to, and these properties are all just like you go to the properties, try to adjust these properties, click on a property, see what is happening, which property is changing what. Okay. That's how you need to explore and, use these. So try to adjust or try to explore this, call out values for the card, go to values, change color font, go to labels, change color font. Okay. Just try. Using this new card visual is recommended because of the performance. When you are adding so many cards, let's say for example you want to add 10 cards, 15 cards. Okay, so in that case, if you add one by one card, then your I would say visual or your page will perform slow. It will load little slow, and it would be tough to do the maintenance of those 20 individual cards. It's better you just take one card and add the 20 measures in it. So the maintenance will be easy. Going forward, your users may ask some changes, like they asked, okay, instead of the orange color, now they want a blue color. So if you added this card, then in one shot, you can just change the color. You just change it from orange to blue, and that's it. It got changed for everything in one shot. Otherwise, if you are using an individual card or an old card, then you will have to go one by one and change the card. So it will consume a lot of time. And most of the people are not aware about this new card. They are still using the old card. Old card consume a lot of time. Okay, and design. This is done. Now the next thing here is currently you see these cards are having some sort of rectangle box. But in case if you want to format these boxes also, you can do that. Again, there is a property called cards, right? You have the property cards. You go there and there is a shape. in shape, it's a rectangle right now. You can choose rounded rectangle. When you choose rounded rectangle, you have an option how much you want to round them, like let's say 15 points or 10 points, whatever you need. You can just round the corners and it looks now better. Okay. So these are the formatting or I would say the visual styles you have, to make them more correct. So there is a card option. You can there go and change this card. Also in cards, if you see, this was the cards I was changing. In cards, if you scroll it down, you will see there is a ascent bar. You can turn on the ascent bar, before the cards, you see there is a line coming now, or if you want, you can go here, you can move this line to the bottom and change the line color, like let's say orange or something else, and increase the line width. This is all just like, the beautification part. It's all up to you how, attractive you want to make these visuals, you want to make these. Right? You have shadow and the glow option. You can turn these on. When you turn on the shadow and glow, increase the size, it will give you slightly 3D effects now. Right? So you can add a lot of things in your visuals. You can make your visual very attractive. Your entire board you can make very attractive if you are aware about all these features. Right? So now if you look at this, this looks really great, having a good formatting, good styling on it. Right? So a couple of things, good things you have in the card section. Just try to explore. And the best way to explore these cards properties or all the visual properties, just go to the particular property, click and see what it's changing, right? That's how we will learn, because there are hundreds. Change the shape. So to change the shape, you go to the cards, and under the cards you have a shape option. Okay, you can just make it from rectangle to rounded, and inside the cards. And these properties, may vary visual to visual. All visuals not having the same properties. Some properties are common, some are, and you have a search box also. Anytime you can search. Let's say you want to search for the shape, just use the search box. Here you can type shape, and it will quickly tell you, okay, shape is here. This is the one which I want to change. Right? You may have that one property maybe twice or thrice, but you need to then wisely find like, okay, you want to change the shape of card. Right? That's how then you need. All right. Now we want to add a donut chart here. Card shows that overall net sales is $1.27 million. I want to show this contribution by categories. Like this 1.25 million is coming from different categories, but what percentage is coming from beverages? What percentage of the sales coming from seafood products? Okay, so I want to show this further bifurcation of the sales by different product categories. For that, you can use a pie chart also, but pie chart is, a old fashioned visual, old school thought. Generally, we should recommend the new visual or enhanced visual, right? Comparing to pie chart, that is called a donut chart. Donut chart looks, visually better, right? If I pick this donut, it has an inner circle radius, which makes it more attractive comparing to the pie chart. And do not try to add too many visuals on a page. I have seen many people create a report with small visuals, added 20 visuals on a page, right? Do not make your page too busy. Your users will not be able to focus on, the things easily, right? So the lesser the information on a page will have, will add more value for your business users. If you will put too many things on one page, then they will lost somewhere on the information. So keep in mind, do not try to add too many charts, too many things on one single page. You have multiple pages options. You can split or organize those 20 charts on different pages rather than putting everything on one single page. Okay, so follow these visual practices. So I add this donut chart. In this donut chart, I'm adding total net sales, drag and drop. And now this total net sales, I want to further bifurcate by product category. So I'll go to the categories table. There I have category name. I will drag drop the category name here on this chart. And this is now bifurcated by different categories. So you can see Beverages sales is, appearing in blue. So beverages is the top contributor in the overall sales. Beverages is contributing to $67,000, and it is 21% of the overall sales. When you hover on any of the slides, it tells you the information on this white pop-up window, called as tooltip. What? Tooltip, correct? And these what you see here section, it is telling you like all the categories with the color, identification. This is called legend. What do we call? Legend. This is legend. When you hover on it on a slice, you see there. So now, if you look at this visual title, right? This title doesn't look, really great, and the language of this title is not very good, right? It says total net sales by category name, right? We want to change this, right? Generally, people keep it same, but in case if you want, you can change it. Like I want to make it, category contribution in overall net sales. So for any change in the title, you select the visual first of all, and then you go to the format your visual. Here you have the properties, visual specific, and some general properties. General properties contains, some of the properties like title, effects, and formatting things. So I go to general tab and title. There you see this title has been, detected or created by Power BI, but I can delete this and create a category contribution and net sales, right? Or whatever you want. And you can format it. Let's make it in bold, or if you want to increase its size, if you want a different background color for it, let's pick a dark blue background and white text color so that it looks more visually appealing. And if you want, you can align it into the center. You have the alignment options also wherever you want to keep it, right? So to make the title more, user friendly or much clear for your users, because if your users will be able to understand the title, then this visual will be self-explanatory for them, right? So try to make the visual titles easy so that your users can easily understand, okay, what this visual is telling to us. Okay, you can make it more elaborative. I added this title here, but if you want, you can add a subtitle also. You can go to the subtitle, turn it on, and here you can write more context of this visual. Like this visual is showing the overall sales by various product categories, right? And the color also I need to change. I will scroll it down there. I will change the color, set it white so that it appears properly here. Or instead of white, you can set it this kind of colors, right? Or some, orange or golden color so that it is clearly visible right here. Or you can set it as like a gray color. So endless possibilities you have to make it more visually appealing, to make it, more easy for your users to understand. You can set it here, right? So however you want to, adjust it. If you are adding the subtitle, then recommended alignment is keep it everything left aligned so that people can relate. Okay, this is the title and this is the subtitle, right? So it's giving you the more detailed information like what this chart is doing by what. Okay, so this way you can make these charts more, kind of self-explanatory. So titles are very important for your visuals. Otherwise, your users will see the charts. They will see wow, but they won't be able to understand what this chart is saying, what this chart is doing, how to read the values from here. So you can make it easy for your users by adding the title and the subtitles here. Correct. So try to add this title. All right. So hope you did it. Now the next thing is, while you are building your visuals, you need to make sure the proper formatting. It should not be like this, right? If you have the cards on top, then try to align it with the similar, width of your card so that visually it looks good. Now, if Another thing, if you notice, your cards are having some of the borders, but this visual doesn't have any border. So let's add a border to this chart. We go to the General tab, and here under the effects, we have a visual border option. We can turn it on, and at the same time, we can turn on the shadow also. Visual border, you can, change the colors. Generally, dark borders are not recommended. So we pick the gray border, and you can round it the border corners to 6, 7 points. And in the shadow, also, you can keep the light color or a gray color of the shadow. And now your your donut chart has got a border, which looks better comparing to the previous one. So data visualization is all about like, generating the interest of your users in your report. If they will not have the interest in your report, or if your dashboard doesn't looks really good and look and feel, then gradually your users, your audience will start losing the interest in the report and they will stop using it, right, over the time period. So make sure things are, very, much clean, self-explanatory, no overlapping, no fancy colors. Try to use the standard corporate colors. All right, now let's try to add another chart. So now I have the rest of the space available. I will not think to add 10 charts in this space. I will just try to add only 2 charts in this space. Rest charts I can add into the another page. Now I'm going to show here sales trend. And to show the sales trend, we have a best visual called line chart. You can use an area chart also for the trend analysis. So I'm going to use a line chart here. And make sure that you have deselected the previous one. If you, let's say you had this one selected and you click on line, then the same chart will get converted to the line. Okay, so undo options are given. Undo, you can press Control Z also, Control Z. Undo that and then click outside first. And now take a line chart. Okay, so I took this new line chart, and in this new line chart now I just want to make some of the formatting. So, or add some of the data. So I want to show here all my net sales, total net sales, and I want to show the trend by the date. So I will be going to the orders table. In orders table, I have a column called order date. I will drag and drop it on the visual, or you can drag and drop it on the x-axis. Although Power BI will exist, but now instead of dropping it on the visual, let's take a step further. We will try to add them in the data fields here, right? So we will understand at least like what needs to be added in x or y axis here. So x-axis contains the order date. An order date has a hierarchy of a date by default, like year, quarter, day, month. If you do not want to show the hierarchy, you can turn it off, right click here and keep order date. Or if you want date hierarchy, then you can keep the hierarchy here like this. The benefit of the hierarchy is you get a drill down options. The first option will drill up your data on, month level. If I click on drill up again and it shows you quarter level data. Again, if I drill up, it shows you year level data. Or the fourth button, the fourth icon you see here helps you to drill down the data. You don't need to create multiple charts, one chart for year, one chart for quarter, one chart for month. No, just use the drill up and drill down, drill up and drill down, right? So with the help of first and fourth icon here, you can, take the benefit of this, feature rather creating multiple charts. And now you can add the similar formatting like you did for your donut chart. So what you can do instead of, you can go manually and do all the formatting, or else you can just take the formatting of this donut using the format painter. Okay, I'll explain that later, but first you just add this line chart. So what I did, I took the line chart. Okay, in this line chart, I added sales and I added the order date, drag drop it on the visual. And then you can use the drill up and drill down options to see it either on the quarter level or on the year level or on the month level. I highlighted the important pointers, just try to. All right, now the next thing is we want to add another visual here. And now in this, we want to show sales by customers, right? You want to show the total sales by the customers. So for that purpose, I'll take another chart, and this time I'm trying to use a column chart. Column chart is used sometimes, let's move to the next visual, which I'm explaining now, Alago, right? move to this one, right? That will take separately. We need to take this chart. When I say this chart, just click on this. It came here, making sure that you are not selecting any other chart. Okay, otherwise that will get changed. Added this column chart. In this cluster column chart now, we want to add sales. So total net sales measure you drag drop, and you need to add your country from customers from the customers table. You have contact name, drag and drop this here. Got it? So you drag drop the contact name, drag drop the sales, right? These two things we added in this chart, which I'm highlighting on the screen. I'm highlighting all the steps, all the things on the screen, right? So that it becomes easy for you to do, to pick the same step. Try adding that. So done. Now let's use the same formatting. So I picked the existing chart, use format painter and apply that set. So we got the similar looking. But here in this visual, we are showing a lot of customers. All customers doesn't make any sense in this, right? The information is not very, clearly visible. Our management wants to just focus only on the top 10 customers. Management is interested to see top 10 customers, right? So what we can do, we can just add a filter on this chart. For that, we have to expand this filters pane. Inside this filters pane, selecting this chart, you will go to the filter section and you will have this filter on visual. Currently you see all the contact names, all the customer names. You want to filter it. So click on this arrow, change the filter type from basic filter to top N filter. So we changed filter type. Now we want to show top 10. Enter the 10 here. Top 10 by what? Top 10 by sales, by profit, by which column? So you need to add your sales column here. You need to drag and drop. So add your total net sales under the by value section. You need to drag drop this total net sales, right? You need to drag drop this total net sales here. And then click on apply filter, right? So the moment you click on apply filter, this chart will show us only top 10 customers now by the sales. Okay. So try add. We are showing only top 10. So basically, if you want to do some of the filters, like you want to show.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Power BI training, which will enable you to learn skills like data preparation, data modeling, visualization, working with DAX, Power BI service and desktop, and deploying self-service analytics solutions. Through this course, you will master connecting to various data sources, transforming raw data with Power Query, creating interactive dashboards and reports, applying advanced DAX calculations, configuring workspaces, sharing insights via Power BI service, managing row-level security, and much more from top 1% industry experts and Microsoft certified trainers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transitions in the field of business intelligence and data analytics. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. And without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of Power BI.
First of all, they are talking about a table here. Fine. So they are talking about formatting the total amount of purchase based on store location and store settings, and they had given you certain conditions. Fine. But first of all, let's make a table. Fine. Since they had written here tabular visualization, so let's make a table first. Then we will be, just putting up the columns. All right. So let's say this is your table. All right. And they are asking you to put total amount of purchase based on store location and store settings. All right. So this is your total amount of purchase based upon store location and store settings. I had taken 3 columns. Fine. I had taken 3 columns: total amount of purchase, store location, and store settings. Don't try to search for sum of total amount. It is not sum of. It is total amount of purchase. Whenever you are taking any integer based column, Power BI automatically summarize that particular column. So search for total amount of purchase. I hadn't done much here. I had just taken 3 columns and I had made this particular table, and this is how it is looking like. Fine. And I will just rearrange the columns like this. Like, let's put the store setting first. Let's I will put it at the end. I think this is making more sense now. So yeah, I had just rearranged the column, so you can also do it. Now it's your turn. First of all, create the table, then we will do the formatting. Okay. After this, what we have to do here is they're asking you to do the formatting. Fine. Now how to do the formatting? Just watch. So they are asking you to format this particular table, but they had given certain condition here. So they had written here, if it is between 0 to 35,000, it should be in red color. If it is between 35k to 60k, it should be in yellow color. By the way, this TAP, what you can see here, it is the total amount of purchase column. Okay. Don't get confused. It is the total amount of purchase column they are referring to, TAP. So I will just go ahead and do the conditional formatting since they had given condition here. This is the total amount of purchase column for me. Okay. I will give it a right click and there is one option here, conditional formatting. Okay. This is my column. Give it a right click. There will be an option called as conditional formatting. I will tap on background color. Fine. And once we are here, what we have to do is you have to change the format style from gradient to rules because you have to apply certain condition here. Okay. So the very first condition was if the total amount of purchase was between 0 to 35k. So I will write it down if it is between 0 to 35k. Make sure you are dealing with numbers, so you have to change it from percentage to number. And it should be in red color. That's what they had mentioned. So I will change it to red. Then there is an option here, new rule, on the extreme right hand side. If you tap on this, the second condition which they had given is if it is between 35k to 60k. I will give 35k here and here I will give 60k. Fine, and change it to number or else your OK button will be grayed out, by the way. And the second color I believe was yellow. So I had given it here. Then the last rule was if it is more than 65k, it should be in blue color, right? So fine. And here you can change it to number. Fine. And here just remove this 0. If you remove this 0, automatically it will be maxed out. Fine. You don't have to give any value here. So the thing is, just take care of this thing, guys. Take care of this thing. Like if it is changed to number here, if it is changed to percentage here, this OK button will be grayed out automatically. Fine. This OK button will be grayed out automatically. So what you have to do is make sure you are changing it to number always. Okay. Oh, it was 60k. I see. I will change it then. 60k. Okay, fine. So it should be in blue color. I will change it. Fine. So you can create the new condition from here. Okay, new rule. So I will just tap on OK now. Once I'm done with this, you can see conditional formatting is done. I will show you one more time what you have to do. Pay attention. Fine. After this, I won't be doing anything. So please pay attention. This is my total amount of purchase column. Give it a right click. There's an option here called as conditional formatting. In the conditional formatting, you have to select background color. Okay. Fine, this is what you have to select, background color. If you tap on this, it will redirect you to a dialog box like this. Here you have to change the format style to rules. Fine. And then you have to give the condition which I had given here. Fine. And after this, you just have to tap on OK and it will be automatically formatted. Everyone is done with this. Are we good to go? All right, great. So let's move to the next part then. So next is the matrix they are talking about. All right. By the way, this is a common interview question also. Like in Power BI, we don't have pivot tables, by the way. Change everything to number, Pooja. If OK button is grayed out, something might be there in percentage. Guys, once I'm moving ahead, then why exactly issues are coming? Don't you think so? It is little bit like different also. When I was asking like if there is any issue, you guys won't say that time. Once I'm moving ahead, then problems are arising. So I was waiting from that long. Why you guys didn't notified me? I don't think so it work like this. Even after being this slow, if you're still coming up with the issues, then I don't think so it work. You had actually practiced Power BI. You hadn't then. I'm pretty much sure I'm going way too slow. What exactly is the issue? Okay button will be grayed out because you might not had selected number there. Instead, you have to select number there instead of percentage. Check properly. What error you are getting, Mr. Ayush? Quickly let me know. Whatever error you are getting, make sure from next time you are precise in the chat section also. That's done. Great. Tricks here. First of all, yeah, I was talking about the interview question, right? Yeah. So generally we don't have pivot tables in Power BI. Although you can pivot a table, there's a difference between pivot table and there's a difference between pivoting a table. So you can pivot a table in Power Query Editor, but we don't have pivot tables in Power BI generally. So matrix act like a pivot table. Fine. So yeah. So this is one of the interview question though. So again. Alright, so matrix, talking about matrix here, we are having one matrix. Here it is, fine. So let me quickly make this matrix and you guys can make it, fine. So they are asking you to show the amount spent on outdoor sports across different ages and store settings, okay? Outdoor sports, I will take for different ages, let's take it. And for store settings, we will take, right? Alright. Now the thing is that is not correct visual here. Let me fix it out. So here age I will be putting it here in the rows, and the column I will be taking store settings, and the values I will be taking outdoor sports. Fine. So age wise, let's say rural, the kids who are born in rural areas of 7-year old, they're spending this much amount in outdoor sports. The people who are born in semi-urban area, they're spending this much in the this much in outdoor sports. So like this, based upon the age group, you got the total amount. Fine. So yeah, now it's your turn. Please make this matrix and then let me know. Okay. For me only age, urban and total is coming. Then just do it again. Make the matrix again. Yeah, Bhavya, we will do the color formatting. First of all, I want everyone to create a matrix. If I'm doing two things at once, there are people who are a little bit slow at catching up things. Fine. So I'm doing it step by step. Lipsa, do one thing for just just delete that particular visual and do it. Make the matrix again. Still, if it is coming same, you have to reload the data. So if it is happening, it means that you didn't give your Power BI enough time to pre-process the data set. So yeah. All right. So after this, guys, there's what they're asking you to do is they're asking you to do the color formatting. All right. So we have to do the color formatting for the amount spent. Bhavya, that was only for the issues. Fine. The thing which I had mentioned was only for the issues. Please take care of it from next time. All right. If it is question parts, I know what exactly I'm doing, so you guys don't have to worry about it. We will cover every small aspect. So guys, for the color formatting, they're asking you to, I don't know why they had asked for color formatting, because if you're going to do the color formatting also, it will be applied to rural area also, suburban area also, and urban area also. Little bit strange, but okay, let's do it. So you can come to format your visual, and here you can find one option called a specific column. If you just tap on this, so yeah, already outdoor sport kit is there. So they're asking you to do the color formatting. It means that you have to make this particular column different from all the other columns. Fine. But see, Franklin, like if you are going to differentiate also, right? Still all the rural areas, suburban area and urban area will be colored, by the way. I can show you. So this is what they're asking, by the way. You can change color, any color you want to do. Let's say I had done the formatting, right? So total amount spent in outdoor sports will be applied for all the three store settings which we are having: rural, suburban, and urban. So I don't know why they had asked, but yeah, that's what you have to do. All right. And if you want to apply it to total, you can do that also, but don't apply. It will look little bit weird. And if just apply to header if you want also. But anyways, it's your call. I will just leave it just like that. Fine. Individual column could not be colored because the thing is, no, that won't work here. It won't work because This is the outdoor sports. You see, these amounts which you can see here, these are actually these three different columns. These are made out of only one column, which is your outdoor sport kit column. It is just telling you that the amount spent in outdoor sport kit is this much in rural area, this much in suburban area, and this much in urban area. So from one column, they had made three different columns, right? So that is the problem here. Like we cannot color individual, columns. That's the issue here. But anyways, let's do it. If they had asked, let's do it. So do it and then let me know, guys. Everyone's done with this. Please let me know once. All right. Anyone having any sort of issues? Everyone is able to frame the matrix properly. Formatting, yeah, what you can do is go to the format your visual part, search for one option called a specific column. Here you just have to change the color. That's it. Go to the specific column option and you just have to change the color here of your own choice. Whatever color you prefer, you can pick it accordingly. Lipsa, that's for you. All right, let's move to the next part. Funnel chart. Let's talk about the funnel chart then. Okay, so this is our funnel chart. All right, guys. So what they are asking you to do here is in the funnel chart, you have to show the total amount of purchase by store settings. So yeah, first of all, make the funnel chart. Yeah, it is ready. So always remember in the funnel chart, when you will be making this particular visual, the highest distribution will be always on the top. It doesn't matter which see in this particular scenario suburban is having the highest value, so it had automatically put this distribution on the top, and on the basis of this remaining distribution had been automatically aligned. So if you see the percentage also, always remember the very first distribution which is having the highest value will automatically be at its 100%, and on the basis of that, like remaining percentage will be calculated if you want to calculate also. So yeah, like first do this part, then we will do the second one. Fine. Okay, so in the funnel chart, what they have to do, you have to do is, it is asking you to show the data label as percentage of first. There is nothing, guys. These are the data labels, by the way. This one. These are all data labels. So they are asking you to show it as percentage of the first. It means that they want us to show the percentage on the basis of this particular column. Fine. Percentage will be decided on the basis of the very first distribution. How to do this now? You can go to format your visual, you will be having data labels option here. Fine. What you can do here is you can come here and you can change the label contents from data value to percentage of first. That's what I had done. So the moment you are going to do this, fine, it will automatically change into percentage. You can see this percentage, you can see this percentage. Please don't ask me why this is not in percentage, because it is already at its 100%. Fine. So that's what you have to do. So please do it and let me know. Let's move to the next part then. After this, guys, they're talking about a pie chart. Let's quickly make this. This would be your pie chart, guys. Fine. And what they're asking you to do here is they're asking you to show total amount of purchase by store location and for suburban store setting only. Okay, let's make the pie chart first, then we will do the filtering part later. Fine. This is your total amount of purchase. Fine. This would be your store location. All right. And this is your store setting. So in the legend, I'm taking store location. In the values, I'm taking total amount of purchase. In the details, I'm taking store settings. If you see this particular visual, this is how it is looking like as of now. Fine. But they want the data for only, I guess, suburban store setting only. So for the filtering part, we are having filter panel here. I hope everyone can see this. This is our filter panel. Fine. So what you have to do here is simply you have to tap on store settings here and you have to only show the suburban area data, because in the question also they had mentioned this. They don't want to see any other area data. They only want to see the suburban area data. If you select this, this is how it will look like. Okay. That's what you have to do. So please do it. That comes from practice, Bhavya. There is no simple rule for that. If you are thinking there is any shortcut for that, there isn't. It come from practice. It come from practice. Whatever visual you will be making doesn't, irrespective of the visual which you are picking, it should make some sense. By looking at that visual, you should be taking some data driven decision. That is the conclusion. It doesn't matter what visual I'm using, it should make some sense. It should actually show us the data in a proper format. If you see this particular pie chart also, as of now, the store location is suburban. It means that these are all the states which are falling in the suburban area: Seattle, Los Angeles, Boston, and New York. And this is the total amount of purchase which they had done. Fine. So yeah, it is making sense. You can see this particular pie chart and you can understand it comes from practice only. There isn't any shortcut to this. Fine. Practice more, you will get to know automatically. The second step, you just have to filter out the data. Open the filter panel. In the filter panel, go to store settings and select suburban. That's what you have to do. Open filter panel and there in the store setting, you have to select suburban. That's it. Moving ahead, guys, I hope everyone has done with this, right? Do you guys have credentials of Power BI service? Then how are you going to publish the report? Then how you performed any sort of operation in Power BI service? Oh, you had asked your organization. Okay, fine, makes sense. What about others? Then okay, fine. How you even did anything then? I mean, you might have learned Power BI service, right? Then how exactly like you worked upon it? Like what you did then? Let's talk about it. See, Lipsa, if you are done with Power BI course, see, if you had practiced enough, it doesn't matter from which background you are. See, the thing is, even I had interacted with the students who are already, 72, 78-year old. They are actually, one of my student was doctor also. He was doctor, 78-year old, and he still want to learn data science. I don't know. I mean, that's his personal choice, but yeah. So see, the thing is, it really doesn't matter. If you are practicing enough, that's what you need. That's it. But anyways, let's continue. We will see. We will see what need to be done. But for remaining parts, you will be needing Power BI service account. If you don't have, there is a problem. See, these parts, by the way. Until and unless you don't have Power BI service account, you cannot do it. Simple as that. But okay, let's make the scatter plot first. We will talk about it. Okay, so moving ahead, this is our scatter plot. So I had just created a new page, by the way, because it was already full. Fine. So inside the scatter plot, what we will be doing here is like we have to take video game purchase and outdoor sports. Okay. So video game purchase and outdoor sports also I'm going to take. Fine. Spent across different ages. Fine. For different age groups, we have to show it. So I will be taking that also. But just take care of this thing, like put the age in the legend. Fine. In the x-axis, I'm putting video games. In the y-axis, I'm putting outdoor sports. In the legend, I'm putting age. Fine. So do it and let me know. You can put age in values also, but it really it's not going to change anything actually. Even what you can see right now, it's not a proper visual. I'm waiting for someone to ask that, but no one asked. You can put age in values, but that's really not going to change anything. Guys, do you really think this is a proper visual? It's not actually. Whenever you will be creating any scatter plot, always remember these clusters which you can see. These clusters which you can see here, it actually have it is actually summarized. Fine. It is actually summarized. These points which you can see, it is actually summarized. It means that inside the small, like clusters which you can see right now, there are multiple data points, or you can say there are multiple values which is stored inside it. Fine. Now, how to, unsummarize it? What you can do is you are having this in the x-axis. This is the column. It is coming as sum of video games. It means it is summarized automatically. If you give it a right click, there's an option here, don't summarize. Fine. Fine. In the y-axis also, it is summarized. It is coming as sum of outdoor sport kit. So give it a right click. There's an option here, don't summarize. Fine. If you do it, yeah, automatically now it is coming as right visual. This is how scatter plot look like actually. Fine. So that's what we have to do. The next visual, which is called as sand dance plot, you cannot use. Can you find somewhere sand dance plot here? If you are going to find if you are going to see the name of all the visual also, sand dance plot won't be there. because it is not an internal visual, it is an external visual. Getting the point? In Power BI, we don't have this much visual. In Power BI, we don't have this much visual. In Power BI, we have lots of visual. It is more than actually 300, 400. Yeah, that is the truth. You probably hadn't seen until now. But the thing is, but that is the paid feature of Power BI again. Until and unless you don't have Power BI premium credentials or you don't have Power BI Pro credentials, you cannot access those visuals. By the way, Sandance is unstable visual. I'm telling you right now that Sandance is a unstable visual. If you are going to play with that visual much, it will crash your Power BI. Yes, that is the truth. Fine. So do it accordingly then. It's completely your call. So what I'm going to do right now is let me check if I'm having accounts. I can share, but the thing is if 50 to 60 people are going to log in at the same time in the same account, there will be problem. Microsoft, those accounts are made in such a way that only one person can access at a time. So Microsoft Authenticator will automatically kick out remaining people. This is how it works. Fine. Or it won't let you log in. So what should we do then? How are you going to proceed? That's for everyone. You may show us. Yeah, I can show you. I don't have issues with that. Okay, just wait for that then. Guys, let's do one thing. I will show you. I will just show you this particular part. Fine. You guys don't have to do this part, but for Power BI services, I might come up with something. I will tell you later. Fine. That's not free. Who said it is free? It is not free. Nope, it's not free. It is not free at all. If you tap on this three dot also, if you tap on get more visual like this, it will ask you to log in first. Until and unless you don't have paid credential or the free credentials also, for the free actually it is just free for I believe 60 days. But in that also you will be having limited access to everything, like very few access. You can access very few things. So I feel like that is completely useless. So, but wait for a while. Let me just, go ahead and fetch. All right, I believe I'm able to log in. I hope so. Yeah, I'm able to log in. Okay, great. I think we can. I will show you this part then. Fine, just a second. See, Power BI, if you want to see that, I can show you. I think Power BI Pro is $10 something. Power BI Premium is $20. Just a second. Or maybe I don't know. I mean, like, see, if you just search for this also, I can show you. It will be in the very first. This is the Power BI Premium feature pack, and here, I guess, where is the data flow? Just a second. Yeah. Yes, here it is. On Microsoft Fabric, we had one option. Just a second. I think in Premium feature we had this. Yeah, here it is. So if I scroll down, yeah, Power BI Pro is $10 per month. Power BI Premium is $20 per month. Power BI Embedded is, see, it is for the organization though, like for the organizational use, multiple people can access at the same time. So yeah, like this is the thing, fine. This is only available for 60 days, this one, but you can access to very limited things. This is Power BI Pro and this is Power BI Premium per user, $20 per month. Fine. So this is the pricing actually. Fine. Shubham, you probably are using some account which is free for 60 days. Am I right? You're probably using some account which is free for 60 days. That might be the reason. Because see, the thing here is now if I tap on get more visual, since I'm logged in already in a pro account, so here these are all the visual which you can see. Power BI is not limited to that. We have really cool and interactive visual here, but these are most of them are paid only. Most of them are paid. Most of them are paid. So if I search for Sandance here, just a second. Yeah, this is the Sandance S. If I tap on it, then it will ask you to add like you can add it. So yeah, there's an option here add. I will just simply tap on it. Fine. It will be automatically added here as you can see. Yeah, import successful. It means that I can use it now. Guys, don't do the Sandance part. Just wait for a while. Let me show you. Fine, you will get to know. Fine, you can just view as of now. All right, so this is the sand dance. This is how it look like. Oh, really sorry for this. We'll just select a sand dance here like this. Fine. And it is actually a cool visual, but the problem with this visual is it's unstable. That is the biggest problem with this. So it is asking you to show indoor sport and video games spent across different age groups, right? This is your indoor sports and video games spent across different ages, right? That's what they want. Fine. But what I will be doing here is, yeah, once it is done, your sand dance might look something like this. Fine. But it is again, still we have to do lots of things. Don't worry. The age group is summarized actually. I will just tap on don't summarize. Now your visual will look something like this. Now I will try to give it some color. Fine. I mean, I will color it by age, so it will take it as a legend only. Fine. Okay, now it is looking like this. So in one visual, you can see it in the grid view also. You can see it in the bar view also. You can see it in the scatter view also. You can see it in the stack view also. You can see it in the column view also. Like one particular visual is giving you 2D and 3D access of like most of the, visual which you can take here. Fine. So that's what it is, a cool visual, but the problem is it is unstable. Fine. That is the thing. All right. So this is the visual I was talking about. Okay. So leave it as of now. You really cannot do anything. So yeah. So guys, first of all, we need to clean our data a little bit. To do that, I want everyone to come to transform data section. Come to Power Query Editor, everyone. Open your Power Query Editor. Our second table need to be clean little bit. Fine. So that's what we will do as of now. All right. Once you guys are here, please check your user mapping table. Can you see something odd about this particular table? Can you guys see something odd about this particular table? Header, exactly. So you can tap on the small table like icon and you can tap on use first row as header. Fine. So first of all, do this much. Okay. Yeah, first of all, do this much. Then I will tell you the second thing. Done. I want everyone to do it. There are multiple steps here. That's why I'm going a little bit slow. So please do it quickly and let me know, guys. I had used the first row as header. Tap on the small table like icon. This is the option. Everyone is done. Are we good to go? All right. The second thing, guys, can you see this column? Can you see this particular column, store setting? Can you see this column in student survey, store setting? It is having this particular data, rural, urban, suburban, like this, it is having the data. If you go to user mapping table now, in the user mapping table also, like you are having similar data. I mean, in the survey location column, you are having similar data. So do one thing, like we will be creating relationship between these two tables soon. So better rename it right now itself. Okay, this is your survey location column. Just double tap on it, fine, and rename it to store settings. Fine. Just rename it to store settings. In the user mapping table, I had renamed the first column to store settings. That's what you have to do. So do it and let me know. I hadn't included anything. The thing here is the moment you are going to open your Power Query editor, all the tables which is there inside your Power BI, it will automatically be added there. So when you are loading the data, you have to take all the data collectively. So if you had missed that, then the table might not be appearing. Fine. So please load the data again then if it is not there. Alright, this much is done. If this much is done, then tap on close and apply. Then tap on close and apply. Fine. Tap on close and apply. Alright. So it will take some time, it will save. Once you guys are done with this, please come to your model view. Okay. Once you are done with this, come to your model view. Fine. Once you are done with this, come to your model view. Alright. So in your model view, these are two of the tables which we are having. We have to create relationship between the tables. I hope you guys know how exactly we can create relationship between two tables, right? If you're not aware, let me tell you, there's an option here, manage relationship. Okay. We do have an option here called as manage relationship. Simply tap on this particular option. Fine. Once you are done tapping on it, there's an option here, new relationship. Okay. So simply tap on this new relationship option. Okay. And once you are done tapping on it, it will ask you what all are the tables you want to take here. So the first table is student survey, the second table is automatically user mapping. Once you are done with this, you have to select the columns, like the store setting is here also, store setting is here also. Whenever we are creating a relationship between two tables, it's always a better approach to create a relationship between the common column names, like store setting is common here also, store setting is common here also, right? So yeah, like this is a good approach. So once you're done with that, just tap on save. Okay. Once you're done with this, just tap on save. Once you tap on save, it will automatically create the relationship like this. Wait, I will show you. Yeah, I will tap on close and automatically the relationship is created. So do this much first. Why do we do many to many when we don't have unique values in the store setting? Because our table is small. See your user mapping table, it's way too small. See your user mapping table, it's way too small. Relationships are not created just out of, seeing the unique columns and the columns with repetitive data. Sometimes you have to check your table length also. User mapping table is way too small. If you're going with one to one, many to one, or one to many in this scenario, it is not going to work. So even your Power BI will gray out that particular option. So the next part is there's the option here, manage rules. Everyone can see this. There's the option here, manage rules. Everyone can see this. I hope it is visible to everyone. There's the option here, manage rules, right? Tap on this manage rule option and there's the option here, new. Okay. So tap on new and yeah, it will be coming as untitled only. But in the question they had mentioned about a person named as money, by the way. Double tap on it, change it to money. I'm going to create a view, by the way. I'm going to create a view, kind of a view. So this money person only want to see the rural area data. Okay. I will go to user mapping table. I will tap on new. And in this particular filter, I will set the store setting to rural. Okay. Because this money person only want to see the rural area data. I will tap on save then once I'm done with this. So yeah, it is done. Now I will show you something. There's an option here, view as. Just beside manage role, there's an option here, view as. If I tap on it, one role is created here called as money. If I tap on this particular option and if I tap on OK, if I go to my report view and whatsoever visual rural area data is there, it will show us. Okay, like this. Can you see, guys? Only rural area data is visible. This is your row level security. We are restricting the access of other data, but this person will want to see only the rural area data. So we are only showing this person the rural area data. If you tap on stop viewing, it will go back automatically to the normal visual. Okay. So this is your RLS. So I will just open it again. Yeah, this is what you have to do. So please do this and then let me know. Everyone is done with this. Okay, great. So I'm logged in with the same account here also. I will try to log in with the same account in my Power BI services also. So how to log into Power BI services? You have to go to this particular site, app.powerbi.com. Fine. Here also you have to give the same account. Fine. You guys don't do it right now. Do it after the session. Okay. And yeah, it should probably log me in. Yeah, I'm inside. Fine. So this is how your Power BI services look like. Fine. If you had seen that, it's a good thing. But if you hadn't, this is how your Power BI services look like. So always remember, guys, whenever you are inside a Power BI service, or you can say whenever you are inside this particular account, like the thing is you have to work on your own workspace only. I will repeat again. You have to work on, you have to make sure that you are working on your own workspace. Fine. Now what is workspace? Workspace is nothing but an empty place to, publish your report, to create dashboards, to play with your data, to create, take the analytics of your reports. Everything you can do it in your workspace. It is just the empty place. So this is the option here, workspaces. I will quickly create one of the workspace. Fine. I will tap on new workspace and it will just ask for the name. So let me give some name here. My name only. Let's say when something like this I will give. I will tap on apply. So my workspace is created. This is how workspace look like. It is empty right now. Okay. Now the thing is I will go to my Power BI desktop, and now how to publish it, how to publish the report into your Power BI service. There's an option here. I hope everyone can see this. We are having one option here called as publish. Beside Copilot, we are having one option. I hope it is visible to everyone. If you are having any doubt, do let me know. Fine. I mean, I'm just showing you, but still, if you think there is something, you can ask always. All right. So yeah, this is the option of publishing, by the way. If I tap on this particular option of publish, it will ask me to save it. Fine. If I tap on it, it will ask you to save the report like this. Okay. You can save it. Then it will ask you on which particular, like workspace you want to publish your report. Okay. So I will just search for, let's say, my particular workspace which I had created. So it was, oh, we have to save the file first. Just a second. Let's say I will save it as, fine, I had saved it. Okay, then it will ask you for the workspace name. Yeah, so I will search for this. This is my workspace. You can search also. This is the workspace which I created a moment ago, Adi 90. I will select it. I will tap on select. Fine. So it will take some time. It will take some time. It will rotate like this, and automatically, like, it will be published to your see, yeah, it gave me a success message. It means that now I don't have work in Power BI desktop. If I come to the Power BI services and if I refresh this page once, if I just simply refresh this page once, you will see now. Can you see two files here? Everyone can see this? Two files here. One is report, one is semantic model. So if I open this report, this is the report which we had made in Power BI desktop. If you can recall this, the page one, this is the page two. Okay. This is the report which we had made in Power BI desktop. Now in your workspace, there is something else also. If you saw that, there is something else also called as semantic model. Semantic model is nothing but the data set which you had used to make the report. I will repeat this thing again. Whenever you publish any particular report, with that report, your dataset will be published also. Fine. With the particular report, your dataset will be published also. So here the thing is, when we had published this, capstone project report, with that its dataset also got published, the student survey one, and this is called as semantic model. Fine. This much is clear for everyone. This much is clear for every single person. Quickly let me know. So guys, anyone can tell me what is the difference between dashboard and a report? Dashboard is visual representation. Okay, then what is report? Okay, then if that is the case, what is report? Report may or may not be visual. Are you sure? Okay, I think dashboard is overview of KPI. Perfect. Perfect, Lata. Good job. All right. See, only one person gave the answer. No, dashboard is not combination of report. This is a report which you had created. Let's say your report is having, let's say, 10 to 12 visual. Fine. Out of 10 to 12 visual in your report, it might happen few of the visuals are really important. I will reiterate which I mentioned here. The thing here is, it might happen, let's say in your report, there are 10 to 12 visuals. It might happen out of 12 visual, 2 to 3 visual are way too important. Like that actually shows like too much of the data. For example, this table show too much of data, this particular pie chart show lots of data. Fine, let's say for me these two visual are really important. What I will do is, dashboards are always empty, by the way. Dashboards are always empty. There is no data inside dashboard. What we always do is, we take the visual from the report and then we put it in the dashboard. Okay, that's for everyone. Always remember, dashboards are always empty. We take the visuals from the report only and we put it there. The important ones, by the way. Okay. So in very simple language, this is what it means though. So how to create the dashboard? There's an option here called as new item. Okay. There's an option here called as new item. Okay. If I tap on this particular new item option, this now you can see the very first option is of dashboard only. When you will be tapping on this particular dashboard, it will ask for a name. So you can give any name. Let's say I will give here Mario, something like this I will give. Fine, I will tap on create. Fine. So this is your dashboard, completely empty. This is your dashboard, which is completely empty. Dashboard doesn't have any sort of data. Always remember, we will be importing the visuals from the report itself. Okay, this is my dashboard, which is completely empty. Now I will go to my report. This is what my report looks like. If you see the problem statement also, they had asked you to take two important visuals into your dashboard. One is funnel chart, one is scatter plot. Now question is how to do this. Okay, let's do this. So this is our funnel chart. This is our funnel chart, right? So if you hover over this particular visual, can you guys see these 6 options here? Can you guys see the 6 options? Everyone can see this? If I hover over any visual, these 6 options are coming. I hope everyone can see this, right? So I will hover over this particular visual. There's a very first option, pin visual. The very first option, like pin like icon is there. It is mentioned as pin visual. If I tap on this particular option, okay, so it will ask you where you want to pin this particular visual. So yeah, I'm already having a dashboard named as Mario. I will pin it there. Done. I will go to second page now. Same I'm going to do with the scatter plot also. When I hover over the scatter plot also, there's this option called as pin visual. Tap on this, and once you're tapping on it, it will ask you in which dashboard you want to pin, so you can pin it here. So once you are done with this, you can go to your dashboard now, and this is your dashboard, which will be having only two visuals like this. Are we clear with this, everyone? So always remember, we take the visuals from the report to dashboard. Dashboards are always empty. Okay, done? Okay, perfect. So after this, what they're asking you to do is they're asking you to perform something called as schedule refresh. So schedule refresh is, guys, are you aware what exactly schedule refresh is? Before I proceed with that, are you aware of what exactly schedule refresh is? What exactly it is capable of? It will refresh the data on a scheduled time. That's it. Anything else? Okay, fine, guys. It is there's a feature in Power BI. Okay, let me talk about that. So the thing is, let's say you are working on, let's say today I worked upon this particular data set. Fine. Today I worked upon this particular data set, which is our student survey data. Fine. But the thing is, for example, the student survey data is being updated on regular basis, like every day, like some new entries are added to this particular table. Fine, some new entries are being added to this particular table every single day. Fine. Now the thing here is, are you going to create report every day? Are you going to create reports like this every day? If data is updated every day, are you going to create report every day like this? Are you going to again create the table, again going to create the pie chart, or again going to create the matrix? No, right? It doesn't make sense. So what you can do here is Power BI give us a special option to refresh the data on some selected intervals. Like you can give the time, like I want my data to be refreshed at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or at the night 12 or at the night 11 p.m. You can give the time and automatically your data will refresh. So whatever changes are uploading into your data, automatically it will be reflected there in the report also if you had used that particular column from the data. So this is your data refresh option. Fine. So always remember, data refresh is not the simple option. You cannot just go ahead and do it just like that. It doesn't work like that. You have to set up something called as on-premises data gateway. So that on-premises data gateway act as a bridge between Power BI service and Power BI desktop. I will show you now. Okay. So this is my semantic model, which is my data set. So always remember, schedule refresh will be performed on the data set only. So if I just can you see this option, schedule refresh, everyone? I hope it is visible to everyone. Like if I just hover over this, there's an option here called as schedule refresh. If I tap on this, I will show you now. The refresh option will be grayed out. This refresh option will be grayed out. You cannot select anything here. Why? Because we have to set up something called as on-premises data gateway first in our system. Then only this refresh button will be enabled. Fine. So I'm already having this on-premises data gateway. Fine, here it is, by the way. Fine, if this is on-premises data gateway, okay. If you want to download, you can download it. Just a second. I mean, I can share you the link. Just a second. So if you want the link of the on-premises data gateway, I will share it with you, but download it later. Fine. See, this is This is the option here, data gateway. Fine. You can come here and you can download. Fine. Download the standard mode, by the way. Fine. Download standard mode if you want to, but do it later, not right now. I had shared you the link in the chat. Okay. All right. So this is how it will look like. Just a second. Yeah. So I will just sign in with the account which I had given to you a moment ago. Okay. Guys, can anyone share the account in the chat which I had provided to you? Just a moment ago, I gave you an account, right? Uh, no, this. Can anyone share it in the chat section? Thank you, Bhavya. Okay. So this is the account. I will log in with the same account here. Fine. So it should log me in. Yeah. The gateway is online and it is ready to be used. All right. Fine then. So then we have to go to gateway and cloud connection. We have to configure it a little bit. Fine. So here my gateway name was Adi, by the way, Adi121. This is the gateway. Okay. Adi121 is the gateway name. I will tap on this small drop down here. Okay. And there's an option here called as add to gateway. If I tap on this particular option, so a new connection will appear here. Yeah, you have to give the connection name. Let's say here I will give my name only. Let it be. And just a second. And what I'm going to do here is in the authentication method, it will be Windows only. Fine. In the Windows username, you have to give your Windows username. Like you can search for about in your PC. Fine. So in about your PC, you will get your system username. Fine. I will show you mine. I had renamed it as Panda only. So I will just, copy and paste it here. This is my device name. You have to take the device name here. All right. So let's take the device name here. Let's put it here. All right. And it is not your Windows password. It is not your Windows password. I'm telling you again, this is not your Windows password. You don't have to put the password which you are using to log in into your system. You can give any random password here. You can give any random password here. That's not going to affect anything. Fine. So don't get confused. Skip the test connection, tap on create. That's it. Once it is done, a connection will be set up. Then you have to go to gateway and cloud connection like this. See, as you can see, can you see, guys? This my gateway is running as of now. It is running, but you have to save the gateway. Once it is on the running state, you have to save it once. That's it. So I hope everyone can see this. This gateway Adi121 is in running state as of now, right? So we just have to save it. Let this load. We just have to save it and we are good to go. Okay. So map to option is coming. So my connection name was Adi. Just a moment ago, I had created the connection. That's it. We will just save it. That's the option here below, apply. I will tap on it and you can see that my this particular gateway connection is updated and we are good to go. It means that now the refresh option was earlier grayed out, right? If I tap on it now, we are good to go. You can use it. I hope everyone can see this. We are good to go. Like you can use it accordingly. Fine. Okay. So I will just tap on this. Now you can set up the time if you want to refresh your data on daily basis. But in the question they had asked you to refresh the data like 6 times in a day for in the gap of 4 hours. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so I will go here and I will add the timings. Let's do the first refresh at 1 a.m. Let's do the second refresh after 4 hours, which is 5 a.m. Let's do the third refresh around 9 a.m. Because after we are doing it on the interval of 4 hours. Fine, don't get confused. So after that, again it will be at 1 p.m. Then again it will be at 5 p.m. Right. Then again it will be at 9 p.m. Okay. So in the interval of 4 hours, we had just done the refresh. Once it is done, just tap on apply. So your data will be refreshed. As you can see, we got the message there on the top. Yeah, your data connection is like it is refreshed and your data will be refreshed on these particular intervals. Like first it will be done at 1 a.m. Then it will be done at 5 a.m. Then it will be done at 9 a.m. Yeah. So yeah, your data will be refreshed accordingly. Okay. How to set up multiple times? What you have to do is there's an option here, right? Add time. Once you enable this option here, there's an option here, add another time. Fine. The refresh frequency is daily. You can set it to weekly also if you want, Bhavya. Then tap on add another time. There's an option here. Now you can set up the timings. So let's say I'm just going ahead with the question. They are asking you to do the refresh after like every 4 hours. So like this, you can do it. Okay, depending upon your requirement, you can do it. All right, this is the gateway part. Yeah, you have. Yes, you have to set it manually. Yep. Yes, you have to set it manually. And also, let's say if you are sleeping, so let's say you are sleeping at 1 a.m. Fine, let's say you are sleeping at 1 a.m. Your like your Wi-Fi is turned off, your laptop is also off. How it will automatically refresh? It won't refresh, right? So you can even send the failure. See, you can even send the refresh failure notification to the contacts also. Like I can give you your email address, and if the refresh is getting failed, the other person will get notified. Fine. So that other person can wake up and just turn on their Wi-Fi, and like they can go ahead and do it. So yeah, it won't be done automatically. You have to be online. Okay, don't think like it will be automatically done. You have to be online in order to do this. Okay. Okay, so we are done with this. After that, they're asking you to use the QA feature of Power BI. Okay. So always remember, guys, in Power BI service, you can use the QA feature of Power BI in the dashboards. Fine. All right, guys. So if I go to my dashboard, this is my dashboard. Where it is? Yeah, I guess this is my dashboard. So this is my dashboard, which is having two visual. I hope everyone can see there's an option here called as ask a question about your data. Can you guys see this? Everyone? Is it visible to everyone? We're having one option called as ask a question about your data, right? Okay. So here, if you just tap on it, you can actually ask any question regarding your data depending upon your requirements. Like regarding the data only you can ask, not anything. So if I tap on this particular option, fine, you can come here and you can ask any question regarding it. Like the first question was show the average age of students. Fine, it will show you the average age of students, 14.38. The second question was show the total amount of purchase by store location. Fine, in donut chart. In fact, it can make that also. I will show you. Fine. Just don't use any, commas or any colon. Okay. Let's say I want to show it in pie chart like this. It will show me in pie chart also. If you want to show it in the donut chart, you can write in donut chart. It will show you in donut chart also. If you want to see it in the form of tables, it can do that also. You just have to ask the question regarding your data, and it will actually give you the data. Fine. So in the question they had asked you to show it in the form of donut chart, you can make it in the form of donut chart like this. Fine. Okay, you can do that. And if you really like this visual, if you want to pin it into your dashboard, you can pin also. There's an option here on the extreme right corner, pin visual. If you liked it, you can pin it into your dashboard also. Fine. So you can ask any question, and accordingly your dashboard, the QA part of your dashboard will automatically answer it.
Power BI interviews aren't just about knowing how to drag and drop visuals. Rather, companies want to see how well you understand data modeling, DAS calculations, report optimization, and real world business applications. In every Power BI interview, there are some set of questions that are repeatedly asked. And after analyzing several such interviews, we have put together 15 most prominently asked questions which you might face in your upcoming interview. So make sure to stick around till the end of this video and subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel to never miss any update. Moving on to our very first question, what are measures and calculated columns in Power BI? In Power BI, both measures and calculated columns are used to perform calculations, but they work differently. So calculated columns are like adding a new column to your table. The values are calculated row by row and stored in the table. These columns take up space and can slow things down if there is a lot of data. So say for example, you have a sales table with price and quantity columns. A calculated column can create a total sales column by multiplying them, that is price into quantity, storing the result in each row. Measures, on the other hand, are dynamic calculations that are only computed when needed. They don't take up storage and are faster for big data sets. For example, instead of storing total sales in every row, a measure sums up all sales when you need it.
that is sum of price into quantity. Basically, calculated column is going to be a part of your table, while measure is something you calculate on top of your table. Moving on to the next question, what is DAX and why is it important? Also give an example. So DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. This is the formula language used in Power BI, Excel Power Pivot, and analysis services. DAX allows to create new insights from the data that aren't directly available in tables. It helps in performing complex calculations like totals, averages, rankings, and running totals dynamically. DAX basically makes reports more interactive and powerful. Say for example, you have a sales table with price and quantity column. If you want to calculate total sales, you can create a measure using DAX where your total sales will be equal to sum x, and the first parameter will be your sales table and the second parameter is your expression, which is simply the multiplication of your price and quantity column. The result is the multiplication of price by quantity for each row and then the addition of each row giving you the total sales. Moving on to the third question. What are filters, slices and groups in Power BI? In Power BI, filters, slices and groups help you organize and interact with your data to get meaningful insights. Filters allow you to narrow down the data shown in a report. You can apply filters at different levels like filtering an entire report, a specific page or just one visual. For example, if you have a sales report for all the countries but you want to see data for USA only, you can apply a filter for this. Next we have slices. These are like the interactive buttons that let users filter data on the report. Unlike regular filters, slices are visible on the report, making them more user-friendly. For example, you can have a drop-down or button that lets you switch between years, say 2022, 2023, 2024 and so on in a sales report. Groups help you organize similar data into categories to make reports cleaner and easier to analyze. So if you have 50 different product types, you can group them into categories like electronics, clothing and accessories and so on, instead of listing every product separately. A simple way to think about it, filters are the hidden rules that control what data is shown, whereas slices are the interactive tools that allow users to filter data, and groups are a way to combine similar data for better organization. Moving on to the next question, what is the difference between sum and sumx in DAX? In DAX, both sum and sumx are used for addition, but they work differently. Sum is a simple function that adds up all the values in a single column. For example, if you have a sales table with a column called revenue, you can use total revenue is equal to sum of your revenue. SumX on the other hand is a more powerful tool because it works row by row and lets you do calculations before adding up the results. Like we discussed in the previous example, where we calculate the total sales using SumX function, it takes two parameters. First is the table and second is the expression. So total sales in this case would be SumX, sales comma price into quantity. So SumX lets us multiply price and quantity for each row and then adds up the results. A simple way to think about it would be sum adds up a single column directly, whereas SumX first does a calculation on each row and then adds up the results. Moving on to the next question. How do you handle missing or blank values? So whenever we try to get insights out of data, the first and extremely crucial step is to clean the data, which includes handling the missing values. Here's how you can deal with them. You can either replace the missing values with a default value using DAX functions like if and coalesce. So for example, if some sales records have missing prices, you can replace the blanks with 0. Or you can filter out the missing values. So if missing values aren't important, you can apply filters and visuals or reports to remove them. Another way is to use data cleaning tools, that is, you can use Power Query to fill missing values, replace them or remove the rows with blanks before loading data into Power BI. Moving on to the next question, what are KPIs in Power BI and how do you create them? KPIs stand for Key Performance Indicators. These are the visual metrics that help track performance. They show whether a company is meeting its targets by using simple visuals like arrows, colors, or trend lines. In order to create a KPI in Power BI, you first need to have a base measure, say total sales, which can be done using a DAX function. Then you need to set a target value, that is, you need to define a goal like a sales target for the year. Finally, you need to add the KPI, that is, you need to select the KPI visual, set the measure as the indicator, the target value as the goal, and choose a trend like month over month sales. So say for example, if a company's sales target is $1 million and actual sales are $90,000, the KPI visual can show a red color or down arrow that suggests below target, whereas a green check or up arrow would suggest that the sales are above target. Moving on to the seventh question.
What is role level security or RLS and how do you implement it? Role level security is a way to restrict data access based on who is viewing the report. It ensures that users see only the data that is relevant to them. So say for example, there is a company where sales managers should only see data for their region. Without RLS, everyone would be able to see all the sales data, which could be a security risk. Here's how you can implement RLS in Power BI. The first step is to define roles. You need to go to manage roles and create a role like North Region Manager and apply a DAX filter like region is equal to North. This will ensure that users assigned to this role only see North region data. And then all you need to do is assign users to the appropriate roles in Power BI service. Moving on to the eighth question, how do you connect Power BI to multiple data sources? Power BI allows you to connect to multiple data sources at the same time. This feature makes it easy to combine data from different places into one report. Let's quickly look at the steps for the same. First, open Power BI and click on Get Data. Then choose your data sources. Power BI supports databases like SQL, Oracle, cloud services like Azure, Google Sheets, files like Excel, CSV, and even APIs. The next step is to load and transform your data. You can use Power Query to clean and shape the data before loading it into Power BI. And then finally, create relationships. If the data sources are related, you can define relationships between tables. A basic example of connecting multiple data sources is when you have sales data in an Excel file, customer details in a SQL database, and marketing data in Google Analytics. Power BI allows you to merge all these sources, enabling a unified view for better insights and decision making. Moving on to our next question, what is a bookmark in Power BI and how can it be used? A bookmark in Power BI is a feature that allows you to save the current state of a report, including filters, slicers, and visuals. Let us quickly look at how bookmarks can be used. When you need to switch between views, so say you create different versions of a report, for example, sales overview and regional breakdown. Now, bookmark will let you toggle between the two with a simple click. Or when you want to design interactive dashboards where users can click buttons to switch between views. It can also be used to reset filters. This allows users to reset all slicers and filters to a default state easily. And lastly, to create dynamic reports. Bookmarks can also be used to create step-by-step storytelling experience in presentations. Moving on to our 10th question, what is an incremental refresh and how is it different from a scheduled refresh? So incremental refresh and scheduled refresh are ways to update your data, but they work a little differently. First, let's look at scheduled refresh. Here, the entire dataset is reloaded from the source at every refresh. Scheduled refresh is best for small datasets where performing refresh doesn't take too long. For example, if you refresh a sales report daily, scheduled refresh reloads all the past sales data even if only today's data is changed. Incremental refresh only loads new or updated data instead of refreshing everything. It is best for large data sets to save time and improve performance. For example, if you have 5 years of sales data but only need to update the last month, incremental refresh will refresh just that month instead of reloading all 5 years. A simple analogy, scheduled refresh is like reloading an entire book, while incremental refresh is like updating only the latest chapter. Moving on to the next question, what is a slowly changing dimension or SCD and how do you handle it in Power BI? A slowly changing dimension is a table in a database where some values change over time, like customer addresses or employee job titles. There are two ways to handle SCD. First is override the old data, that is also called type 1 SCD. Here you need to simply update the value in the table and the old data is going to be lost. For example, if you have a customer who moves from New York to California, the old address is going to be replaced and only the new one is going to be stored. Second one is tracking changes with history, also known as type 2 SCD. This method aims at keeping both old and new values by adding effective date columns. For example, if an employee gets promoted, a new role is added with the updated job title and an effective date range. So you can see both current and past role. Moving on to our next question, how can you make a Power BI report dynamic? A dynamic Power BI report allows the users to interact with data by changing filters, views, and visuals without modifying the core report. This makes reports more engaging and insightful. Let's look at some of the ways to make a report dynamic. First is by using slicers and filters. This allows users to select data based on date,
category, or region. So for example, a sales report where users can filter by year or product type. Then we have bookmarks and buttons. Using these, we can create custom views and let users switch between them. So say for example, users can toggle between monthly and yearly sales with a button. We can also use measure selection with switch. This will let users change metrics dynamically. A simple scenario would be a drop down to switch between total sales, profit, or revenue. Drill through and drill down and parameter based reports are also two methods that can be used for making a report dynamic. Moving on to our next question. How do you publish a report to the Power BI service? Publishing a Power BI report to the Power BI service makes it accessible online so users can view, share, and collaborate from anywhere. Let's look at how it's done. The first step is to save the report. Once you are done building a report in Power BI desktop, save the file. Next, sign into Power BI service by clicking on the sign in option. Then click on publish and select the workspace where you want to publish the report. After that, you need to go to Power BI service website and make sure your report is now available online. And that's it. Now you can share and schedule refresh. That is, you can choose who will have access to your report and dataset in your team and set up automatic refresh as well if needed. Moving on to the next question. How do you disable a report from updating dynamically? To disable a Power BI report from updating dynamically, you can disable auto refresh and interactions to keep the data static. Let's look at it in detail. So to turn off auto refresh in Power BI service, you need to go to dataset settings and disable scheduled refresh to prevent new data from loading. So for example, if your sales report updates daily but you want to freeze data from last month, turn off the refresh. Another way is to remove interactivity between visuals. You can use the Edit Interactions feature to stop charts and tables from responding to slicer selections. So if you don't want a bar chart to change when a user selects a different region in a slicer, you can use this feature. Or you can also use static snapshots of data. So instead of live data connections, you can import data so it doesn't update unless you refresh it manually. So when you connect to a database, use import mode instead of direct query to prevent real-time updates. So moving on to the last question for this video. What is a custom visual in Power BI and when would you use one? A custom visual in Power BI is a visualization that is not built in but can be downloaded or created to meet specific needs. Custom visuals are usually required when built-in visuals aren't enough, which means that the standard charts like the bar chart, pie, line chart, etc. don't fully represent your data. Or for unique data presentation. Some insights need specialized visuals like word clouds, Sankey diagrams, or bullet charts. So say you are analyzing customer reviews and want to show the most common words used. Instead of a table, you can use a word cloud custom visual to display popular words in different sizes. So that's all for this video. I hope you guys were able to get some insights out of it. If you guys liked it, hit the like button. Thank you and see you in the next video.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Power BI training which will enable you to learn skills like data preparation, data modeling, visualization, working with DAX, Power BI service and desktop, and deploying self-service analytics solutions. Through this course, you will master connecting to various data sources, transforming raw data with Power Query, creating interactive dashboards and reports, applying advanced DAX calculations, configuring workspaces, sharing insights via Power BI service, managing row-level security, and much more from top 1% industry experts and Microsoft certified trainers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transitions in the field of business intelligence and data analytics. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. And without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take your first step towards your career growth in the field of Power BI.